To all our new guests from across the timelines, I welcome you to the Hellfire Gala. Welcome one and all to Krakoa. This living island may be a sovereign mutant nation, but tonight, our home is yours. Honored guests, I propose a toast to Krakoa. Here, there are no rivals. Man and mutant
will be exterminated. You all belong to history.
To me, my X-Men! This is a fight for our survival!
Then try to stay alive just long enough to see my way as the Age of Ultron begins.
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserved that, dear.
Mind crush!
You were beneath me.
Impervious!
Pathetic. How embarrassing.
Kneel, peasants!
That's White Queen mind control.
Your mind is mine!
To all our new guests from across the timelines, I welcome you to the Hellfire Gala. Welcome one and all to Krakoa. This living island may be a sovereign mutant nation, but tonight, our home is yours. Honored guests, I propose a toast to Krakoa. Here, there are no rivals. Man and mutant
will be exterminated. You all belong to history.
To me, my X-Men! This is a fight for our survival!
Then try to stay alive just long enough to see my way as the Age of Ultron begins.
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserved that, dear.
Mind crush!
You were beneath me.
Impervious!
Pathetic. How embarrassing.
Kneel, peasants!
That's White Queen mind control.
Your mind is mine! Impervious! Kneel, peasants!
Blast off! Legendary!
What's going on, guys, and welcome back to day 3 of the Marvel Rival Championship to close the swan song that has been an epic Season 1 1.5. And I'm lucky to be joined by my great friend and caster over here, Mazel. How you doing, my man?
God, I'm so excited. It feels like it's been so long, and it's been under a week. I'm so happy to be back with you, man. And I'm so excited to see who we're booking out for our Sunday Championship Day.
God, no, without question, the stakes, they're higher, the plays, they're sharper, the heroes and the players are going to be giving it their all today. And we're excited to see a bunch of electric lineups. I mean, listen, me and you had the luxury of casting last weekend, and I'm not saying the matches weren't close, but we had a lot of 3-0s, didn't we?
Every single one of them, man. Every single series went through. I will say, though, on paper, it looks like 3-0s. Some of our top teams, like FlyQuest and 100 Thieves, they did get pushed in those maps, but they are still the better teams that came out victorious.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, guys, you guys saw all the hype, all the buzz about Season 2 coming. We have a lot of excitement, a lot of fun conversation today about the balances, where everything's at. But right now, we got Season 1, and we got some epic skins, Mazel.
Oh, it's so exciting. Also, all you Hawkeye fans, you'll be eating good now as well. But decide your fate, brace the present, and grow stronger with Thor's Lord of Asgard and Hawkeye's Ronin costumes. Take your chances and make your move towards glory on the battlefield. Available April 3rd. Now available. And let your presence ignite the battle. Both these skins looking so good.
I love Ronin in the comic lore and love that he's come to the game here. We also have the Moon Knight. Fist of Vengeance for Moon Knight, and Moon Knight's looking ready to go in Season 2. I don't know if you saw those buffs, but he is going to be legit. He is back in form. And speaking of Black Panther, the Cursed King over here, man. Again, I've been playing a lot of Rivals, and I've seen this skin nonstop.
It's one of the best skins on the market, it feels like, but also a skin that I know all the Black Panther mains have been waiting for. Something that flexes those stylish muscles a little bit. So make sure you go get your Thrice Cursed King there as well. But man, I don't think I've been more of a nerd than when I get to see these skins that they've been releasing and all the lore implications. But all the lore aside, we got games to get to here today, Cozy.
Yeah, round 12, 13, 14 is today with me and Mazel, and then we wrap things up tomorrow for the Marvel Rival Championship with the lower bracket finals and the grand finals. Shib and Dogman going to be bringing you that. So we're excited to jump in and see what these teams have to offer. There's a lot on the line. First of all, just congratulations making it this far. It's so hard. I mean, we started with so many teams. We've
500 plus
500, dude. That is so much competition out there, and they're playing for glory, but they're also playing for the prize pool, my friend. We got $14,500 on the line with the champion getting 6,000. Mazel.
And we are getting to the point where you have those big organizations at the top of the table here, but to see the run from a lot of the just teams of friends, but teams that are kind of at that next level, that tier 2, looking for that next step up, that signing. I know we had a couple teams that were definitely hinting towards that, but it is all for this goal, and it's so nice to see a community strive competitively towards something like this.
Yeah, no, without question. And I love, listen, money's great. I think these people are, though, playing for the Twitter fame, the X talk, all the goodness, and
the title.
The title itself, yes, and the emblem of glory here. We've got our bracket guys you see right there. Now, I call them the Magnets. You have such a more lovely way of calling this team by what they are, but it's 100 Thieves versus who?
Les Amants, the Magnets in French. Yeah, a little bit of French history there. I am a dual citizen, but it is a really tough task, I feel like, for 100 Thieves, where we saw them be a little shaky against Boom Crew. Does Les Amants have something to give there?
I've heard a lot about them, and that's going to be our first matchup we go into today, and I'm just pumped because I think that's going to bring the heat right away from the kitchen. Sentinels versus Shroud X is just bound to be a great one. I mean, two really good teams from what we saw in the MRI now matching up together here, and then we go to the lower bracket.
That's where the fun is, man.
Yeah, man, best of 5. Elimination to go down to the lower bracket, and once we get there, man, it's play for your life.
Yeah, I mean, seeing FlyQuest down there, they got knocked down in round 2. You're like, wait, I thought FlyQuest was supposed to be good. They are good. And they have made an undefeated run, by the way, all the way through that lower bracket now. And they'll be facing off against that Boom Crew team that pushed 100 Thieves on that first map in their best of. And I think now on the other side of things, dude, Nightmare has a lot of pride in their squad, but also need to make that push to make lower bracket run go their way as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And listen, last time, a little bit of the Bucky Barnes show, a little bit of Groot action, and I know we saw
Bucky
some
Barnes,
of these heroes. Yeah, exactly. I don't think we're going to see any Groot today, right? You know, I think it's cool because you look at where the meta's at right now, and the patch notes just came out for Season 2. This is going to be the build for Season 1. We're not looking at, you know, the new build, anything like that. But it's cool to see the direct impact of the results that we see now and what has been adjusted. Obviously, we have a little bit of taming for Bucky, but I expect to see tons of that. Maybe a splash and dive, Mazel, and then Wolverine as well.
Yeah, I think it will be interesting to see how the meta adapts. I don't expect super big changes, maybe a drop off here or there. I know, but in my feelings, Rocket might be jumping up in priority as well with all those changes. But we're already into it here. We're getting hot and heavy in our first best of 5 of the day, 100 Thieves versus Les Amants. And we already have a couple likely bans. The triple res comp going to be taken off the table immediately there by 100 Thieves. We also see that Wolverine ban.
Yeah, sometimes 100 Thieves leaves the res comp on the table, but there's some respect shown here for the Magnets. They don't want anything to do with that. And then they're going with the Wolverine ban talked to a lot of the teams. They typically are looking for, you want the Hella banned, you want the Groot. If those aren't banned, you can go with Bucky and Wolverine. And then if not that, a little bit of triple res. And so right now it's looking like plenty of Hella on the table. And that's what we've seen, right? Those solo 1v1 Hella matchups. We've seen 100 Thieves a lot. That's Delina. Who's the Hella hand for Magnets?
So it's either going to have to be between Jabori and Tico. But the thing I love, and kind of going back a little bit more between what we've seen in the last day we cast it, we had so many just 1v1 narrative building between teams. And I want to see if we get a little bit more of that today, at least.
Yeah, no, without question, man. Luna getting banned out the rip too. That means obviously, trying to shut down a little bit of the Namor love. And we saw a lot of Fate of Both Worlds, a lot of dancing going on. And we've got the Loki ban as well.
It's Smash. Let's go.
You love to see it. Smash being the Hella Delina. There's our matchup there. And hey, Rocket Raccoon, this will be the last that we see of him in his current state. The 40% damage. The changes were massive, but he's still getting plenty of love right now in Season 1.
I still think he's going to be so much more next level next time. I know you lose the damage percentage, but the survivability is going to bring us actually insane. But in this iteration, in this one, it is all about that damage. And it's all about timing, I feel like. And that's where you see some of the best rockets come through. I know SJP very, very skilled on that. But it's more so about trying to figure out those big timings when that damage needs to be front-loaded.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you guys are just now joining in and seeing these teams, just a quick refresher. Terra's going to be kind of their flex role of duelist on 100 Thieves, whereas you have Delina again on that Hella. TTK, big on Doctor Strange and Magneto. Vinny has been playing Groot since Alpha. A lot of people, they like to play things when they're hot, when they're in the meta. Well, Vinny's been the Groot guy for a long time, which makes him excel at the role. And with Magnets here, we've got a very similar comp. And by similar, I mean everything is going to be the same here because these are the meta heroes. These people are playing for it all, for the glory. They're going to bring their best.
I can't wait. This is leading up to Championship Sunday, but a lot riding on the line for these teams as we go into here. It is going to be a situation where they need to find a lot of spacing with Chuckle, as well as getting up to the point as quick as possible. This choke point is one of the most deadly in the game.
Yeah, we see a lot of people typically go with Strange to open things up here just because you're able to get that first free push, even though it's predictable. But they're going straight down Main Street. I love that. They're showing no fear against what is known as the best team in North America of 100 Thieves. And my gosh, the disrespect right away. But hey, I'm all for it. Smash with the off angle here. Trying to get some early action and get an early poke. And him and Delena are already going head to head. And Terra, though, trying to take him down. But Smash trades with Terra for a huge pick.
They got it. They established a beachhead over here, and the defense is actually really, really crucial here. Oh, they get over the wall. Vinny's still alive. Wow.
Wow, I'm already impressed with the immediate pick. They're having to adjust immediately, and now we do have the Invisible Boundary going up to give him a little bit of protection, and the Arm Dangerous comes out, cracking impact, not going to make an impact. Obviously, plenty of sustain there, and even though they got the early pick, I would say 100 Thieves is happy with that trade and the waste of the ultimate, but Chuckles doesn't care, taking down Vinny and trading TTK. This is going to be up to him to get some splash and nothing from it.
He's still got the strangling prison as well. He can still pull the trigger on that. He's being so reserved. Right. Look at Delena. Look at Delena.
Wow. Okay, we have Cyborg now going in. The point is taken, and that is going to be the reset right there. And all it takes is that one elimination that Smash was able to secure, and not on just somebody, but on Terra. That's going to slow them down massively as they look to make their space here, because this is a tough little choke point, and they want to get plenty of room.
Yeah, getting as much preemptive push here on this map is so important. Once you get out to the open space, it definitely feels a little bit better, but these choke points with the extra high ground given to both sides is so difficult to manage. You see Les Amants trying to use that here as well to stop the defensive push.
Look at this interesting little placement of fights that going on right now, and even with the Goddess of Death right above them, Smash is in their face. They were able to trade, but Smash does escape with the important rocket elimination and Terra going down, but Vinny evening the odds here. But that was a good initial push in a very awkward place to have that battle.
I just kind of like it. You throw them a random card, see what their response is going to be. Obviously, a very strong response from 100 Thieves there, but the push has been stalled a bit in this side for Les Amants. They're going to try a repush now. They do have that invisible boundary.
Yeah, Vinny's going to go. We're going to get the combo, right? They typically like to line up Vinny with Terra and get the cracking impact into the imprisonment. But we do have the meteor going down from Cyborg. Can he connect? No, it misses. and there, Vinny was unable to get much from his imprisonment either with Terra. So we have a trade of ultimates, very impactful ones that weren't able to get the eliminations. Both invisible boundaries out. This is coming down to grit, fight, determination.
Yeah, I mean, this whole quarter is just an absolute fisticuffs. We do get a nice KO there from Smash, and they caught them out. They're actually taking and pulling apart the pieces of 100 Thieves. Vinny is on the retreat. He's thrown up the white flag, and it's all the push from Lizamo.
Well, okay, Smash, it's good to meet you, my man. Two important picks back-to-back here. Now, luckily, they did have the rocket for the quick BRB on that Winter Soldier, and they have a small reset happening. Both teams going to look to take a breather here for a moment as they're about to be heading into the next bit of battle. We do have Skyer here coming with the invisible boundary any moment. Vinny and Terra back online, though. Already just used the combo. Here it is. Vinny's going out with it. The Kraken Impact going down, but Smash immediately takes down Terra from the Kraken Impact.
And that's one of the best Bucky's in town, and we see him gone off the table there. Nice little re-push, and they are gonna get that next point. Now we're outside. Now this changes the approach that you have to have when you're coming into this one. I need Deletta to get some picks here.
This is an amazing push right now from the Magnets. And I've got to say, you often see the counter with the invisible boundary, but how about the instant elimination on that Bucky with Kraken Impact? We have not seen a lot of that, especially with Terra, you know, at the arm of him. But my goodness, what a way to answer. And 100 Thieves has to take a breather. They've been here before. We saw this last week with as Police Blastfire against them. So this has been fun.
This has been really fun. They're getting pushed to the pedal here. And now you actually have this preemptive, aggressive stance with that Meteor of M. Here comes the Goddess of Death trying to get some AoE damage down. Gets one KO. And you're able to get a little bit of defense here from Deletta, who's found this plate, but gets immediately picked.
Yeah, this was an important reset, and luckily they did have the spawn right there, a little bit of a closer advantage, but huge eliminations there from Delena, and even SJP get a part of that on the elimination. And if we look, kind of locked and loaded, 100 Thieves, they do have their ults, but so far we have not seen much impact outside of that Delena Goddess of Death with their ultimate usage. So they are having 2 minutes, 56 seconds. This is a good place to hold up, though. They have plenty of momentum, spawns right there. They've got to win this.
And Delena has some great angles to utilize up here. Look at Smash and him. They just have a little bit of snipe off here as well. See if they can actually get a little bit of pressure up there, because it's so difficult when the initial fighting kicks off to find that angle. It does look like Chuckle wants to set up for Les Amants. They want to move forward. Smash is gone for a little bit of a flank here.
Wow, what a good spot there. Tico and Smash trading with the duelist. This is going to be it for 100 Thieves right off the bat, because they also have plenty to follow up with. Goddess's Death going up for Smash there. They've already used the imprisonment. Tico, though, can follow up with the Kraken Impact. I don't even know if they'll need to. 100 Thieves quickly has to reset. We might even get a Captain America to try to stall. They have just enough time, though, to get their team comp ready all together for one last effort. It's ticking. There's only a few left in their minutes. Terra goes down with the Kraken.
They might actually be able to push this as when the Strangling Prison comes in from Vinny. Look at his damage done. A couple KOs coming in from him as well. They're trying to get this final push, but it looks like Les Amants will be rebuffed.
Wow, I'm honestly shocked with just a meteor to spare. We are all Groot as Vinny goes in and makes the massive difference there. But it seems like it was overtime. Nope, there's a minute and 40 seconds. Plenty of time to reset, and 100 Thieves had to use a lot in the tank in the vault to go ahead and try to hold that line. Well worth it. That makes the world a difference here. And if we look, there's not much for defense. Harvey's far away from his invisible boundary, and we've got both the meteor and damage amplifier. This is going to be a hard hold.
This always feels like the tricky point, because you have to find a crack in the armor. You have to find an engage, but it needs to all happen at the same time. You are getting these ults stacked, but you're still pretty decently set up for them. They need to get the Strangling Prison back up, the invisible boundary. It could be the difference maker in this final push.
Yeah, Smash trying to take that angle again and try to get an important pick. We have up there the beautiful placement of Delena, but Smash is going right to the battle, right to the forefront. Takes down Delena on the trade. We saw this last week from Delena, a little slow off the starting line, and right away, Delena's being brought back by SJP, but they have everything in their arsenal. Cyber is trading with Terra. Right now, the dual flinch is having no impact for 100 Thieves outside of desperation. This could be it.
Delena about to get. Oh, he almost had Goddess's death, and he goes down. Look at this play right now from Jabori.
Look at this rocket just saying, hey, I don't even need the season 2 love. I'm going to just rock on rocket. That was a dominant offensive effort there from Magnets, and exactly what you want to see to open up this upper bracket. My goodness, we saw this last week a little bit, Mazel, where the duelists a little bit slow off the line for 100 Thieves, and then what did they do? They locked it in. It was Boom Crew, right? So now they've got to just do the same thing here and show what they have on the offensive side.
I remember you were talking about during that was like, this might be one of the only times I've seen 100 Thieves get pushed to 3, and we just saw it yet again. So the first game's definitely a little bit of a crux for 100 Thieves to fix up on, but really have to give some praises over to Les Amants, because not only does Rocket Raccoon actually do damage, we all know that he's got a Gatling gun. The team play has been really nice to see, and I feel like Chuckles is taking such a massive leadership role on this with those call-outs and at least the forward charge that we've been seeing from him.
Yeah, I mean, listen, when you got a mirror comp, it does come down to who's getting the better play calling and straight up just skill, right? And obviously both teams highly skilled here, but I want to say Smash has probably heard a lot about Delena, have heard a lot about some of these other great energies, some of the other hells out here. And if I see correctly, I think my eyes don't deceive me. We all know TTK is the controller GOAT here. Plays controller at a top level, but I think Smash, if I saw correctly, played controller. Maybe I'm off, maybe he came from that, but either way, it's been insane to see what he's been able to pull off.
For me, it's also, you know, we praised Delena so much, especially last weekend, for some of the angles that we were seeing from him, but Smash has been there in folds, at least, to give that rebuttal in those angles and actually find a lot of the better 1v1s for himself. Now, we have to see what Les Amants do on the other side of things. This defense is tough, but they have a good angle.
Well, and they just went right up Main Street, like we said, and we saw that Smash got that opening pick, and all you need is one, especially on the duelist, to be able to push and overwhelm. They're taking a little bit of this inside the house approach as they go right into point. Nice block up there from Chuckles as they're trying to just burst through the immediate group walls, and they're kind of unable to break through this first line of defense here. Split a little bit. Somebody looking for that opening pick. Cyber just getting beautiful poke damage, ult charge, and pressure on them as Terra wants an elimination. This is going to be a big one if they can get smashed. Delena chasing the prey, and he does get that elimination, and that's going to help them a ton as he's now able to have this back flank poking tons of damage.
Look at this nasty angle that Delena has now because of that lack of pressure Smash was providing there. And Chuckles is going to go down too. This is tough because this might just be the point. I mean, we're already there, and this is 100 Thieves waking up to the fold.
Now locking in, and you just know great communication there. Terra almost got that Smash elimination and then said, hey, Delena, finish it up for me. Use the chase. He did it and secured it. So you know there's some good comms there. Great just reset in momentum, right? This game's about momentum, and they were able to take a deep breath and know, hey, believe, we know what we're doing. We've been here plenty of times, and we're seeing it here. Now, if we look at Magnets, we do have plenty of ultimates ready to go. Nearly all of them but the Goddess of Death, and 100 Thieves is looking pretty good for the next fight as well.
I'm just saying, Magnets, they have Magneto. It might just work out here. They're going to try to get a little bit of a defense. And this awkward angle that we saw last time around, too. Delena is already down. Smash now looking for an extra angle on the back line. Finds its double elimination there. Has to reset. Going for a triple down, too. Cozy. This guy is popping off today.
Not to mention, we have Imprisonment going down with it. And yes, by the way, he is using controllers. Smash is playing hella and going wild on controller play. Love to see it here as we do have the heavy impact meteor to make a difference. They already used that Imprisonment, though, which was a huge burn of an ultimate, but they are having great pressure here. We can see that Magnus is already having to kind of back up, and they're able to get that space. So good job here from Vinny and gang to do what they do best. But wow, Dico getting the clutch hook on SJP, eliminating the BRB, and with it, Delena does the same to Magnets.
Dude, I mean, I think we're seeing a tried and true strategy here. The angles are becoming 100 Thieves' undoing here, and I really love the way Les Amants are approaching these fights.
Oh my gosh, the trading's ridiculous, but Vinny showing he's been playing this tree since the alpha with the four-piece, the quad kill to make sure that they get this push all the way through successfully, and that was a clean finish without using much at the arsenal. They also have both the Imprisonment and the Meteor to combine here, so they can actually actually flipped the script here pretty handily. 24 seconds is what Magnets have on the clock. There's still 5 minutes to go for 100
Yeah, it's a little bit of a difference, I would say, Cozy. We'll see if they can get a really strong defense out here. That's a lot of time to mess with your prey here as 100 Thieves, and we know they're very, very cerebral when they think about how they can approach these fights, and we already see they are pushing pretty heavily, already halfway there almost.
Now you can see Smash in the distance, trying to get that kind of off angle. He's kind of poking with it and trying to make the decision on it as the invisible boundary goes up immediately from Skyer. This is typical about who can hold on to the strategist ults longer. As Delina trades with Smash, Smash was unable to commit on kind of the angle, and Delina made Smash pay there as TTK now closing in on the prey on Skyer. Skyer going down. Beautiful from TTK here, and with the imprisonment, they're unable to do much with the invisible boundary protection. Clutch there from Harvey, and right now, all of the momentum has shifted back to the NA GOATs.
Dude, I don't know. I mean, they won the fight night this week. I know they were coming in here with a lot of good mental, and that first game, it just seems like is a wake-up call a lot of time for 100 Thieves. This is the exact same scenario we saw last weekend, and here they are again, just pushing the point.
Yeah, that's a great point. Literally, it was 3-3, and then 100 Thieves kind of took over from there. So we'll see if it's the same story, same dance as Chuckles. Going in immediately, we have the Meteor going in. TTK throwing down the Smash, unable to connect. Instead, TTK going down massively. Smash also traded down. Little bit of trade there with Delina, but not enough. 100 Thieves is going to have to reset here. 3 minutes, 24 seconds, plenty of time. Go and get with the team, re-strategize, reset.
Hela is a heck of a goddess of death. I just got to say that. Really good angles there as well from the other side of things in Smash. A good defense, but you have to think what comes next. I mean, you still have that Kraken impact for Tico. You're about to have that Strangling Prison there for Chuckles. They will have a good defense, but I'm looking at Delena and I'm looking at Terra both having theirs, and that is terrifying.
Yep, without Skyer having that invisible boundary, that's going to be tough, right? Because unable to really do much defense to stop the if I'm 100 Thieves here, I'm pushing full pedal to the metal. You know it was just up the invisible boundary. It's time to make the difference here. Vinny trying to get that imprisonment now. You can see him going on aggressive mode. Delina goes from the back here from the Goddess of Death. Doesn't even need it. Taking down Dibbery. That was a huge pick there. No BRB. Both Rockets out of the fight. As Smash does the same difference. And Tico and Smash just completely take it into their own hands.
It's the battle of agains. It's the battle of Kraken impacts. And there is the beautiful defense from Les Amants. There's a reason why this team has been looked at, has been kept an eye on over this upper bracket run that they've had. And now we finally get the matchup against 100 Thieves. And they have a beautiful defense here. 2 minutes left for 100 Thieves to make this push.
With a lot of the combo setups already used too, Harvey is going to have that boundary, and now the Magnets is far away from having any defense protection there. Now Skyer, though, looking to get his ult up as soon as possible. You can see it rocketing up there quickly with Invisible Woman. But this has been the story of the Goddess of Death of Asgard here, as it's just been Delina, Smash, who gets the bigs, and Tico and Terra playing their role as well. Harvey, though, could be either aggressive with this ultimate or just use it for the protection right after this Magneto ult.
Smash is right on top of Delena, but they haven't gone at each other just yet. That's an important 1v1 that's happening over on the side. But the push is happening right now, Cozy.
Yeah, beautiful here as we've got the Goddess of Delena now taking a page from the book of clutchness. Delena taking down both. This is beautiful. What a way to finish. Great job. Minute 19 seconds left on the clock, and it almost happened so fast. It just was all... Honestly, the way they were able to spread themselves out there and just overwhelm them through different angles was the way they got that done.
Yeah, it was really nicely handled from Delena over on the side of the map there. I think Smash losing out a little bit on that 1v1, having to get pushed back, opened up for that Goddess of Death from Delena. Getting those picks across the map is huge. Now we get to it. We have very close timings for both teams. I think it was like a minute and a half for 100 Thieves, a minute 15 or so for Les Amants. This is the kind of setup for this best of that I was so excited for.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate part. You know, once you get down to the very last seconds, you're able to almost match each other on how much time you have, and both equal out. Yes, you got a little bit more time as 100 Thieves. You can maybe fit in that portal if you want on the first fight there. But there's not going to be a huge difference. It's going to come down to that first initial fight, and both teams successfully got this point within, I would say, 30 seconds the first time around, right? So the push went quickly on both. We're going to see how the defense is able to hold here. Do you think they're just going to go up the good old-fashioned middle yet again?
So that's what I wanted to think about a little bit, is we did see a variation in which side these teams wanted. We saw that Les Amants, when they had that push, they went over on that left side you're seeing on your screen right now. 100 Thieves actually took that little nestled-in house structure to the right there that you saw on the screen. So I really wonder if Les Amants are going to stick to the plan that they had last time around and establish a foothold in that kind of western side of the point.
All right, initially we have Smash now. It might be taking the page out of the Book of 100 Thieves, going to use that house here as Vinny is going to... They're both lined up here in the middle. They're both prepped to go in the middle. Now, Chuckle going up the middle. Smash taking the left side. And he did this exactly last time to take down Terra. Terra, though, not in the exact same location as last time. You see him a little bit more protected here. But Tico taking out Terra this time. It wasn't Smash. It was Tico. SJP, though, with the instant res. They can reset. They can't allow another elimination as Tico is just blasting the infinite ammo, taking down Vinny. That is the big pick, and that is going to be the momentum changer. Small trade with Harvey, but not going to do it most likely, as they're going to be able to get this first point gap, which is so big in overtime.
It is, and you're going to have so much, at least extra wiggle room here now that you have that preemptive push. You have that momentum coming off that domination point take now.
Yeah, Smash missed the change of spawn there, so he's having to walk back, and so in the overtime, that's tough. They don't know it, though. 100 Thieves doesn't know that, so they're playing a little bit back there. That is funny. He's got to walk back, though. All right, from the top angle, trying to get something going there. Delena trying to get that pick. We have the Kraken impact immediately. Both teams have pretty much everything online, but Harvey goes down, it looks like, early, and that is going to be... I mean, he's right there on the ult, and now the ult will not be able to be built up.
That's so tough. That's such a good momentum stopper there, so you can keep that fight going. I like this move from Delena, though. Look at the angle that he has. He's trying to snipe out Smash once he gets back. We do have to think, though. Look at Les Amants. Look at all those check marks. Ultimate's ready to go. The push is 9.
All right, here we go. Expect the imprisonment into the Kraken impact, but Harvey does not have the invisible boundary yet. He's able to get back in time, though. Build it up. That was huge for 100 Thieves. Here comes the trade. They're trying to get something going. He gets the double pick. That's going to seal the defense if he's able to finish off the job, and it is going to be stopped right here from 100 Thieves. There's no shot for the reset here as Terra opened up with that two-piece, and Smash, it seems like it's just back to the spawn. He's not, but it seems like it as he had to back up, rotate, and that was solid. But I want to say, Magnets, great job capping that point and getting a good push alongside it.
Yeah, I mean, even getting a little bit of room to wiggle there in that second part of it. Just good coordination, though, from 100 Thieves. I feel like it's so funny when you have mirror comps and you're just all ulting at the same time. It's so easy to get lost. But Terra really having a good mindset on where he needed to be in that fight, had some really good picks, and made that big difference.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, just Harvey being able to get back in time, too. That was just right time, right place. And listen, it's going to take about 1:55 to get to where they were. So this will be an overtime finish either way, most likely. But we'll see. I mean, this is not they've made it look easy, but it's not always the easiest point to cap. And both times, there's been the initial pick on the duelist, and then the team snowballs from there. So great job there.
Now, it is the question. The ball is in the 100 Thieves court, a team that we've seen absolutely dominate the Marvel Rivals scene. A team of friends, honestly, that get to come together and be this dominant. That's the story that we love to see. But dominance needs to continue, right? This is a team that we expect to be in finals. This is a team that expects to win the whole thing. And we've seen them push to the edge a little bit. Here's a chance for them to kind of show that out.
Alrighty, guys, to go up 1-0 in that best of 5. Again, the loser goes down to the lower brackets. The winner moves on to the upper bracket final, as stated. Tico getting that opening damage. We saw 100 Thieves take that room immediately, and they're going right to it. They're not going to change that strategy as it worked so well the first time, but they need to get this smash pick. That was what opened up the door, and can they burst it wide open, or is the door going to be closed shut?
They're going to look to try to burst that one open. They got a big, strong left kick, but Vinny, he's getting a little low. Gets that shield down as well. Here comes the push from 100 Thieves. Trying to get through this doorway now. Terra looking for the pick over there onto Chuckles as well.
Both Rockets going for the MVP screen over here because SJP and Jabor have been playing fantastic. SJP now with 2 finished picks. Love to see it here as it's been great momentum from 100 Thieves. There's 1:12 seconds. Delena cleaning up the job there. They're going to be able to get this first point pretty handily. Now they're going almost probably for the stagger, right? You want to slowly kill them off. It's not going to matter too much. The team's going to reset up at the top of the hill exactly where we saw that last team fight finish there for Magnets. It all comes down to the last eliminations, but the big difference here is the 100 Thieves were able to build up their ultimates that much better. Skyer at 75%, Harvey, though, at 94%. But the big one is Terra with the Kraken impact right there available in the next fight.
Probably the best Winter Soldier to do it here right now in the Marvel Rivals seed, and see if he can make that difference yet again. Again, we said last time in this push, in this same spot, that was where the buildup was. Here comes the ult.
There we go. TTK opening up with the picks. The Vanguards are getting it done this time around as everybody goes down immediately. Smash this time, trying to get something rolling and get that important pick. But Terra staying with the team, staying nice, close, tight as 100 Thieves. They did bend a little bit as we saw last week, but they did not break. It is theirs to go up 1-0.
1-0 in the best of 5, and such a tightly contested finish there in the end as well. I still think that this 100 Thieves team is so hard to overcome because they're all so good at the game, but also at the strategies implementation. And this team has been second to none so far, and we see them be able to overcome that hump over and over again.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a different play here from Delena, being able to see it from another angle, and it's Delena going crazy as he always does.
Yep.
But hey, listen, we saw a bunch of 3-0s. I just want to say that was a fun way to open this thing, Mazel. And the kind of the hype there for the Magnets lived up.
It did. It did. I mean, the run is there for a reason. There's a lot of eyes on this team for a reason, and we could see some of that in the initial pushes as well. I mean, you said it last week. I'll say it this week. It is no easy thing to get a 3 push onto 100 Thieves on any map, but being able to see that from Les Amants was really, really nice. The thing is, though, you still have a second life, even if you lose this best of 5, but I have a lot of promise that this could go the distance between the two.
Look at Skyer's healing here. Incredible job. And I mean, just from there, pretty much the play was somewhat equalized. But yeah, I want to say I'm most impressed by a couple things. Smash in the way that he played, especially on controller as hella. I don't think I've seen, especially at this level of play, that level of precision there on the stick. So nice job there. But even, I want to compliment 100 Thieves from coming back, being able to do what they do best. Let's go ahead and relive that moment for a second and check out the highlights.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing and hoping your rise, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift winter's done yet, we are rebels till the end. Rise and hoping your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And
Alrighty, guys, welcome back. That was a way to kick things off, that is for sure. And there's a lot to break down in that matchup as they're about to head back together again. I gotta say, though, the thing that stood out to me was I've not seen a lot of strategists being able to match what 100 Thieves brings to the table. Harvey, SJP is just a great double threat. And I think Jimbury and Skyer did the job. They rose up really well, and I thought that was some of the best rocket play I've seen.
Dude, it was fun. I mean, both rockets, I gotta say, SJP was looking pretty good on it as well. But again, as you said, the point remains that we don't get to see a lot of strategists live up to the level that 100 Thieves strategists have. And it was really nice to see that duality there. I think on a counterpoint there, I do want to take a maybe introspective look into Les Amants and how they utilize those vanguards, and especially the spacing that they were trying to utilize there. Because if you give 100 Thieves that entrance into the middle of the comp, I mean, Terra is just going to rip you apart, and you've got to find a way to kind of shore that up and make sure that that team synergy is still there.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think it goes kind of underappreciated, the intricacy of playing Groot and using the walls at the right time, cutting off the strategist, and Vinny plays it like the mastercraft that he is. As we head into round 2, it's Yggdrasil's Path. This is one of my favorite matches to watch, one of my favorite maps to spectate, as we've got our pick bands on the board, and that Wolverine and Adam, just like last time, are the first two off. And is history going to repeat itself? Do we get the exact same bands? I think both teams liked the mirror matchup, and they're comfortable with what they just played.
I know something we talked about last week as well is this is one of the favorites for 100 Thieves in terms of their maps as well. So the rocket is going to be that protect yet again, and we will see what that next one is going to be. The Invisible Woman is going to join again.
I love the rocket protects. I'm telling you, like, this did not happen until later stages in the MRI. But this is, I mean, obviously just it's so impactful, especially on these convoy maps, to have that little bit of forgiveness and then to have that 40% amplifier. Many people sleep on just that rocket being able to use that ultimate to go through support ultimates. It can easily blaze through an Invisible Woman's invisible boundary if played right. It's the nice counter to it. SJP, one of the better Lunas that we've seen here in competitive play, and so that is that direct answer. Probably Loki here. It's probably the exact same pick and ban, and there it is.
There you go. We have the similar bands, similar picks, or at least similar protects. But I think a little fact as well is about the Rocket Raccoon is it enables your superstars like Smash, like Delena, to play with that little bit of aggressive tempo, with a little bit of more confidence, knowing that they will have that BRB coming through. And it does look like, we're just running it back here, Cozy. We're just running it back.
Hey, 100%. And we have 100 Thieves on defense first, but I've got to say, Smash did a great job on his angles and flanks that this map rewards tremendously. One of the best maps when it comes to being sneaky with where your placements are. And I've talked to the teams a lot. I've talked to the players. It's about marking that player and making sure everybody on the team is aware, even if they're unable to deal with it right away, they're aware where the biggest threat is. And right now, that's Smash for Magnets. And let's see if they can rise up to it.
Looking back to last week as well, I know we're not going to see it here because right now it's just the hella off. But Delena with the angles of the Psylocke last weekend and just seeing how he utilizes that extra pressure and kind of the knowledge the enemy team has of you being in that spot. He's been doing that on the Hella too. We've seen literally like multi-flanks from both Hellas this time around. So looking for a lot more of that here. But this is the tried and true setup. This is this corner that you love to have the choke around.
Yeah, absolutely here. And Groot often is banned on this, but both obviously teams, Chuckle and Vinny, love him. Groot makes a massive impact difference here. Maybe more than Kraken impact on this map. Just separating those strategists, getting that heals cut off, or that tank that is trying to get that space, but then he overcommits, right? We've seen that a lot. As Piercing Knight rains down from the Hella, getting nice spell damage there on Skyer as this thing opens up. And Chuckle, you see him doing it right here, playing a safe distance, trying to get space, but not by too much.
And they're going to try to get a little pull play there. Look how much distance they've gotten, but now Delena is up here to try to make a stand around this corner. You do not want to give the length here by 100 Thieves because this push becomes that much harder to defend against. Look at him. He's fighting a little flank angle here as well. We're getting very close to these ultimates coming up here, Cozy.
Yeah, we saw that last week. They like to give their opponent a little bit of space on these convoy maps, right? And then they lock in. We saw that on Midtown. Here it is. This is going to be the closing on Smash. And you got the beautiful finish as Smash goes down. And nice swap there from Delena, able to get to the other side of the map quickly with that Raven, sacrificing his mobility, but to use the aggression to his advantage. And they did just that.
And you see immediately it just signaled the retreat from Les Amants. They need to regroup, refocus. They will have the invisible boundary. They will have the Kraken impact. Can they make something happen here to the defensive ultimates that 100 Thieves are going to be rocking?
Yeah, listen, they've got everything locked and loaded here. Harvey is going to be able to pop that up immediately, and Chuckle's a little bit behind there on getting his ultimate, but both crews look locked and ready to go. This will come down to this initial trade, as it often does. Cyber, though, getting pulled in there in an uncomfortable position. Chucky now having to get himself out of there as well. TTK throwing it down, and TTK usually has been spot on with those ultimates, but unable to connect as Vinny now looking for that imprisonment. You can tell they're setting it up. There's Terra going down. They were ready for it, though. They burst through the Rocket Raccoon. They burst through the buggy, and Terra picking up right where he left off last weekend as TTK swallows him up. The pizza kill is here, and that is it.
That arm got some upgrades apparently over the week as Bucky's been working on it, but Tara's been working on it too. The guy is still a legend on the Winter Soldier, and he shows just why. I think being able to find that target selection is the most crucial part, and he was able to do so well. And now we're getting a little bit desperation push from Les Amants. They've got about a minute and a half to get this point going.
Just pure aura there. And remember, whenever the Kraken impact comes down, you only have to get them to 20% health. Now that will change in season 2 to 15% health. That's the way they're able to just burst through that damage nicely here. As Terra is looking to get right back into it here. He's got that hook ready to go and try to get somebody displaced, but Tico goes down. That's a huge trade to open things up. The BRB already having to be used here, and look at this hook. Look at that claw taking in Chuckles out of position. Chuckles is now just running on the defense, and he's unable to escape. Terra going on a tear.
You think this guy had a machine gun with how he's using this revolver? My God, he's already got the Kraken impact back. This is a nightmare for Les Amants, and this is tried and true 100% 100 Thieves. They show out when they get angry, and we might just have to start calling them Hulk here.
I was watching an interview with Terra, and they asked everybody who is the best duelist in Marvel Rivals. A couple people said Sparker and EU, and Terra's like, he knows who it is. It's him. So Tico going down and getting the elimination on Vinny there, and having the nice trade to smash, eliminating Delina as well. And this is going to give them this space. They're going to need to back into this room.
They might actually get a lot of value with that Goddess of Death. They've gotten the push up to about 3/4. Meteor of M coming in here. Can he get a big dunk? We haven't really seen any dunks coming through just yet. But the defense is there from 100 Thieves. The invisible boundary is going to be popped.
Yep, absolutely. Vinny, though, with the nice trade on Skyer. That's a huge pick as Terra goes down on Tico. They're able to trade. It's overtime. This is it. They go 3 points on Clintar, but can they even get the one on Yggdrasil's path? And it's looking like it's going to be rough as SKP takes down Jabori, and that is it. 100 Thieves with the iron lock of a defense.
I'm telling you, man, like Terra is just too good at this game and too good at Bucky. Like you literally see so many times the Winter Soldier mirror match over and over again. We saw this last weekend. Over and over again, we see this in the meta, and Terra is just the difference, right? Like he is the one that makes it work. And the fact that we've gotten to see him dominate like that multiple times, but he literally was kind of like the 1v9 factor in a lot of those final pushes in this last one.
Yeah, absolutely. And listen, Winter Soldier does the reason they tuned him and what they did to tune it is that initial damage, and then also that immediate health that you can just get to the percentage. And that has been that kind of huge thing in most of these fights. But Groot is staying the exact same. And Vinny, I'm telling you, you know, we look at someone like Hogs on Sentinels and how good he is at all tanks, but he doesn't play any Groot. It's such a precise hero that rewards a ton of play, like we see in something like golf, where you play every day, you get a lot better. You can't come back to it if you skipped a lot of time. And Vinny has put all of the time on the big tree, and it's showing right here.
Yeah, and I think it's also that time gives you a little bit of know-how of how your spacing can really affect the fight and stuff like that, because you can see a massive difference not only in just where walls are placed, but kind of the space given by any Groot. And at the top level, it's even more so that way. So we're getting into this push here. 100 Thieves, they don't got a long way to go, and Les Amants, they got to put on a heck of a defense.
Yeah, here we go now as 100 Thieves going right up the middle. Harvey getting immediate action there and poke damage, keeping Vinny alive there and able to have a nice little, you see Smash there on the top. They must have marked him, and he's playing a little bit on the defense as Delina immediately, though, on the offense. Smash having to adjust and take care of the flank threat. That is the most incredible duelist of positions here. I'm telling you, Delina always finds that angle that he can get that headshot, and he's going now for potential Smash as he's going to go around the backside as he's done often here. He has the high ground. You know the high ground from lore is always the best to have, but Shuckles does trade with Vinny early here. That's going to help them set up, and now I have to reset, and we've got Delina pushed in a lot, so this is awkward.
Terra's about to have his ultimate, and on this Punisher, it can just be the dealer here into this fight. We're getting really set up. Jabori's about to have his as well. Maybe that 40% damage is enough to stop this push, but it's getting a little dicey. He's given so much room to 100 Thieves, and they have so much time to push such little distance.
Yeah, I love the swap to the Punisher. No one's expecting it, right? And look at just like that. He smashes Smash. Jabori having to bring them back. You've got the Punisher guns going out, taking through those group walls. It's a huge way to counter. The infinite ammo's up. He's also able to secure the elimination on the tree. There is a bit of a trade from the Magneto ult, but that was a lot of momentum. There's only a few meters left for 100 Thieves to take the crown here. Vinny now putting on the pressure, getting that space, going on the strategist. Both Rocket, now Smash, and Invisible Woman are blocked. Look at that perfect wall, closing everybody up. Not even going for the elimination, but the zone as they're pushing this as the portal comes down. Now at this point, Magnus just fighting for desperation here, trying to keep them away. Smash has to stay alive if they want to come close to getting this, and it is going to be close as we have the last bit of the fight. The Ultimate's building back up.
They've got a little bit of time here. They've got a little bit of space. They're trying to keep on the point. They have to touch. They cannot give any more space. Look at Delina. Look at Delina.
There it is. There it is. Can he get the Smash pick? Yes, the head shot elimination as we've seen today. I would go Goddess of Death here, but he's just going to go with the good old-fashioned way. Now he goes into the ult, throwing it down, going to go for the Smash elimination yet again as they take him down immediately, both in ult form and on land.
Look at this defense from Lizabol. We thought they would have no room to give, but they're actually pushing 100 Thieves back as well. Smash still having his Goddess of Death. You've got to rely on that for a massive defense. 100 Thieves, they're trying to regroup. They're trying to resettle, and they will have Vinny Strangling Prison plus Terra back on the Winter Soldier, back with the Kraken Impact.
Beautiful defense, though, to be able to just stop that, right? Because that was so much momentum and ultimates going their way here. But here we go. As we said, the ultimates are primed up ready. Huge pick, though, on Vinny, trying to get him uncomfortable and immediately wiping him down with the Kraken Impact. He's got it locked and loaded yet again. And luckily, BRB bringing them back. Delina also had the massive pick there to get things rolling. Delina way in the back line there, making everybody uncomfortable. Smash taking down Terra, though. This is going to slow things down for 100 Thieves. 50 seconds on the clock. This is going to be an absolute legendary effort of a defense if they're able to hold, and there's not much left in the tank for 100 Thieves. You do have Nagamoto, you have two combo setups, but no follow-up.
That's the biggest thing is you have TTK with the Eye of Agamotto ready to go. Vinny with that Strangling Prison. They're still waiting to get those big duelist ultimates, but Delina has just been on this flank this entire time. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chuckle did also switch, and here comes the Eye.
We've seen this time and time again. Delina loves playing like he's on defense here, even though he's on offense. Smash, though, with a huge pick on Vinny, taking that down, and that's also going to slow down the ultimate of imprisonment. And, man, Chuckle going crazy, too. Are they actually going to get this hold against 100 Thieves? I'm not sure, but Delina now taking some quick damage there as he tries to get back to safety. He goes down as well, and this is going to have to be a stalling effort now as the team has to reset. They have plenty in the tank, though. There's the amplifier, 40% damage boost. They have two combo setups. They have everything they need but the Kraken Impact. Yeah. But I think they can still get the job done if they can land the shots. They're throwing out the prison to get things going. Can they get down Tico? No, he escapes.
Wow, Vinny held onto that ult for so long and doesn't get value off of it. TTK, he is the saving grace. He's been holding it. Here it goes.
My gosh, Agamotto going down. Is he able to connect fully? It doesn't look like they're able to get anything out of both combos set up. It's just going to be a fist fight now. No ultimates outside of the Goddess of Death. Smash throwing it down. They have to now shift attention, concentrate, and that's going to give them room to get the eliminations. This is a legendary effort on defense, and they've done it. They've done what seemed to be the impossible. They stopped them on even a greater defensive hold. What did I just watch?
Let's go! We have a contested series. We have some pressure being put on 100 Thieves. I couldn't be more excited. Les Amours with a devastating defense there. Wow, what a way to start off our day here, Cozy.
That is why you never give up, right? As cheesy, corny as it is, you never give up, you never surrender, right? Because you can do even a better performance than the ones before you. You guys see it in your rank play. We just saw it here at the top level. And I've got to say, just fantastic job from Magnets. And you know what? We saw 3-0, 3-0, 3-0. We finally see a little bit of life here. And great job, man. That was fun to watch.
That's 100 Thieves' first loss. Like, that's so massive to think about it. And it comes off the back of some really gritty performances from Les Amours. I think that's the biggest thing to think about here is they were in mirror matchups for the entirety of this. Even the switch to Doctor Strange, it was a mirror matchup. We got the immediate switch, and they were able to hold off 100 Thieves. So it comes down to the mechanical skill and also that togetherness that Les Amours have definitely come into this game thinking about.
Yeah, I like what you said there about the grit, because that portal was kind of where everything was shown, right?
Yeah.
And you got to wonder, that Punisher change, like, you know, that kind of slowed things down. They did get a little bit of something going from it, but then they had to swap, kind of reset. That could have been it. We'll have to see, but let's go and check out the highlights. Relive the legendary defenses. Let's go.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing and hoping your prize, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls before the rifts winters again. The arrival till the end. Rise and hoping your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, racing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. See the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more, that now is the only time your heart is mine.
Thus I smite thee! Behold the god of thunder!
crazy when you never miss. Nowhere to hide. Woo! I never miss. Making the cut.
Your mind is mine. Impervious. Steel presence.
Three, two, one, blast off! Legendary!
What's up, guys? Welcome back. Hey, I know you just saw the Emma Frost trailer, the skin. Okay, hey, we're here. We've got a 1-to-1 matchup, all right? We've got to lock in and talk about what we just saw. And to me, Mazel, it came down to the ultimates. It came down to the Vanguard play. They had that one beautiful Terra, just, it was a Pinta? And then from that point on, there was just no synergy going on for the final eliminations.
Yeah, I think the hardest thing to see, I know we talked going into this one in the little break where we were like, we saw a little bit of what we wanted to see from the last game, where we saw a little bit more cleanliness from the Vanguard setup from Les Amants. But I have to think about that setup at the end for 100 Thieves where they were holding Vinny and TTK's ultimates, not able to find a combination there. It felt like 2 or 3 resets went by, and then we got the unleashing of them. Still didn't find anything, and those are things that 100 Thieves can easily clean up and go back to the dominant team we know them as.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, but because they were kind of just staggering a little bit, but it came down to just one player, and then Delina had this great flank angle, but then no one was there, so then he had to come back, and by that point, then he got eliminated, and there's just never that reset. So can they reset here, get things together? Magnets, 100 Thieves, 1-to-1. This is exactly what you want. And we've got the Adam Warlock, yet again, coming from 100 Thieves, starting on offense. Here's the Wolverine. I think we're going to see the same pick and bans.
This is my first series, Cassie Marvel Rabbit, that's gotten more than 3 games. I'm just happy to be here, all right, Cozy? But we do have that Wolverine fan, like you were saying. A big focus into this one. Hit the Loki protect this time around instead of that third ban that we were seeing last time around.
Yeah, it was a visible woman from them last time. So it's interesting that they go into what essentially was banned there. And hey, that's risky business against someone like Harvey. Love to see that, as the Rocket Raccoon now protected from 100 Thieves, and then this typically goes into the Loki ban, but we now see the Luna ban. So they're now, what are they going to ban? What is Magnets going to go with?
I'm okay with that, so we don't have to get 4 between 2 worlds going at the same time. We had that so much last weekend, and it buys a lot of time there as well. But hey, I'm tired of dancing. All right, we'll see what this third ban is going to be, though. We got to see that Loki joining that table last time around, so maybe trying to change things up a little bit. It's actually going to be the Hela. So taking away a primary piece from both Smash and Delena.
That shows the confidence that Smash has in his flexibility, because we saw how great he was at Hela. Even though Delena's fantastic, Smash now going to flex into what Tico was playing. Tico going to the Vanguard, and look at this. We got a triple Vanguard, which if you guys watched the recent Dev Vision, they even highlighted they love the triple Vanguard play, and that makes so much sense. They went for the Loki save, because you want to know the engine that fuels that? It's Loki. His healing, they, for a reason, put a extra, I think, 5 seconds now on his runes, on his crystals, because it's such an engine to keep everyone alive, and you've got Magneto to do the damage. It's a tough team to fight.
It is, and the healing is just so ridiculous. You can get those big chunky health bars so quickly up. But Cozy, I'm excited. We're getting into this third map of this best of 5, and we finally get the handshakes off, I guess. No more mirrored comps. We actually have a little bit of differentiation between the two. By the way, I love that Delena was locking in Winter Soldier just to maybe have a little bit of fun with Terra. We all know that Terra is going to lock that one in. It is going to be the Delena Star-Lord here, though.
Yeah, Delena plays great Star-Lord, probably the second best DPS under Hela as well. Star-Lord just has so much instant damage. And I like whenever teams have something thrown against their game plan. And we're seeing that right here. It's 1-1. That's against their game plan and a Hela ban. So they really wanted to get them uncomfortable here as we see Magnus taking that defense first. And they're going right to 100 Thieves. Playing risky. They want it all, and you've got to show it as they're going right to the spawn, getting this going. If they can get something early, that's huge. But the spawn's right there, so this is some risk versus reward action as Cybery, though, does capitalize on it and gets Vinny down, but Tico has a long walk back.
Yeah, that walk is so brutal. Being able to take him off the table, that's a massive frontliner down to Lena. Now looking for some pop shots here as the Star-Lord, and I think we're starting to lose some faith here in this early push from Les Amants.
Yeah, so with the triple Vanguard approach, you really have to make sure you don't get eliminated because you're risking a little bit, especially without that BRB device. You're risking a lot of a walk back. This is going to give him plenty of free real estate here. Delena pushed up early. They're going to go with the portal, though, immediately back into it. I love the aggressive nature. Delena all the way up, having to come back and rotate. And here comes the Kraken impact to get the eliminations rolling. Shuffle, first one out. He can maybe hit that portal because he just came up. But wow, Tanko with the hit.
He actually got the reset there too, trying to get the grab. Can't get him on TTK, but he's got that reset of the Kraken impact. Looking for more, but here comes the Galactic Legend.
Wow, okay, Delena getting that pressure early. Remember, any pick that 100 Thieves here is much more imperative because Skyer now having to take a long walk back, and without the strategist, that's going to be tough. Jimmy, though, on that Loki was able to copy, get the invisible boundary up. TTK, though, can he seal this hit? And he does! We've seen the meteor go up, down, and not be impactful, but there it is. Jibbery going down, and Delena picking up the scraps.
Able to clean that one up there. Love to see a meteor connecting, and 100 Thieves will get a very long push here. No portal this time around, Cozy.
Yeah, I love the aggressive nature right now from Magnus, though.
Me
like
too,
they
man.
feel they don't care who 100 Thieves is, right? They're like, we're players, we got here too. We're gonna show it as they're gonna reset here, and I think they're gonna challenge this point one more time as you see him going up the Groot ladder and down from the high ground here. I like this approach from them. They've got plenty in the tank. They've got the Agamotto into the meteor if they need that. Smash building up that Kraken impact very fast here, and look for them to open up with that. But what do you see? Vinny and Terra, can they land it? Here comes the meteor, and it throws down from space, and Terra being eliminated. There goes that combo. They were looking for it.
We got dunks going on both sides. Vinny gonna get grabbed, getting very low. Vinny is gone now. And now Tabori on the other side trying to save himself. Goes with those runes. The Agamotto, I don't think hit anybody.
No, unfortunately, but Jabori, great rotation there and able to protect himself from the legendary, fellow Loki player here. Respect with how he was able to play and survive there. Very hard to Delena. That was his main target. Now Delena having to get a little poke, but oh my gosh, he was just trying to get out of there with his team resetting, but he got the pick on Smash, and now he's able to collapse on the Loki. He knows exactly where he was, where he hit from the legendary previously, taking down the clones, and here comes the aggression. Vinny pushing up early there. Vinny on that Doctor Strange is fun to see as they are going all gas, no brakes. Cracking it back and the reset on the clones with ease. He's going to push them out of the runes. And look at this master class of managing the Loki clones and crystals. That is something to see.
Oh, he
as they're
saved
trying
himself.
to get him off the edge. And he saves him. Dude, that was the perfect master class there from Terra.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead and make a YouTube video out of it here for him because that was just to the T what you need to be doing, and there's a reason why we lauded this guy's Winter Soldier over and over again. I gotta say though, I mean, sticking to the Hulk theme for 100 Thieves, they took away Delena's Hela. Well, now he's angry on the Star-Lord. Both these guys are pumping, Cozy.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they're going to trade off this triple Vanguard approach, but they still going to rock and roll with it. And I got to say, Jabori here playing the perfect game and still just going up against greatness. Tico throwing down the meteor. Can he land that on the legendary? No way. He is going to counter it, though. Get plenty of charge up. Unable to get the elimination even from the 100 juice. Purple ball there as he's pushing in immediately on TTK, trying to get the pressure going. Smash now does have that Kraken impact, can follow up here, but nothing to combo with, but doesn't need it as he gets the uppercut on Terra and the elimination. Now Vinny going down into Kraken impact. This is going to be a full reset from the Smash.
We heard you talking, Smash says, and he goes ahead and executes his own great series of plays on the Winter Soldier. This guy has been definitely big eye for us today, having that great performance to start off on the Hela. And now back on the Winter Soldier. But here comes yet another push. We have to take a stock. Vinny has ultimate. TTK has ultimate.
And look at Delina on Storm now. We have to switch from the legendary Star-Lord himself. They've got the Omega Hurricane. Love the switch up. Love the surprise factor. Terra now trying to get a pick. Does get smashed. And he's got the Kraken impact. It's going to be that snowball now from 100 Thieves. It's the opposite of what we just saw. But a clutch ultimate comes down from Skyer. And this is going to be it with a huge pop of the Maelstrom, and wow, Cyber able to go through all of that and making it look like easy work.
I mean, that's actually massive. Like, this healing for Jabori up on the side, he was untouched. And they still have Cyber, and they still have Jabori's ultimate. They can actually put up a nice defense here. 100 Thieves, they're starting to run out of time. 50 seconds there on this push to get another point.
Jabori is just going wild, and now we understand why they went with that Loki ban immediately. Each time they're playing this triple Vanguard, they're comfortable with it, and Jabori is that engine. And we've got the Omega Hurricane. They're going to try to get something going as he gets a huge pick on Cyber, trying to get the CC of Agamotto. The Omega Hurricane coming down, trying to get the pressure going into... Wow, Chico trying to land the hit on Storm, unable to do so, but does trade from CTK. Omega Hurricane came up without any eliminations, and that's going to be huge as this is a tough point to take. Smash making it even harder as Delina goes down. Now Smash trying to escape, is unable to. Terra now trading with him.
They actually get that separation on the difference in the Kraken impact here. Terra is still cooking them here. This might be a big push from 100 Thieves to try to get them on the other side of overtime. But look at that redeploy with the portal. This is why Les Amos go with this competition. They are hard to kill, and they are just difficult to get off the point.
Yeah, I mean, my goodness, we saw Smash, but here goes Delina taking down Jabori. That's a huge elimination as Terra trades with the Strange. Chuckle taking down Terra, and at this point, it's anybody's match. They have plenty, but Delina making the difference, taking out Tico, and they're able now to get to this small hook here. I don't think they're going to be able to cap, though. There's going to be one more defensive effort. They do have the invisible boundary to keep things honest. But outside of that, this is going to be a fair fight. The imprisonment, though, to make things really uncomfortable. And Jabori is locked and loaded as well. Can they get the space, though? TTK pushing up. They're trying to go right into it. They do stop it. 2.65 meters to the cap. Can they get it going? The imprisonment used right away. But Cyber taken down by 100 Terra. And they trade perfectly here. Do we see the Omega Hurricane? We do. It's going into it. There's the invisible boundary from Jabori at perfect play. Two great teams trying to find their way in the upper bracket finals. 1-1. This would be a massive stop from Magnets, but Smash making it even more known as he goes down, takes down Delina. At this point, it's going to be anybody's game.
It could be this push from Vinny here. He's trying to be the saving grace. There's the Meteor of him. It's going to be blocked as well, though. Nice little push from 100 Thieves. The overtime is there. Nobody can step off the point now. Smash trying to get back, but no ultimates besides Skyer are available for Les Amos, and they're going to pop it.
Wow, and at this point, it is going to be just absolute perfect play from both teams. What a incredible switch there at the end to the Strange to get the portal back, to get that momentum. You can't have anybody picked at that point. Chuckle putting pressure into that portal, making sure that nobody can hop through. But he's able to do so, and with that, they're just trying to push him off at this point. The big lanterns to keep him alive. This is so close with the Agamotto pushing, pulling. Delina, though, in the backline, somebody staying on. This fight has been going for ages. Both teams want it so bad. They don't want to go down, but Delina with the quick change, the portal back. We just saw this from Magnus on Yggdrasil's path. Delina now taking a book from Doctor Strange's pages.
That's actually such a huge switch up there, because it means that 100 Thieves continue to get this push going. And we were wondering if that kind of longevity that Les Amos can play with was going to be the difference maker. Now we see 100 Thieves pushing up past this point to get some extra distance.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw that. Like, whenever Yggdrasil's path was coming down to overtime, we had them. Magnets came back with the Strange swap, and then they were able to be successful. It just worked out for Delina. He's back, though, on Psylocke. We saw this last week, and he was fantastic here. There's only going to be 54 seconds, though, so they have to make quick works from it. Chuckle, Smash, everybody getting a piece of the pie here as they wipe out 100 Thieves. 46 seconds left.
Yeah, the Tico dance of the butterflies. Gotta love that swap up as well. Honestly, that has been the biggest story for me in this series, is these swaps are being game changing in both of these maps so far.
I mean, again, it's not just crowd control, it's a forced reunion there from Crew, and this is why it makes such an impact early. Tico now with this quick swap to Psylocke indoors. This is such a great point of high contestation, and Psylocke able to put a lot of pressure inside this last point as we see both great duelists swap to it. Delena does have the dance of the butterflies. It's going to look to go on to duelist, but who is the best counter against it? Typically, it's going to be Loki.
Okay, Delena gets the pick. Now, this is the moment. Delena looking for the angle on the back line here, but just trying to find an angle for this dance of butterflies. Trying to get a pick now as well.
Ooh.
It's a finding smash.
I love Delena on Psylocke. He plays this character with such confidence, and it just perfectly highlights his kit. He's going to go with the dance now, most likely. No, he just goes with the quick dash, taking out
even
Skylar.
need it.
My goodness, he doesn't need an ultimate. He's just going to poke him and brought him with the shotgun. That is Psylocke. And again, this character just complements his gameplay perfectly. Look at trying to go for the one quick kill there. You can get a very fast combo with Psylocke. And right now, they're just trying to reset. Little bit of stall going on. Overtime push. Can 100 Thieves cap it? Finish it off.
Big thing is Tico about to have his chuckle, about to have his ultimate. Now Delena holding on. Here we go.
Okay, there we go. Dance of the Butterflies trying to take down Tico. He is going to be able to get down SJP. SJP down. That's a monster pick. Harvey just trying to keep things going as he does take down Tico. That's huge. There is nothing to keep them up, though, as they're able to just snowball Terra down into Harvey. And at this point, 100 Thieves, valiant effort, good push. Certainly looking a lot better than at the beginning of the second point. And they're going to be held on that third point inside.
So a couple things happened in the last part. Delena trying to use the ultimate to get out of the damage that was coming down during the strangling prison, but really good synchronicity from Les Amants to get that last defensive. But they just held 100 Thieves from getting the 3 points.
Yeah, I mean, that was even though they got pretty far into the third, that was an awesome defense all the way around. They did not break at all. And in the second point, it came down to a last second, half-court shot there from Delena into the Strange, and I love to see him, man. I'm telling you, he must have read up in the library during the weekend. I haven't seen a lot of Delena on Strange, but again, at Kamartage, getting primed up for his moment, and Delena seems like he can do it all. He's not just the hella. Ban him, I'll switch, I'll swap, but I love to see this because I've yet to see a team that effectively plays triple Vanguard to huge success against 100 Thieves. They typically sweep these teams, and Magnets is showing they can.
Yep, and maybe they just found something in the prep. I think that's the biggest thing, is there is a lot of tape on 100 Thieves as well. Les Amants could go through and try to find those strategies working. But like you said, typically it doesn't work. So they must have found something that just in the comfort or the strategy that works out for them. But this is also a big ask. I think the defense for 100 Thieves on this map is second to none. And I really want to see how they utilize this. They are swapping up the composition a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely here. And it just goes so much past just the gameplay. The homework and prep, the double Psylocke swap, that's not coincidence, man. They both know what to expect, and they did their homework. They watched their team's matches, and we're watching that time in the film room, as they say, come to light here, as Terra on the thing is something to witness. It's clobbering time, my man, as he's throwing down the haymakers and getting that immediate pressure. I love the swap.
That's the beauty of it. All you got to do is right-click, baby. Okay, sometimes you got to turn your ability. Sometimes you got to do that, but right-click it all day, and Terra knows exactly how to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen 100 Thieves go triple Vanguard at the beginning of this point before. I believe it was against Sentinels a long time ago, the MRI, but they're back here ready. This is a great first point to do it. Skyer, though, taking down Vinny. They still have 2 Vanguards to keep things going, and Chuckle goes up to space there for a moment, really getting his distance. We have Cybers trying to get Delena down. This would be a massive pick, and he successfully does. But all the fights happening here at the very beginning of the spawn, that's going to give 100 Thieves plenty of room still, and there could be even a couple of fights. And Cyber here going for a little bit of spying or potential portal close-off.
Yeah, I could be looking at the doorway closes there, but just going to see if they get any swaps going through here and trying to spy if TTK is going to go with any kind of portal themselves. Again, like you said, though, this first push is massive right now, as they are going to get a lot of distance. But as we come back to the fold, 100 Thieves, they've got a lot locked and ready to go.
Yeah, I love Harvey here on his comfort, on his home. He's got his Loki ready to go. SJP with the invisible boundary is going to be able to help plenty of defense there. And they don't really have much offensively. They had to use a lot there, the mutants, on the initial push there. And that was big. Smash doesn't need an ultimate to take down Delina. And you know, you have to have confidence to play these flyers against someone as good as Smash of what we've seen. Massive Agamotto there with the 5-hit. Smash taking down Vinny. And that was a thing of beauty from Cyber.
It really was. You hear the eyes of Agamotto going all over the place. Smash is trying to buy some time here in this pocket as they come back around the corner. Chuckle, he does have the strangling prison here. Maybe looking for an angle. Doesn't even need it just yet. Gonna get one of the KOs, but they are chasing 100 Thieves down.
Wow, I mean, that was such a mastercraft of the CC that is Agamotto. Great job there. And right now, if you're looking at both teams, this fight's going to be tight and close because we have plenty of setups, but not a lot of finish. But Smash has that massive difference in the Kraken impact. Cyber, though, with the double pop of the AoE, not letting anybody get a piece at this point, and they're confidently trying to take point 1 here as Smash uses his ultimate. They're kind of emptying the vault here, but with confidence as they take down 100 Thieves with ease. This portal can't even get the players through.
Give him resets, baby. That's all Smash was like. Oh, he just got like bumped into the sky and lost his Kraken impact. But that is a desperate attempt there from 100 Thieves to try to get back onto that point and try to get something going. We are going to see the readaptation now. Terra on this Winter Soldier again, and a defense in the second point needed. There's a ton of time for Les Amont to work with.
Yeah, that portal was straight to hell. I mean, that was your death sentence there.
Bucky's waiting for you on the other side.
With the Kraken impact, yeah, that's a tough way to go in there. But valiant effort as Harvey pushing forward. They do have the mischief there to be able to copy and, again, have plenty of a defensive effort. Terra is going to have the Kraken impact. We're going to see that wombo combo. That is him and Vinny. We've seen them on and off with how successful it's been. And if we look on the defense, so Skyer can easily do the boundary or Jabori, whatever they decide to go with here.
See if they actually want to kind of get this push around the corner. Maybe just waiting for a better angle, waiting for a couple of these ultimates. Cypher is about to have his eye Agamotto, but really I'm looking at Smash to get this one going. Invisible Boundary will end up getting popped there as well by Harvey.
Yeah, that's actually a huge bait of the Strategist ultimate because now they have both of theirs ready to go and the Eye of Agamotto is nearly charged. I think that's what they were waiting for here. It's charged. Will Cyber continue to do what he's doing best? Bully. We said that first round on Clintar, it wasn't exactly what we wanted to see from the Vanguards, and since then they've stepped up to the plate. Cyber making a big impact as he goes in with the AoE. He gets the Agamotto down. They try to combine it, but Terra with the quick defense on Cyber using Kraken impact to keep his team alive the best he can there. And Vinny smashing down Smash, going for Skyer here at this point, and even with the bait from the Harvey boundary, they were able to make beautiful trades there and just huge intelligence and awareness from Terra to take down what could have been an impactful Agamotto.
Yeah, that was a massive clean sweep from 100 Thieves. They still have Vinny's strangling prison here as well. They'll be close to that storm from Delena, and Harvey about to have his back up. I'm sure an invisible boundary will be there. Terra try to get out of that one, but now another defense coming in because you've got about a minute and 35 seconds, a little bit more than that. Terra finds another KO, though, to stop the push right now from Les Amont.
And not just any, I mean, Jabori, that's a massive one to be able to take down, and that's just going to have enforced the full team reset, right? Vinny with Delena should be enough to handle this, because if we look over on Magnus, they've got really nothing left in that tank. And that's what's so crazy. They were able to win that fight, 100 Thieves, where the Magnus kind of used everything that they had ready. The eye, the imprisonment, but building up quickly. Here comes the Omega Hurricane. Skyer, though, is going to have the answer to this with the invisible boundary that should be popped up any moment. They're just going to rely on the rune stones. There's the boundary. And at this point, they're going to put all the pressure on them. 100 Thieves should now empty their vaults and try to get some eliminations. But Jabori with a huge snipe.
Jabori just stopping Delena's angle there, but look at 100 Thieves. They are waiting. They're buying time right now. That Harvey invisible boundary is there, but you still have Terra with this Kraken impact ready to go. You still have SJP with his own invisible boundary. They need to get back over here on the point, though. They're keeping this choke point ready to go under the arches.
We saw how hard this was for 100 Thieves to cap. Will it be as hard for Magnets? There's plenty in the tanks for both. This is about to be the fireworks of Ultimates, a light show. You're barely going to know what's going on as both teams empty out the tank. 100 Thieves Terra getting a nice hit there on the clones, being able to fuel up his firepower. Delena trying to get that poke damage. The only ultimate not up for 100 Thieves will be the Omega Hurricane. That could come in clutch later as both teams use everything they've got. All the check marks coming out, and this is not your homework. This is for the upper bracket finals, and this is it. Terra trying to get that early pick. Both teams playing safe with the poke, trying to get that initial advantage and get the momentum in their direction.
They can, dude. They're going to push around the corner. They're strangling Prison Pup. Here comes that ultimate parade.
There it is. Derek now going immediately on Tico. And with the elimination there, beautiful. A smash just trade with Delena yet again. That's going to be very impactful as Jabor going in, trying to get that boundary going. Terra, though, we've seen it before. We've seen it again. He puts things in his own hands here. There's not a lot of time left. Terra getting his distance. Here comes the smash. And no connection there as TTK, though, does finish off Cyborg. And this should be, right now, 100
Delena with
to
the
lose.
switch. Oh, Delena, he's getting a little low there. Smash trying to find him, does end up doing it, but Vinny is able to get the denial onto Smash. They're losing bodies. The overtime count is coming to a close.
What? So, I mean, listen, sometimes this comes down to just the fights with the ultimates and how you can use them, the teamwork that comes into play, and who's getting what picked. And honestly, just the patience of cooldowns and not pulling the trigger too soon. Who uses that strategist ultimate? Who uses the combo setup first? And we saw last time, even though 100 Thieves lost that kind of internal battle, they were able to win with the portal back that they kept on cooldown, and everything was cooled down from there.
It definitely feels like 100 Thieves realized what Les Amants were putting down and kind of adapted their strategy to that, right? Like even that early push going to that triple Vanguard that we know they've done before all that time ago, right? But trying to adapt that style to make sure they can win. And it did look dominant in the end.
Listen, I've got notes on a lot of players. I've talked to almost everybody. Skyer, you're next up. 70,000 healing. Are you kidding me? I mean, 70,000, 60 before that. These strategists, I have praised 100 Thieves for SJP and Harvey. They're some of my favorite in the game and how they play across the world, honestly, EU and moving forward. But man, Skyer and Jabrori are playing with just excellence in the role.
Yeah. And that's a lot of the factor of what has led to this massive run in the upper bracket from Les Amants. You even have to give some love to Jabori there. I know you're giving love to both of them, but some of those shots, some of the angles for the saves on the Loki as well, countering Harvey on the other side, I think was really, really nice. Like you think to that one defensive point at the top where he was kind of using that second level to just have an angle over them. Really, really awesome stuff. 100 Thieves, they will go up 2-1 now, though, in the series.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. Let's go ahead and relive the chaos. It has been tight. Loser goes to the lower bracket. Let's check out the highlights.
Thus I smite thee! Behold the god of thunder!
Too easy when you never miss. Nowhere to hide. Woo! I never miss. Making the cut.
Hello and welcome back to what has been chess with superpowers. I mean, both these teams, it feels like a grand finals at time with how they're playing, the adjustments they're making, and I think we've talked about it. What I want to highlight there is not just the elite play, but the swaps at the right time to just capitalize on the opportunity. We saw there from Delina several times, but everybody kind of playing a role into their role and trying to be flexible, and it was showcasing there massively.
Yeah, I think the swaps at Duelist, the swaps at Vanguard have been really interesting to kind of keep an eye on, because we had started this series with full-on mirror matches, and now we're starting to get some differences, but that immediate swaps from Delena and Smash, it's so funny because it seems like Delena is definitely leading that swap, and then Smash's answer is to kind of get that mirror match into it and try to find the better of it. But I'm hoping to see some more Psylocke. I'm hoping to see some more setup strategies from these two teams, but it does have a situation where Les Amants, they are backs against the wall from here on out. One more map win and 100 Thieves will go on to that upper final.
Yeah, we see why Wolverine's getting banned right away from Magnets, and it's because they do play that triple Vanguard to great success. And that's really why, if we're going to see Mirror, it all depends down if we get exactly the same bans that happened last time, because that is going to be able to favor Magnets in that triple Vanguard. They're going to start with the Adam Warlock. They don't want any save to happen. My guess is Magnets like to save them because they would probably go with another ban there. But instead, we've got the Rocket Raccoon. We've seen the same stuff here from 100 Thieves. Are we going to see it? Is this the Loki save, or is it the Invisible Woman? It's moving to Invisible Woman.
There it is. Okay. So we did end up seeing bans on the Loki in that first map in the third ban slot for both. At least it was typically actually
Luna
on the red
Loki.
side. Yeah, but we'll see if that is going to be the same this time around. Right now, the Luna is there, so I'm going to expect that it's going to be much the same.
And guys, this is some of the last you're going to see of Shin Shibuya, at least for a little bit. This is going to be rotating out of competitive play. And wow! 100 Thieves going with their group ban.
Man.
And you want to know why? Vinny loves Venom on this map. Shin Shibuya is a great Venom map to capitalize, and I love the swap off. We've seen a little bit of this from each team. It was Hella last time. It's Groot this time, and now Chuckle is going to have to flex to the Thing. And again, as I was saying before, Shin Shibuya rotating out for Season 2. One of my favorite maps. I think this is a great one to watch here.
Oh, it's going to be so fun. But also, you can just be so annoying on this map as Vinny, and that's exactly why he wants this choice. My big shout out, we get to go back to the tried and true Duelist 1v1 setup. Smash and Delena back on the Hella after it was banned away in that second map.
Yeah, and this is quite the comp here from the Magnets. You're going to have Strange and Thing. That's going to give plenty of space, you know, for them to be able to push pretty aggressively on offense. 100 Thieves having to lock things down early. And for 100 Thieves, I've said it again, I'll say it here now. Harvey here is great with Loki on this map. This little room that Delena was in right there is great to reset and a place to escape back into the lanterns. You're going to see both strategists kind of use that as a protection from flanks, because as you just said, Smash on controller can go crazy, and this is a great element to do so.
It's a good shout out. It's a good shout out. We'll see if he can keep up with Delena again, because this has been the most contested series I feel like we've seen 100 Thieves deal with. I mean, obviously Fight Night just happened as well, but trying to see if they can be that clean team we've known them, this undefeated run that was stopped here after they just lost the map to Les Amants.
Yeah, absolutely here, and I think they're going to go just full aggro mode here as they're trying to decide what flank to take. Vinny taking early damage though, as Venom having to hop out of there. This is usually Hulk's job, but Venom has been great this season for that just consistent source of annoyance and distraction and pressure that you want from that Vanguard role. Smash now trying to get that early trade here as Jabrori is on that rocket we've seen once before. Infinite ammo going down, and they're going to try to burst down Vinny on that Venom, and this is why the pick works out so well. Having great escape, able to flex and move around where needed to, but now here we go. We've got the push in. Cyborg trying to make things uncomfortable. Taking down Sarah. Key elimination there, but Delena is getting rid of Smash, and that's going to be an even trade. Two duelists down, but there goes Smash, resurrected by the rocket, and that might be the difference.
It might be indeed. They have this renewed push as well. Smash knows where Delena is, trying to get the pick on the angle there. Gets this OKO as he swaps over to the right side. Invisible boundaries are here, Cozy. We're starting to get a little bit thick.
What a quick It's Snap there and Crackle from the mouse, or I guess controller. Smash taking out TTK. That's a massive elimination early as Terra now going down with a Kraken impact. Unable to get a connection there. That's a quick usage. There was no combo setup. You're going to have less of that with Vinny on the Venom. There they are. They're in the room to reset, and at this point, they're probably going to have to full commit as the Venom goes out. Come on, Vinny's going to get that elimination.
He does
secure it. He wanted that with everything he's got, but Smash with the quick soul reacher into the beautiful headshot, and that came down to really just perfect play from Magnets as they get the point.
That was clean. The 1v1 matchup again. It goes the way of Smash in that one. A couple quick kills also going the way of Les Amol, and now they have a pretty good push off the back of that. We also have to look. Smash has the Goddess of Death. Delena also has his. We're getting a little bit closer to other ultimates, but still pretty far away from them. And I love the way that Vinny has been playing this. This is tried and true Vinny performance.
Yeah, they've got really good aggressive just team comp here as Delena getting a beautiful poke to slow things down. Tico going down early. Again, that BRB, though, is going to be very handy on a map like this where you need to rely on mistakes and play with that aggressive nature. That's why the BRB is so good right now for them. They're able to play with the aggression that they want to. They need to if they want to beat 100 Thieves. They're down 2-1. It could come down to this, or they go down to the lower as Smash knows it, taking down Delena. We are seeing just often in early trades from both teams. Chuckle using the smash and hit into the Magneto shields, taking him down, and now they're on the last bit of this point here, but we do have Vinny distracting the payload, and that's what Venom is best at. He's able to keep that thing at bay, and no one can deal with it.
And it's so difficult now to actually get this redemption push on because you do have everything available on both sides pretty much, and see if any of these picks up through. Tico has been a force to be reckoned with now as well in these pushes.
This is about to be a symphony of chaos, right? Like everybody, it's who's going to hit the perfect note as we've got both teams now going all in. Everything's about to be emptied out. The cues have been said. They said unleash as Tico takes down there with beauty. And we've got the infinite ammo now. Tico trying to capitalize on this. Get the quick hooks. Can't even see, and they're going for the reach. And there goes a meteor to the moon as Cyber tries to fly it up there and unable to connect, but does take down Delena, and that's going to give them all the space they need to at least get this thing closer to the bridge.
It's a zoning meteor, using the gravity to push him out of the area, but it truly is trying to get him in the sky. Wasn't able to, but the push is still there. Les Amol almost onto this first separation here on this 2-point map, and they've done so by just denying this pressure from 100 Thieves. It's not like Delena isn't finding angles. It's not like these are going down, but Tico now making it known.
That was incredible. I mean, beautiful as Delena and TTK trying to put pressure on Smash, but then you've got Tico with one of the best hooks that I've seen in this tournament, getting both with the huge uppercut and the pressure. Vinny now going on that visible woman again. Can he capitalize on the elimination? He does not, but Terra taking down Smash in return. TTK going down. There's that BRB up, and right now 2 meters separating the teams. And at this point, it's going to be bad as Tico is able to throw down the Kraken impact. The invisible boundary goes up, and at this point, the point goes to Magnus.
Yeah, I mean, really nice separation from Tico there. I mean, he has been a lethal hunter in these fights. He's just finding the angles on the strategist of of the other side of things for Les Amol. And now, a little bit far from the ultimates, but this is a massive push in the right direction for Les Amol.
Yeah, that's a tough point to get on this map, too. And so really good play there from them. Just able. This is probably the next bit of choke here. Up this hill can be very tough because a lot of the advantage goes to the defense with how quick their spawn is. They have a clobbering time. They're going to look to set up here. Nothing to follow, but they can go with the meteor. We've seen that plenty of times in Dom maps throughout this tournament. Here goes clobber time. There's the connection. And we see it right there as Terra, wrong place, wrong time, gets smashed with 100,000 pounds of meteor.
Yeah, Cyber says, I'm not missing that one. Point blank there, but he did have the BRB device, so Terra is still back in the fight, back in this defense for 100 Thieves. He's getting pushed around a little bit, but here comes the lead on the flank on a Smash. Smash trying to reset as well. Wow. Not going to be able to. 100 Thieves able to get this push.
Yeah, when you lose all that space here in the second point, that's a great swap over for Vinny going into the thing, able to adjust now and have that presence for his team, as this is really 2 bulls going against each other on this side of the point. And as you just said beautifully, that meteor went to Marvel Rivals 2. The other one went right to Terra's face. That was great from Cyborg there, as Delena gets the pick there on Smash, able to slow them down. BRB already used. That's going to be important. That's a key cooldown to keep track of here.
You have Kraken Impact back for Tico. He's been the biggest difference maker for me in these fights as well. Getting the better hand over Terra, the best Winter Soldier, it feels like, in North America. Now Delena and Smash is another 1v1 we got to keep an eye on, but ultimates are coming up here.
Wow, beautiful use of the infinite ammo there to get through Smash to put a lot of pressure on the thing. One of his weaknesses is just going through relentless damage. Terra using that to get out of the invisible boundary. Beautiful use of not going too aggressive on the offense with the invisible hook. He doesn't even need sight. He can just pull him through as he gets the Magneto there. Clobbering time coming down from Vinny. They're trying to capitalize on it. Unable to successfully get anything rolling. Would have thought TTK wanted to maybe commit to Meteor there. They're keeping on to it. We've got now Magnets with everything in the roster outside of a defensive ultimate. This is going to be very close as there's 53 seconds left. There goes the clobbering time. Here comes the Meteor from Cyborg, and the connection on Vinny is a hit as they're able to push through, potentially through this point, but BRB taking that, getting Vinny back in the fight.
They might be able to. Delena does have the Goddess of Death. He's going to pop it right now. And there comes the right click from Chuckles. He's laughing all the way to the bank right now. Lesamo trying to make a last-second push.
All the rocks going towards him. There's the thing, the Chuckle just throwing the haymakers, doing his best Rocky impression, getting TTK uncomfortable. Look at TTK, it's not even looking his way. The disrespect is continuing to poke. Fraud, SJP getting the defensive shields in for TTK, keeping him alive. Great aggressiveness and pressure, space making from the vanguards of 100 Thieves here. Terra now with the Kraken Impact. He can use it. He chooses to save it as he eliminates the key Jabrori pick. That's a massive pick. These are clutch picks here. Ice in the veins. We've got now the Kraken Impact coming down. May not getting any eliminations, but it could be a little too late as the offense stretch from the spawn is extremely long. But Cyber now getting an elimination. Smash as well. Hold on. Oh. The script might be flipped here, but we do have the BRB for Delena. It's going to come down to the last minute.
They might do. I was going to say, what's ice in the veins for the Goddess of Death? Smash able to get something going here, but try to get a better angle. This push is so difficult. The respawn is right there, but they're on the verge. They can maybe get this push going to 3 points, but 100 Thieves desperate to hold on. Nice grab.
This Meteor's going to be everything here. You do also have, obviously, the invisible boundary keeping the team up and going into aggressive mode. There's no connection on the Meteor. Cyber now has that for him. Clobbering time going up. No connections as well. A lot of ultimates. The fireworks, but no big finish grand finale. Smash now trying to get the difference. Delena poking down. We've had a lot of trading between roles here as now we've got Chuckles thrown in the fist. It's a boxing match here. Which thing will go down first? Clobbering time. Ready to go for Chuckle. Can they get the follow-up for the 4th combo we've seen in one fight? Tico taking down Delena at this point, and now we do have momentum going for Magnets.
They do. They have one last push here. It feels like they're getting a little bit closer to some of these ultimates. Smash gonna have the Goddess of Death. Look at it, Cook. They're getting this push right now, Closey.
Wow, the 40% amplifier just giving them every piece of that firepower. This is real firepower, as Rocket says. We're seeing it live as it's making the difference here for Magnets to get this push. Can they get the 3 cap? They do! They get 3 points. They were so close to the overtime. You could hardly see it, but they got it successfully. Beautiful use of ultimates there. It was, again, 2 bulls going right at each other. My gosh, it is truly chess with superpowers.
It really is. It's so fun to watch. Like, these are the kinds of series that I feel like we were missing out on last weekend with a lot of the one-sided affairs. But this is when you have 2 of the top teams in North America going at each other, and it is a wrestling match there. The biggest thing now, though, we talked so much about the Les Amants supportive roles, the strategists. Right now, it's all Tico and Smash, man. They're getting the better of a lot of these angles, and that's something you love to see.
Yeah, you know what I like seeing from this, too? It doesn't seem like one player is having all the impact. You know what I mean? We've seen one guy take in the MVP role, you know? But here, it's like, all right, somebody gets 1, maybe 2. There's no, like, massive picks. It's just pure grit team fighting in the, you know, the sludge here. And I love that. That's what I love to see at this top level of play. Both teams fully locked in. And you know what we're seeing more this week, too, is a lot better of a defensive approach from the Kraken Impact. Yes, we've had our impacts that kind of, you know, snowball and do what it does best, but I feel like both teams have adjusted really well to have a great defensive response to what has been the key ultimate, obviously, in the MRI, now the MRC.
Yeah, it's always fun to see, like, the metas develop in tournament itself. Obviously, we have a lot of outside tournaments going on to see some of these teams go at each other and see what changes in those regards, but it is a differentiation of kind of that comfort when you get to this level, when you get to this kind of top 8 setup, by the way, where we're at out of 500 plus teams. And now we're getting a nice redemption from 100 Thieves. We know them to get angry when they lose points, and here they go.
Channeling their inner Hulk, right? Vinny not on the Venom this time around, on the Thing, sticking with what he left out as they played that great, so I get why they're sticking with it. TTK very low here on the health. They're trying to keep him up. That would be a massive pick. They get him right back up, ready for the action as he pushes into point now. Lot to deal with. Everybody's coming at all angles, and at the lead of it, it is Smash from up top, making them uncomfortable, and somebody's going to have to take care of that, or they're going to continue to get picked off. Now they've got everybody they want in the building. This is exactly how 100 Thieves went down. You've got the big Thing punches all at once, AoE damage. Harvey, though, taking the role of duelist with Invisible Woman. Sue Storm going crazy.
That's actually so wild. And now Tara's getting the resets. This is the angry 100 Thieves. This is the 100 Thieves that is trying to push that tempo onto Les Amons. They do end up losing Tara, and they don't have Delena, so a lot of the duel damage is down. Harvey still trying to pick up the slack on that one.
Oh my goodness, Harvey showing why he's one of the goats of the strategist role with the beautiful elimination there on the Thing. And this is what I'm talking about. There's no one person getting the whole job done. Everybody getting a piece of the pie. We do have to swap over. Tico went into Doctor Strange because they can potentially hold this point. They see it. There's the clobber in time. There's the setup. Are they able to capitalize? No, but the boundary does come out with a huge throw. And look at the space they just got from that. They have pushed 100 Thieves all the way back.
They have. They did get 2 marks on the push here, but still going to need that third. And it's going to be a little bit more difficult to grab onto. They're getting very close to ultimates, though. Delena about to have his Goddess of Death. TTK going to have that one. The invisible boundary has gone through. Here comes the Eye Agamotto.
Beautiful. I mean, wow. You knew Harvey just put the mouse down. He's like, all right, I'm probably gonna eliminate. Oh my goodness, though. Delena and Tara, the 2 duelists at threat, just going crazy here. But there's that BRB device just coming into clutch. We've got the amplifier up. This is 40% damage. Fully loaded, and they got exactly what they needed there for the final push of the point. Man, this has been just razor-tight team fights.
It really has been. I love it. You see that one headshot by Delena did like 80% damage of Smash there. That's just what the Rocket Raccoon diff brings to the table. Now it's also a setup where they can play pretty proactively around this angle. Delena known for popping those shots, but gonna have a nice push to start off this second phase.
Yeah, Vinny got rid of the Invisible Woman on the first push last time, and they were able to cap. And now this time, you had the Invisible Woman go down to the Agamotto, and it didn't matter. The duelists were able to step up without the support. That's what you want to see here at the top level of play as Tico now trying to get that early pressure on. And Shuckles also right into the thick of it, playing the Thing perfectly, not too far out there. Health is low. Cyber, look at this kind of triangular position attack they're able to get here as the Meteor is up and ready to go. Gonna save onto it for that combo hit. And now they push into the point. There's the clobber in time coming out from Vinny. Here comes the Meteor. There's a lot of targets, but he hits the ramp.
Oh, that feels real bad, but now the Goddess of Death is trying to back that one up. They are able to get a couple KOs here from Smash, so the push is going to be denied for now. And some really nice terrain setup they can use for this second attempt by 100 Thieves.
Yeah, we did not see 100 Thieves hold here for them. They were able to push through this immediately, so this is going to be a tougher point. Now, if they get any eliminations, there is the BRB, but there's a lot of spawn walks, so they're going to be able to push this if they can get that key pick. Look for Delena to go and get the flank pick on there. They're getting plenty of space. There's Delena right on cue. He must have heard me through the mic. There we go. Let's see who can finish, and he gets smashed. This is what you want to say, Delena. Let's go.
He's got 2 of them. Looking for a third there as well. Gets it. Maybe a quad. Is he going to get more? That's a team wipe. Smash the only one left on the side of Les Amons, and Delena shines again.
Knowing exactly what's called for you, knowing exactly what you need to do in that moment. The team fights are tight. It comes down to perfection, and that was as good as you get for a flanking duelist. Now we're looking for the Vanguards to push up early here. The battle on the bridge. We saw this last time go very easily to the Magnus, but can 100 Thieves respond the same?
Gonna try to start it off with Vinny. Rightfully so on the Thing, getting a little bit lower. Has to do that immediate spin back. Pushing up is TTK, though. He has that Meteor of M. Delena is also going to go with the Goddess of Death here. So you got the combo coming through.
Yeah, Delena, they're just getting space for his team. They were all up on the bridge, but the Goddess of Death forced all their attention to turn around. Beautiful play there as Delena does get the pick on Smash. BRB used key ability, and Delena's going to go for one more. He took him down before. He's going to go for him again. Look at Smash poke. Delena with the patience. I love the chess match between both of them there. Now, SJP trying to keep his distance, staying alive. Great use of space here for them. They're able to protect themselves through what was Cyber's meteor. And at this point, clobbering time coming down. Everybody hit from it. We're going to see at least one trade. Delena taking down Tico, but now Smash taking down Delena. BRB available for them. Right now, you have all the ability advantage towards 100 Thieves. Can they finish the job here as Skyer is taking down Vinny, though?
Yeah, the fact that they have this damage boost as well. They have so much in the tank for Delena. He's going to look for another angle. I love it, though. Both him and Smash been trying to find these flanks, and Delena finds him out.
Did you see Harvey pop up the shield there for Delena to give him just that much breathing room? How do you have time to think about that when you have all the mess of everything like an MCU film ahead of you here? Beautiful as SJP gets the pick on Chuckle right before the invisible boundary. Okay.
They're able to get a massive, SJP just saying, hey, I got some guns too. And now we have Terra with these resets potentially available. Just going to pop down Smash. It didn't even have to use the Kraken Impact.
Beautiful as it goes up there. Nice shield usage there to block the impact, though. Unable to block the other, though. And we've got the cooling on the enemies. 20% is what they got to get them to. Delena, though, getting that clutch elimination. Vinny to follow. And right now, it's just the Goddess of Death to clean things up. They're going to get this point, and they are going to potentially push this now into that third one. It was just as close for Magnets, and now we're seeing the same. Only a minute 30.
Man. We get to keep
mistakes.
going. I love it. It is exactly what I asked for coming into today, especially in this upper bracket, especially with the upper finals on the line for both these teams. 100 Thieves, one map win away from taking that title, or at least going to that upper finals at least. And now Lizamal with a nice push back here, trying to get back onto the defense.
Yeah, there can be no mistakes made here, and right now there hasn't been much made. Delena, though, is looking to go for that flank again. This is going to be big on Skyer. He gets the job done. Taking down Skyer. Now going for the Raccoon. He was trying to get that for the BRB device. Set up for Skyer. Was a nice pick at the right time. And SJP bringing back Venom now. Delena, you would think he's on the other spawn, and they don't know what to do. Do they turn around or fight the 5 in front of them? It's 1 behind, 5 in front, but Delena's getting all the attention.
Somebody please stop this man. He is finding these angles and just being fully untouched. Nobody has turned around to take a look at him. And now Terra sandwiching him from the front. Look at those resets.
That is one beautiful sandwich, as you just alluded to. Great job there, allowing the distraction. And I got to say, even Jabrori played that great. Was never able to, he didn't get the pick, and was able to keep the BRB device up. Delena having struggle getting him, but not everybody else. And that is what you call getting pressure and playing a Vanguard role as the Goddess of Death, man. Fantastic. He did it before that on the fight with the ultimate as well, calling the attention. And that is one of the key roles, right? Get the pressure, get the attention. Doesn't matter, though. It comes down to overtime. This is the last point. They have plenty in the tank.
They do. I want to see us go to even more on this map. I want to see more between these two teams with this defense from Lizamal. It's got to be stalwart. Delena going down to Smash on the side. That's a big start.
It's like, who gets the Invisible Woman support behind it? The shield is everything, and that is the synergy you look for here at the top level of play. We saw from Harvey. Now we're seeing it from Skyer here. Terra, though, trying to pick up a little bit of the 5v6. This is going to be tough for them to get things going, but they have plenty to take. Vinny now trading with Chuckle. They've got the ultimates to follow. Terra with the pick as well. Kraken Impact for the last bit of defense and hold. Overtime clock halfway through. Beautiful hide there from Terra. Pushing in. Delena, Goddess of Death rain down. Trying to get that strategist. Secures the elimination on Skyer. TTK finishing up the scraps, and it is going to be 3-3 with, again, just an electric performance from both teams.
Oh, man. Exactly that is the electric performance, and we get to go to more points. The last time we got to see a map like this go the distance, it was 100 Thieves that ended up taking it, but now both teams with only a minute's time. The first compositional pull from both of them is so important. Do you think we see any changes?
Honestly, I think Vinny's going to stay on the thing. Listen, there's been some sandwich play here at the Duelists, and we are eating good right now with these matchups, man. This has just been exactly what you want to see. I have casted all the MRI. I casted a lot here. This might be one of the most razor-type matches I've seen between two teams because it feels like anybody could win each team up, right? In each match.
Yeah.
That's what's so great about this. Every fight comes down to just one key pick, one key moment.
Well, now we have to take a look at what's going down. So, not any changes. We're going rinse and repeat here, at least. But it is seriously about how long it takes this first point to go down. We saw it the last time around. Both teams able to pretty handily take that one here. I think this is a little bit more difficult. But the big eye I have for Les Amours, they have to keep looks on Delena. They cannot let this guy have these flanks. And honestly, that's up to Smash.
Yeah, you don't beat Delena, you survive her barely, right? Like, that survive him barely, survive the hell up. I mean, just incredible play there. And if they can get that early pick, they're going to be able to kind of snowball from there. We've seen that before on both Clintar and before. It's that key pick on one of the electric duelists, the MVPs on both teams here, as they're going to push him with aggression. Last time, though, it was Venom. This time, it's going to be the match of Vinny. So it's going to be interesting to see what we've got here, as now we've got the Magnus pushing in immediately with that aggression that we've been seeing.
If the setup here from 100 Thieves is going to be enough to delay the inevitable from Les Amours. They've done a really good job so far. They're getting pushed back into this little arcade here yet again. And it's just Chuckles right-clicking away here on the map.
This is the MMA fight here, right into the ring, in the circle, acting as such ring. Delena here looking for, look at this trade. Delena with the patience, as always. There's teams just going through chaos there, and he's like, you know what? Let me just do my job and do it successfully as he gets the clutch pick on Smash. Now he's able to rain down from above. It might as well be death from above with no goddess of death, as he's able to get good flanking hits. Now we're going to have Smash make his way back, protect his team, keep them up. Ultimates now, we've got the amplifier on. Here comes Kraken Impact. This is going to be really the fight. If he can get an elimination with it, which he doesn't, huge stop there from the defensive support of 100 Thieves. Smash trying to get down to Delena, but Delena getting nice poke damage. And Smash, though, with a huge trace.
He got him. He was keeping tabs. That's the thing I wanted to see from this team. Smash was just following Delena that entire time. He gets picked up by the BRB Delena, and the spite fight is now.
The cat with 9 lives comes right back and finishes the job, right? I mean, beautiful. TTK now trying to get this elimination on the Strange, trying to get rid of him. The portal's up. We saw last time when the portal went up, it actually was successful for them, but not this time. Great hold from 100 Thieves, where we have seen them struggle now a few matches in that early point.
Yeah, we have. And it came down to a lot of momentum when they were losing that, right? And those resets not necessarily being there, but I think a lot of the time bought by 100 Thieves in that one was really nice. I know Delena maybe didn't have as much impact in that first life that he would have wanted to, but just the fact that he put pressure from that backside of the fight and then kept them thinking that he was over there, I think buys a lot of that space, that mental awareness from the side of Les Amours. Now on the other side, though, we're going to have to see this defense tried and true. 100 Thieves just going full pedal to the metal here to try to get this one. They don't need very much.
I mean, this is it, right? This is to move on. This is everything that they've been playing for here. And I've got to say, just when it comes down to a mirror match, it almost feels like 100 Thieves has what they want, right? Because they've been showing that if it's a mirror match, they're able to really produce and show it. And it's didn't start out that way with the Venom. They struggled, they swapped it up, and now they're eating good. They have what they want. And I just want to highlight how well the Invisible Woman plays here. Both Skyer and Harvey are doing things that you're not even noticing because they happen so fast. And a lot of it comes to the support of both Hellas.
That's the biggest thing, is like the spatial awareness needed to keep track of these guys is next level, but they still end up finding angles. I still want to harp on the fact that I need Smash to kind of keep tabs and body mark Delena here in these fights.
Yeah, it's tough with Delena's patience. It's like his whole team's going through this, like, you know, crazy chaos, and he's just kind of waiting for the opportune moment. Smash now with early picks there on Delena. Delena's going to have to go into this fight with health down, and it showed as he gets picked immediately. That's a tough battle to choose. The Duel of Fates did not live up to it on that one, as he gets quickly eliminated, and on that uses the BRB device. Sure, they want to use that later, but the aggression is turned to the maximum. Turned up to 11. TTK going up top, trying to get space there. Smash has to hop down, but Cyber's going to follow him, and now we've got kind of the reset. But there we go. Immediately, we've got both things going at each other.
The biggest thing is that 100 Thieves, they know that Les Amours backs against the wall here. All they need is one part of the 3-part cap of the point, and they just want to keep as much space between 100 Thieves and this point as possible.
They're barely going to have time here. They're going to have to really perfectly portal in. Right now, it's not going to be enough. There's no portal activated. It's going to be a tie. You got to draw.
3,
Is that not just perfectly echoing what we've seen so far? Like these teams, it has come down. That might have been the closest match I've seen in Rivals and a casting standpoint.
that was fun.
It could have gone to either team at any time, and both teams rose up to the occasion there. And really, 100 Thieves definitely squandered their opportunity to get that cap at the end, unable to get everything going in one place. But, I mean, my goodness, the draw, was not expecting that.
I was not either, and we will remain at 2-1 there in the series score, meaning we get more games of this, which I'm more excited about now that we've actually seen this kind of fight back from Les Amants. Again, this is a team of 100 Thieves that had not lost a single round and had not lost a map. And to see them lose against Les Amants, this track record that Les Amants have had in their own upper bracket run has been very nice to see. And this is one of the first times I feel like 100 Thieves are not rising to the occasion to some extent, but also it's just some really good executionary plays from Les Amants.
Yeah, I commend them. I commend them for swapping it up, trying something a little bit different there. We saw the group ban that time around, but my goodness, I mean, it has come down. Another 70,000 healing game, by the way. I mean, what else could you want, right? We got the Invisible Woman play there was absolute peak. The strategist play, some of the best that I've seen. We've got a lot riding on this very game, but first, let's go ahead and check out the highlights.
Thus I smite thee! Beholds the god of thunder!
Too easy when you never miss. Nowhere to hide. Woo! I never miss. Making the cut.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back from a electric draw. I mean, listen, man, both teams played flawlessly, matching each other blow for blow and proving why they're at the top of the game right now, right? It's not every day that you see this kind of level of perfection from both sides. And at this point, it's like, who's going to break the stalemate after that? Because that was as good as you get.
Hey, it's fitting that we had two things on the map and both were right-clicking away because these are haymakers left and right, like you say. It is still a situation that after that draw, 100 Thieves on match point to that upper finals. Les Amours still need to win those 2 in a row for themselves. And there's a lot riding on this, not only to get that upper finals spot, but you don't want to get knocked down in the lower bracket, it feels like, with some of those teams lurking around down there like sharks. So I'm looking at 100 Thieves to clean things up. This is really the first time I've seen them push to their very levels here in the MRC itself by itself. And Les Amours, they've got a big mountain to climb, but they've got the climbing tools.
Yeah, that draw was probably worse in general for Magnets because just now you've got to win 2 more, right? And that felt like the map to win for them. They were locked in perfectly there. You know, we've seen things go back and forth, but that was as good a play as I've seen, again, against 100 Thieves. Same song, same dance. Adam, Rocket, here we go. The Wolverine into Loki or Invisible Woman. We've got Midtown Convoy. Both teams just going through the whole map pool at this point.
All the convoy maps.
Yeah, right. You're not seeing any domination. These teams want to show it, and we're going to get triple Vanguard back, ready to go, and that's going to be crazy interesting, especially against in Midtown, because this is a good map for it.
So was the Loki Protect. That was something we talked about in the earlier series, and we got to see why they were willing to kind of protect that one, especially with Jabori's kind of angles that he had. A really massive performance on that Loki. Harvey on the other side, definitely not one to slouch at in that regard. But now, 100 Thieves' final ban. We did see the Namor ban by Les Amours, so changing it up, the Luna Snow is going to be the same ban from 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I had a feeling that they've been banning other things, but they had to go to Luna here because of, well, for one, they don't want to fuel that engine of the Triple Vanguard. And both Luna and Loki do that so well. You can't let Loki and Luna go together, like you said. It's a fate of both worlds. It's pretty much going on for a good 75% of the match, right? At this point, though, we're going to see the teams lock into just about the same roles. Got that axis. The Lina does like Psylocke on this map, so we could potentially see that flex out like we just did. And what we're seeing from the offense here...
don't get baited.
Well, so the Scarlet Witch right now is being picked at the beginning just for the very quick Crimson Sword to get a little bit of that Metallic Chaos. By the way, say goodbye to this team up. Crazy is being removed, right?
I know, it's so sad. We won't get these cheese moments. No, but it is going to be interesting because you obviously expect a lot of aggression early on onto this map. You're like literally right there when you start it up. And a lot of teams are using that second level to get the advantage. As you said earlier, you know, the high ground is the good ground.
Funny enough, no triple Vanguard, though. You have the Loki open. Well, honestly, Tico could end up going into that role there. But, you know, interesting to see the lineup. There's no way Tico doesn't go into this role after what they probably wanted. I mean, that's how they pick. That's how they ban. Usually do that, you know, for your team to set up the way that you want to. But no, Tico going into Bucky. And so we do have ourselves just the 2-2-2.
Yep, and we'll see exactly how that pans out. Again, we got a little bit of variation last time around in the last map in terms of what teams were picking, but now we're back to mirror matches.
Exactly here, and good opener there from Smash, just showing that he's picking up right where he left off. Delina now going. He loves this kind of off flank here. The Namor was banned because, again, Delina plays that very well as a flank Namor. A lot of people have been enjoying that lately. Invisible Woman, little nice top off there from Harvey. Vinny's still in the high ground. They're going to want to try to get him off that and get pressure on him early. Look to Smash to be able to provide that. Smash now has the high ground, pushing down early, raining down those thorns on TTK, who's forced now to back up. And right now, the pressure in the space is going completely to Mutants as Smash is going off.
Dude, he just took down Delena, sat him down in the chair and said, you know your place right now. And they get this push around. They have gotten so much distance here, Cozy.
Yeah, you know, Neil Peasants is all we've heard from White Queen, and now we've seen it a little bit from Hella as we've got Smash playing Super Smash Brothers out here, taking down Terra yet again with a beautiful pick. SKP getting that BRB on Terra to get him back in the fight. They have plenty in the combo level of setup here as Vinny is going to try to get this setup going early. Right now, TTK can do it, but the Loki runes go down. They're broken, and he does connect, taking down 2 crucial members of Magnets, and they're able to get a good defense here. They desperately needed. Look at how much distance to cap, man. Barely anything.
I know, it's such a strong defense, at least to give them that redemption pullback. I still think you have to always be wary of Terra's cracking impacts here throughout these games. Maybe he's had a little bit of a quiet compared to Tico in that last map, but here he is yet again making another difference. And this is the point that gets so hard to get back to the point. You have to go through like 2 different choke points to even get back to your pushing.
Yeah, 100%. And on top of that, though, Magnus has everything they need, though, to get this done. There's no defensive ultimates for 100 Thieves. They're actually far from it. And look at what's on the other side. I think Magnus should be able to win this pretty easily with how much space is given if they can just connect things. And they don't even have to. Smash is just going to do what he's been doing on this early point. And look at this. They can even use the ultimates outside of Loki.
There he goes. He's going to go up into the sky looking for more dealing as he gets himself a triple here too. Looking for TTK and a quadra elimination there for Smash.
I mean, that was as good as you could play a second attempt on that point. Having things in the bank, not even using them all. Smash was able to, you know, just use a little Hella as a cherry on top there for the Goddess of Death. Probably didn't even need it, if we're being honest, though. We got the early pickup, and now 100 Thieves has got to get back soon because this is a crucial choke point that they want to have. Them getting all this space right here on this corner turn, we've often seen teams struggle again. So this is massive as they're able to get through one of the harder parts of the map.
I will say 100 Thieves, they have a lot going for them. Vinny, about 3/4 of the way to his ultimate here as well, and they will have everything for their side. But Delena needs to get these picks. He needs to stay alive. He's been getting picked up by Smash over and over again, and here goes the Tia.
Yeah, absolutely why it's so important for them to keep on their ultimates. We're going to see Smash go down to Lena, getting the best of him from that off angle. I don't even think Smash knew he was there. Oh my gosh, can he get the elimination? He barely misses the Loki there. So great play from Delena, throwing down Piercing Knight, getting some pressure on him, poking down those clones. And look at Delena wants it. He's like, I let you get away. Oh my goodness, but Cyborg caught him, hunting the prey. And it's the food chain out here. Cyborg gets the connection, going for the Loki. Imprisonment happening. Tico going down now. No follow-up though from that imprisonment. They did get the one pick. That's probably what he wanted to finish it up. Vinny now with the aggression, throwing down the walls of damage, and just look at the closing on this Magneto. No space, no room to go. He tees it up for 100 Thieves Terra to do what he does best and tear up the enemies with the Kraken impact. 1, 2, 3, and he's going to continue to 4, and there's the quad.
Another quadra kill this time on the other side of things. A penta to top it all off. And Terra, he's back in the business of making Les Amants hurt.
Tico tried to claw him in, and I don't know if he knew. He could have known, but like he had the impact left in the bank. That's the last thing you want to do.
Apparently, Terra's not a fan of magnets. I guess we can just come away with that one.
Vinny now, they have the high ground. The reset was huge. This is going to give them plenty of momentum here. Delena's going to look to probably pressure again from the backside with this Goddess of Death. We've seen him do that to create the space and the attention awareness of the team. Vinny now trying to block in the Magneto again. We're seeing now Cyber overcommits, and then he's able to block him in. He barely misses that wall there as Sky's throwing up the invisible boundary, getting the aggression, but Harvey is able to match it. Both teams now up in arms, and there comes the imprisonment. This is a lot coming out both strategists, and they're both going to go down. No, there's the quick escape, but it's not going to be enough. Even with the rest of Harvey, they're going to have to reset here, and this is going to be probably the point going to Magnus.
Chuckles with the flick of the wrist right there to get down both strategists. A really good momentum gain and the delay of the kill onto TTK as well. They will need to get this push up here. The respawns will be coming through, but they are able to get to the second point with plenty of time to spare. Delena goes down in the back. Those flanks not working any longer against Les Amants.
Picking up where we left off, right? Both teams just blow for blow. They're doing so well here. The stalemate's just happening. They're trading often early, and it's just patience. Are you seeing this patience, man, of just, I mean, you just highlighted it, the ultimate ability of staggering and not just waiting for everything to hit perfectly, but do your job. If you do your job, your team will win. We've seen that in sports, and it's certainly the case in esports, as Harvey now trying to keep his team alive. They have everything in the vault here.
Smash.
Will they empty it as Smash goes up? Goddess of Death, Cyborg as well with the Meteor M, having to escape. TTK has done a lot of damage, having to use that bubble. They're going to look to capitalize on that early there as Delena going for the Goddess of Death on a little bit of the off angle and causing them to push back as they reset.
They are going to get that push back as well, like you were saying there. Chuckles going to jump right back into it. Is it going to be a buying of time here? You have to think that Jabori wants to get that invisible barrier up. He did, boundary rather. He did do that. Smash looking for a backside angle now.
And look at the perfect just staggering of ultimates here. Skyer's about to have their invisible boundary. Harvey obviously getting countered with theirs. They don't have another one though. Skyer should be able to give a lot of assistance here for the finishing of the cap with this last boundary into the Kraken impact. Look for them to combo that. It's all about combos and how you can put it together. We've seen it before. Both Krakens going at the same time. Tico getting rid of Vinny. The other to no result. Smash now with the trade, and this is going to be it. They still have huge. They've got the ultimates to use here.
Terra going for resets now. He finds the one, but can't get more after that. That invisible boundary is going to be massive. He's trying to get one more pullback. Has that reset going through. Now has
oh my
time.
God. He's doing what he does best. I mean, this was not shown right now, but the first Kraken impact he threw down when we saw Vinny go down, he must have used on a clone, and he was able to keep it. And at the very last second, he triggered it one more time. That Kraken impact lasted for like 2 minutes for Terra there, showing ultimate patience, and Terra getting the Pinta as there's 26 seconds, and this is going to be tough. Both teams now, not a lot in the arsenal here. Jabrori, though, going to open up with the invisible boundary.
This is the kind of reservation that you expect from our top teams, from our top players here in a budding esports in Marvel Rivals. You love to see this kind of comprehension of what works. And now we're getting into the thick of things. Les Amours, they're about to have everything available for them. Can they pull the trigger?
This is going to be it. Meteor Imp coming down from Cyborg. He's been connecting on them often today. Not able to do so there. SJP just having a nice little perch there to throw down the healing balls as Terra now getting that poke damage, building up the ult. Kraken impact feels like it was just used, but he has it yet again. And you know who Cyborg is going for. It's going to be Jabrori taking him down, followed by the Kraken, followed by the Arsenal. That is 100 Thieves, and they're going to be able to put a stop here to the Magnets on a clutch 0.3 hold. I'm telling you, man, this feels like the grand freaking finals. Like, this is so tight.
I am so happy we're getting this in the upper bracket semifinals. We have so many more games to play, and both these teams leaving it all on the map here. And very, very close push from Les Amours, but the biggest difference is not getting to that 3. Now 100 Thieves can take a solid win here. They are match point from the series win, and if they can get all 3 points here, they're off to the upper bracket finals.
Rest in peace, our voices. This is match 1, buddy. We're just getting started. This is going to be beautiful. BEA, beautiful, guys. As I got to say, regardless of what's happening, Magnets is putting themselves on the map here. Regardless of the results, they have shown tremendous performance. It's not a one-off. They have played fantastic when it means the most, right? Top 8. Best teams out of 500 plus. This is for everything here. This could be it if 100 Thieves is able to get the 3 cap.
Yeah, you think of everything. I mean, obviously a lot of big name organizations in here as well, but a lot of it comes off the back of what teams work and a lot of friendships develop through these kinds of moments. I mean, for the community, this kind of situation is so awesome to see, but also Les Amours have been no slouches, right? Like, they just came off a 3-0 over Rad Esports over in the last round themselves, and it has been a come up of this team. It's been a performance from everybody. That's the biggest thing, and the biggest standout to me. It's not one single person that's standing out. It's this entire team of Magnets.
Nobody's carrying on either side, which is hard to prevent for 100 Thieves because we know who can carry over there. We know the story of 100 Thieves. I can't wait to continue to learn the story of who these Magnets are as we've got to smash our controller. We've got these guys. How long have they been playing together? We'll continue to find out as Cyber takes down Harvey, and this immediate aggression, the disrespect of the spawn hold was nasty there as everything came together, and we got the triple Vanguard that we thought we were going to see earlier happening right now.
That's one of those moments you're like, wait, Strange does that? And you wonder and see what could possibly be happening with Cyber having that massive pickup there. Now we see this push. It's still very hotly contested, but 100 Thieves can utilize this spawn door to get some free damage in.
Yeah, and this is where it's like, play aggressive. You know, they're playing for it all here. Vinny with a nice pick. 100 Thieves is just trying to get that one pick to give them plenty of space because of the spawn being right there, and they just got it pretty massively there. But Skyer getting the trade on Vinny. It's not over yet. And look at, we're having the Kraken impact come out immediately from Terra to give him even more space. Smash going down to Terra, finishing off that Kraken impact, giving that reset. He's going to now be able to snowball, and they're going to be able to push this point up way more.
Oh, no.
It hasn't pushed at all. It's pushed not at all. So
it hasn't, but it's about to. Oh, man, everybody's starting to fall down, and you still have so much available for 100 Thieves. I want to see them push up. I want to see them use these ults aggressively as well.
Yeah, they have plenty left in the tank here. Look at Cyborg. They'd love to get their spy action going on,
They
right?
do.
Triple Vanguard, they swapped it up. I get it. That's what they wanted in the map, but they were playing so well with the last defensive hold. They have
Into the
Augmento
breach.
almost online. They've got the prison, and they're playing aggressive as we've seen them do the entire time. There comes the imprisonment, though, from Vinny instead. Shields up to protect them, and they get the opposite trade with the opposite imprison. Both Invisible Woman play is elite top tier. S-tier on a tier list as the SJP keeping his team alive. Delina getting the elimination, and at this point, it's still a fair fight, but TTK making it more one-sided as Chuckle goes down. Now Terra taking down Cyborg. At this point, yet again, there's going to have to be a reset if they want to keep them from getting this first point, because Terra is cleaning up the rest.
Terra is lethal. He's the one that finds the flank this time around, but the fight was still going the way of 100 Thieves, even with that. They have plenty of time to work with this clock. Les Amants, they've lost a little bit of their momentum going for themselves. Doesn't look like they're going to switch things up just yet. They have the IVAC motive, they have the Goddess of Death, and they have Jabori, who's no doubt going for an invisible boundary.
Absolutely here. The Agamotto is going to help plenty with this opening fight, and TTK really going to have himself dialed in perfectly to get rid of Jabrori, who's certainly going to put up the defensive hold here. But they might be able to get down Magneto early. Nope, the quick healing. That's what's so great about Loki in these triple Vanguard comps. Here's the you're going to look at the Agamotto here, but no, imprisoment's happening into the Kraken Impact, and there it is, Jabrori. You got to get TTK now to do his thing, but he's going to hold on to it, and this could be an electric hold if they're able to keep things going the way that it is. SJP just staying alive. Delina, you have plenty of ults in the arsenal for 100 Thieves, showing extreme patience here, as now we've got them all popping up
There
at
it
once.
goes.
The Meteor, the TTK, Harvey with the cleanup, Delina with the rest, and now they should be able to get the rest of this point.
Yeah, it's been some really solid fights from 100 Thieves here, back to back. Not only after that initial, fumbling of that early push, but now afterwards, it has been clinical from this team. And we've been wondering when they're going to show their truly dominant face again. This map might just be it.
Yeah, look at Jabrori and Skyr, though. They got both those ults off,
They do.
and they used them at the end. That is going to give 100 Thieves every bit of momentum through the second point. This should be an easy cap point for 100 Thieves, or at least getting through this cave part here, because they use that Invisible Woman for the last bit of desperation potentially on that first point. I get it. Might as well try to hold them to the one, but now they're going to have to build up that ultimate. If I'm 100 Thieves, you want to play lights out aggressive here as they're moving in slowly. You've got plenty in the arsenal there for the combo play. The Augmento's still there. Tico getting a huge snipe as Magneto does play the duelist role in the triple Vanguard of Poke, and what he's able to do. The RB device getting them back into the fight here. Only 2 minutes, but Delina cannot get going. Sniped again.
He just sat him down again. I don't know how many chairs they got over there, but they gotta get some more. Smash is finding these angles on Delina, and Delina was unsuspecting there. 100 Thieves will be rebuffed off that push, and now this double choke point is so difficult to push back onto, but they're gonna try.
If your business card says Goddess of Death, you got to live up to it, right? Okay, and we've seen that from the Hella today. Now we've got a huge potential pick there from Terra. Unable to finish, but he does get the headshot to close down Chuckle. He's got the Kraken Impact. He's looking at popping here. The rune, he's keeping track of those Loki runes. So now he has every bit of angle of protection. The invisible boundary going up. Here comes the Meteor. Kraken Impact to avoid it. No, he goes right into it and takes the full force of the purple Meteor into the chest. Huge.
That feels so bad. Instant impact, and that's going to be a massive one. Tico gets another KO to finish it off as well, and 100 Thieves will be pushed off the point again. We're starting to worry here. About a minute and 10 seconds to get this. You're halfway through this phase. You've got to have some solid pushes now or never.
Now the inverse, too. All those ultimates I just talked about earlier is now in favor of mutants. They've got all the firepower. They didn't use much except the purple ball to take down the biggest threat that has been Terra. Agamotto ready, and you can tell Cyber is just chopping at the bit to throw it down, get the combo set up, and get it going as Jabrori pushing back and Tad. We've got the up imprisonment from the high ground, channeling in his Obi-Wan as they're able to protect it, and they had to use a clutch support ability in Harvey, and that is the only one they have. So they're going to hope that was enough to get them through what is only 32 seconds left. Can mutants yet again get the win and make it 2-2 as Cyborg still has the Agamotto playing the ultimate game of patience as your kindergarten teacher taught you. He's now chasing. He's on the hunt. He's going for the supports. He's going to just use a single Agamotto potentially as we all head over now to Delina. Delina trying to get the off link. Delina having the Goddess of Death pops up to avoid the Agamotto throwing down the crows of Green God and trying to get his picks going as Smash goes down. Terra trying to get a piece of the pie. Can he finish it out? Kraken impact. Resets are there. He's able to snowball from there. And there we go. They're able to at least get this thing going a little bit more.
All right, we're in overtime, though, so this is going to be dicey. You got to stay on the point as fast as possible. Obviously, you still have some time to tick down with that overtime, but you still have a lot of pushing to get that extra time. And even then, when you get to the third phase, you're not going to have that much extra time to get those big pushes around those hard-to-turn corners in that third section here on this map. 100 Thieves, they're being pushed to the brink by Les Amours, and I have to say there's a lot of pride on the line for Les Amours to be able to take them down and push them to 5 maps. Here we go.
And support ults are going up now, and you're able to have Jabrori have the pressure. Harvey's looking to build his up as fast as possible. If he can't do it, this team is surely going to fall right here, right now. But Vinny takes down Skyer in that, which was massive. Vinny potentially thinking that he could put the team on his back with that elimination, and they push him off. It's 2-2.
Let's go! We got a series pushing 100 Thieves to the brink, and they deny them on this map. Maybe that draw drew out this series for Les Amours, but they are using it to their advantage. What a game, Skyer, the MVP here, but my God, this whole team is just functioning so well together.
From the true depths they rise, man. I mean, that was absolute lights out. Great hold on the last map. That one support ult made all the difference in the world. No 70k healing this time, but plenty of great play. And again, these teams are just two of the best at it right now that I have seen. I've got to put so much respect on Magnets because it's not even looking like a huge off day from 100 Thieves. They look like they're playing well. It's just that things are not falling all together there, and they just ran out of time there. I mean, truly, that was the big difference. You know, they had that great momentum win, and then, as you said, overtime, they had to keep that momentum. That's so hard to do when you're just at the beginning of point 2.
The biggest thing is the adaptation in this series. We've got a lot of games, especially because of that draw, but it started out as mirror comps. Then we started seeing last-minute swaps were the big difference maker in a lot of them. And now we're starting to see that this triple Vanguard composition from Les Amours is working into 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I mean, what's great, too, is we're going through the map pool like crazy, and we're running out. So who knows what we're about to go into? Could it be our first bit of Dom? We're going to have to see. But first, let's relive the madness of Midtown with the highlights.
Thus I smite thee! Beholds the god of thunder!
Too easy when you never miss. Nowhere to hide. Woo! I never miss. Making the cut.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back. This is like the best thing we have seen in competitive play right now with these two teams. It's like better than an MCU movie right now. Just everybody is just bringing everything they got in these fights. And we've seen time and time again that it's been this Delina and Terra show. But Smash and Tico have been rising up to the occasion on the duelist front. But can I just highlight something? There was 20,000 damage blocked from an Invisible Woman in that match. Have you seen anything like that before?
No, not at all. And we got the MVP, rightfully so, for it. But I think in the way that the little things matter so much in this series, we've seen it come down to those like kind of microsecond decision-making moments, and especially the dueling going on in kind of the side pan of a lot of these fights, and still seeing a lot of our strategists being able to kind of get that support over there. And I'm really questioning what we're going to get in this last one, or at least in terms of who's going to move forward into that upper final, because there's a lot riding on the line, not only for 100 Thieves to remain a little bit of pride, but also trying to get into Les Amants making the run.
This is when I go from caster to fan. I have not seen 100 Thieves lose yet.
I know.
This could be it. This could be the first loss we're watching here, and it could happen at the biggest stakes, the MRC. I want to remind you guys, the winner of the last Marvel Rival Championship was Mutants, who is now 100 Thieves. This would be their first time ever in a loser's bracket. That is what is on the line, and it comes down to domination of all maps. Woo! We have gone through the pool. There was the Burden T'Challa of the other map they could have picked in Wakanda, but no, these teams want to go and look for the first bit of the fight. The first person to get that point is able to steamroll from there. Loki ban coming out immediately, though. Yeah. No triple Vanguard. They don't want to deal with it.
They do not want to mess with that at all. I like the continuation of some of these bans. The Groot is going to be the protect as well from Les Amants to try to keep that separation as well. And now you have to think the Rocket Raccoon. It is right there. So we're going to have that BRB set up.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Delina loves to play Namor here, so I can expect a lot of Namor, potentially. I'm going to wonder if they ban that here, because they've got to know their homework by now. It could be Hela, maybe, but I think they let the Hela stay, and they're going to go with the Namor ban here, potentially. They do have Luna up for grabs, which is nice, too, and I think they're going to allow that. They definitely want to have Luna if they want to play with the style that they have been here, and they're thinking about it. This is not an easy decision, as we have seen previously. They know what's on the line. It is Hela, which I think, honestly, Delina's fine with.
Yeah, hey, I'll take the Namor on this matchup, and immediately going for it with the combination of the Luna Snow makes Namor very, very strong. And I am very much wanting to see Delina be the guy that grabs this series and takes it forward, right? And try to be that kind of clinching factor for them.
I'm going to be honest. I've seen a lot of 100 Thieves play. Even before that, a lot of Mutants. They wanted exactly this. A lot of the game is won in the pick and ban phase. They now have access to, first of all, you've got the Punisher play. Hold on now. But with that, the combination, look for the quick Luna ult that swaps to purple. That's the damage boost to the Namor Moby Dick into the Vinny prison. That's what they do all the time. We have seen them just laugh at teams with that combo. Not seen Magnets with this. So they have to match the Namor play. It's too good of a combo to pass up. So if it comes to experience right now, Edge for me is going to 100 Thieves. But I mean, what do I know after Magnus' performance so far?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Is like we came in with such different expectations. We came in with an expectation of dominance from 100 Thieves, even if Les Amants' run in the upper bracket has been almost just as dominant as 100 Thieves. It is still a factor where we expect 100 Thieves at that next level, and we are seeing a punch back. We're seeing gods bleed here a little bit in Marvel Rivals, and it is going to be a setup where Les Amants have a very different comp. There's a tried and true strategy that 100 Thieves are approaching with. The question is, does it work?
And Terra on Punisher. Love the change again. A lot of pressure on that Groot like they want to do here. As now we're able to have the teams clash in the higher ground. We often see this as both the Namor squids are going down quick, but able to pump a lot of damage out as the healers are able to burn through their cooldowns quickly to keep their team up. And that's exactly what you're looking to do if you're 100 Thieves on the aggression there. Now it's going to look who can get the first flank kill, as we have up top there. The Namor Tico is trying to go, and we have not had Tico versus Delina. That's the matchup right now. It's not Smash right now. It's going to be Tico as Terra with the infinite ammo just raining down the bullets. bullets. And hey, how about some more in turret form, as he is going to be a huge distraction, and they have to pay attention. And they're not, as he's just dumping him down on Chuckle. The tree is eating up the metal. The Lina capitalizing as well on Jabrori, and this first point is going to go to 100 Thieves, most likely. And I'm telling you, whoever gets this first point, the win percentage has got to be over like 70% on first cap because of ultimate charge.
We got our answer. 100 Thieves, they had a tried and true strategy. It did work. And I think the way that they separated that fight, the Lina, first of all, taking kind of that low angle into the top angle, but more so importantly, I feel like getting to see Terra work on this Punisher. He tried to swip to it earlier in the series in that first setup, but it didn't work out there. It's working here.
Yeah, for sure. Yggdrasil's path, he didn't get much from it, but there, the turret, my goodness, what could you do? And they won the high ground. If they didn't win that, that strategy wasn't going to work. They kind of put everything into that bag, and they got it paid out in full from the bank. That is Marvel Rivals Championship. Delina now trying to go for that awkward flank. Great little upper ramp to do so. Getting himself some protection. Look at him rain down here on Smash. Punishing this Winter Soldier. Love the flexibility. Look at the whale out of nowhere. No combo needed. And it connects. And it gets rid of Sue Storm just like that.
They're able to get that separation there of the two. I think it was going down in style there, but Smash is still up. He still has some great tools and ultimates available for Les Amours.
Yeah, we are actually seeing Luna with Punisher instead of the Namor combination. That is why Delina was able to use that so freely. And this is something we haven't seen before. And I don't think that the Magnets have either, which is showing right here as they struggle a bit against this matchup. Smash going down with the Kraken Impact. So far, unable to get that elimination to re-trigger. Delina now going for that side flank. Gets the connection. We said, will he be the difference maker? He shines in domination. And he is going wild with the Tritons. Call him King of the Sea.
Those Tridents are heat-seeking. Delena steps up to the plate, knocks it out of the park. Those are the kinds of step-up moments you expect from our clutch players, from our best of the best. And 100 Thieves are here to get things right.
And not just that, they won through ultimates. You can see that Magnus had to use what they had in the bank as well, as Delina timing out it perfectly for the portal play. Oh my goodness, the instant delete key is shown on Chuckle, who has played great as Groot. But when you've got all these bullets pumping into you from the Punisher, what are you going to do? Look at Terra. He's got an absolute perfect accuracy. Terra now said, okay, Delina, enough from you. I want a little bit of my time in the limelight here. And he just gets it all. A quad to finish.
That is the domination I expect from 100 Thieves on domination of all things. As you said, the first map is definitely a tell of what can come. And Les Amours, their backs against the wall now. Again, a lot of pride, not only in making it to that upper bracket finals, but beating 100 Thieves for the first time would be a story moment for them. And now they need to find a way to pull it out.
Either way, it is a story moment, but 100 Thieves playing lights out here on domination. We actually saw them struggle in the MRI against FlyQuest a little bit on domination, but funny enough, but they're locked in here. And man, do I love, I did not see 1 ounce of Punisher play from Terra. And I feel like they found what has been a good counter here to the way that Magnus likes to play. And combine that with who I knew Delina was hoping isn't banned, and that's the Namor pick. And they'd happily mirror match that. And they're eating good right now. And it's going to come down again. Look for this first fight, first point. And right now, the advantage ultimate-wise is 100 Thieves.
I think Les Amours will definitely look back towards that Hella ban with maybe a little bit of a side eye, but we'll see if that actually is the case, and maybe Hella was just that prio ban. But we get into the fighting right out here, and Terra gonna have a bit of advantage here on this Punisher.
Yeah, we're going to see if they can use any of these ultimates. They could probably use the amplifier if they want to get that extra edge without diving in deep into the ultimates that they're going to need here. SJP, first time of the tournament getting that we've seen from this match, getting access to Luna, which he plays so well. We've seen in the past. Now we've got them both going into the point, collapsing in. 100 Thieves first to touch, first to cap. And at this point, this is going to be extremely tough. It's not always the first cap. It is the first fold of the cards. But right now, 100 Thieves looks like they have a royal flush.
They do indeed. They must have been hiding some cards somewhere because they have pulled them all out here in this setup. Tico trying to find a little bit of an entrance, but here comes the dancing on the point.
my gosh, this Punisher just raining it in. And with the damage amplifier, do you understand how much DPS a second that is to avoid? It doesn't matter if you have 8 strategists. That is a lot of damage to deal with from Terra at the helm. But they were able to survive. Wanting to go in their arsenal here with the counter ultimates that they can throw up. Look for the Kraken impact immediately. Namor able to escape big there for Delina. Throwing the whale down, not getting any connection. Smash now, taking down Delina. Smash now is going to roll out the rest. And Smash and team is going to be able to get this point cap back. And this is the rare instance where they could easily keep on to this, with Skyer even wanting a piece of the pie, taking down Harvey.
That's a full ace going down as well from Les Amants. And this one not going to be as dominant as that first one was. Really nice counter push from Les Amants, and they will still have that Horn of Proteus there for Tico to find an angle. That wall is going to come down, make the setup a little bit harder to get to, but here comes the counter push right now onto Les Amants' point.
Yeah, we got to name that whale at some point. We're going to name it something good, like Eric or something great. We're just always going to go exactly. All right, here we go, guys. Going into what could be the last stand for Magnets, playing their best. We open up with the prison right away, and it is putting them into jail with no key to get out, as they're able to completely take them down with almost minimal effort there. An opening from Vinny, and the rest collapse. They take this point right back.
This series was a banger, but it might just go out on a little bit of a whimper here. 100 Thieves have just risen to the task across the board. I gotta say, though, Delina has been a monster on this Namor, and there was a reason why it was banned in the last map, but now here they chose that Hela, and he's making them pay for it. Really love this double duelist setup from 100 Thieves in the Namor and this Punisher. It's just so hard to get into, and you have so many angles with the turret as Terra.
Absolutely, here as 69, now 70% of the point, taking down 100 Thieves. They've got the Punisher ready to roll. They're pushing it out right away. SJP to join with the Luna ult probably quickly after, as now they're having to put plenty of pressure. But bam, the quick charge up at the Meteor, and the counter from Cyber with the double shot. That's what you like to see. You see it in ranked play. You see it here in the Marvel Rival Championship. Cyber with clutch in the jeans there, keeping his team afloat and alive. There, though, raining down the damage. There's the whale with the damage boost, unable to connect. Oftentimes getting at least one elimination. Not this time. Here goes the Vinny with the Brisman as well. And they're just throwing everything at the Magnets, but unable to get the elimination. Strategists play at an all-time high, as we've seen from both these teams the entire time they've matched up. And Terra making the difference. Taking down Truckle. Can TTK make a big connection? Yes, sir, he does. Taking down DeBrory. This could be the it. This could be the swan song from 100 Thieves to the Magnets. They gave the best fight against them so far, but will it be enough? Folks, we have the last bit from Tico, trying to stay alive, trying to stall the bubble up on the point. Eliminated. You give 100 Thieves an inch, they will take the entire map and the series as we close out what has been a phenomenal upper bracket.
6 maps and still 100 Thieves undefeated, moving on to that upper bracket finals. Les Amants should be immensely proud of what was put on the table here today, and anybody in that lower bracket is going to be terrified. But speaking of Terra, gets the MVP, a massive swap to the Punisher to finish off Les Amants in this series. They will end up taking this 3-2 in favor of 100 Thieves.
I mean, that was Marvel Infinity War, and everyone brought out the signature move throughout that entire match, right, man? I mean, I've got to say, truly, that might have been the best matchup I've seen between two teams at this level of play right now. And they have not been knocked down. 100 Thieves, they have come close. But yes, as you've alluded to, as much as I want to praise 100 Thieves right now for sticking it in and winning it, my gosh, okay, Magnus,
Yeah.
I'll be adding you on social media. I want to get some player interviews. I want to know who you guys are, because you came and you showed it today with that level of play. Congratulations on a valiant effort, but 100 Thieves going to advance. They're going down to the lower. And again, if I'm the team in the lower bracket, I'm looking at them. I'm like, I don't want to play the Magnets, because they played lights out.
They absolutely did. I think it came off the back of some really unique things, right? Not unique in general of what we're seeing in totality of the meta, but bringing out the 3 Vanguard comp against 100 Thieves, having that angle to it and having success in that felt really good. And we'll now have this separation, maybe a chance at redemption later on in the grand finals if they can make the run.
Hey guys, listen, it's been 3 hours. We got a lot more on the table from that matchup.
The first series.
I know, right, man? Let's go ahead. Let's relive it. We got another match coming up. Don't go anywhere. Let's check out the highlights.
among all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still.
Thus I smite thee! Behold the god of thunder!
It's too easy when you never miss. Nowhere to hide. Woo! I never miss. Making the cut.
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserved that, dear. Mind crush! You were beneath me. Impervious! Pathetic. How embarrassing. Kneel, peasants! That's White Queen mind control.
Your mind is mine! Impervious! Kneel, peasants!
Three, two, one, blast off! Legendary!
What's going on, guys, and welcome back from what was already an electric day, and now we go into the match that is going to be between two elite teams in Shroud X and the Sentinels. Winner's going to move on to play 100 Thieves. Loser going down there into the lower bracket. This match has all the potential and the hype as the last one. These teams are great.
They are indeed. We obviously got to cover the Shroud versus Luminosity series last weekend as well, but Sentinels are no slouches. We've also seen them run rampant in this upper bracket. Both teams coming into this round with 3-0s over their prior opponent. I'm looking for a lot of fireworks to start off this one, as we just got to see what was one of the most banger series here in MRC at least.
Yeah, it should be the 4th of July, man. I think both these teams can bring enough. Shroud X has certainly the roster to do so. And Sentinels now, they're at the point in time where they were once the most dominant team, then humbled in the MRI. And now it's like, you're here. You are playing for it all. Last MRC, the last Marvel Rival Championship that we had in Season 0, they made it to the finals and they fell to 100 Thieves. So this is their continuation of this story they want to have. And they are not Cinderellas. They've been here before. They're ready to go. And we're ready to go with Shroud X versus Sentinels. Big difference makers. As always, we've got great players on both teams. Vision, Doomed, you know them as elite duelists. And of course, who could forget Super Gomez and Rymazin, the duelist on the other side? This is going to be a matchup, my man.
Yeah, well, first and foremost, I hope we're treated with another Adam Warlock from Vision. He was picking people apart last time on that one, but I'm really excited to get a little bit more teeth into the Sentinel teams. I think the Rymazing and Super Gomez shout-out's huge. I think Aramori also deserves a massive shout-out there, and seeing what they're going to be willing to go with today. But we're already into the picks and bans. We got the Wolverine banned away by Shroud against Super Gomez. Then we got the Hela ban, the Protector, the Bucky, and the Star-Lord so far.
Yeah, if you don't like Hela, no worries, because Sentinels hate her, and you're never going to see her. They ban her often and early here. Now, Doomed played a lot of the Bucky Barnes that we saw in the MRI, but then Vision started to take over there. Vision, an elite duelist to keep your eyes on. We got the Luna ban going from the Sentinels here, leading into what will now be the response on the offense of what has been a great random mag pick. Royal Palace Domination. Triple Red shut down. The teams are locking in. Here we go, man. Domination is always a good time.
I love starting on Domination because we get the blood pumping. We get to see what these teams are really doing, see how much grittiness we get between them two, as well as what compositions we're leaning towards at least. I expect the Star-Lord to be rampant now that we're getting that Protect coming through for it. Obviously, the Winter Soldier has been a constant pick in the meta, but I love to see maybe some adaptations from the strategist role if we are going to get the Lokis, or if we're just going to stick to the tried and true tradition of the Rocket Raccoon and Invisible Woman.
Yeah, and you might notice Hogs is not in the Sentinels lineup. One of the greats at Vanguards, but he has even admitted he is just, this is not his meta. He's not a group player. He struggles with it. Crimso takes over for him for group. We saw Crimso step up great last time, and so look for him to fill Hogs' role, but Hogs is tough to replace. Very great player. Love to watch and see what he does. Shroud X, the team formed together from Shroud himself. They have showed promise, bunch of young guns with great friendship, and it's led at the helm of fantastic individual players, just like we saw from Magnets. Nobody really is shy from the limelight. They all play incredible. And we go and we start with Domination in Odin's archive here. And here we go, Royal Palace.
Yeah. I'm looking at Crimson, what impact he's going to have on this Groot. I really like Impunity's Groot, see what he can do to set up some spatial differences here. I really like that Sentinels are going first and foremost up onto this point to try to get this. We are just getting fisticuffs early, Cozy.
Yeah, aggression right away. Both these teams taking the high ground. Nobody cared about the point. There's the barrage.
The
it was nerfed for a reason. That thing can rip through and Vision. And we've got the Invisible Woman going down in one swoop. Super Gomez just picking up where we left him off. They always say they love to let him off the leash, let him go crazy. Star-Lord is what he used to be best at. Been playing a lot of Wolverine lately, and he's back with Chris Pratt himself, and he does a great job there on the opening point.
I'm going to start calling that combo the bouncy ball, because you literally just watched it bounce all over the other team there, and now we got the re-push in. This high point is really good to defend from.
Yeah, absolutely here, as now the point is Sentinels to gain, but right now plenty still in the tank for Shroud X. They've got the ultimates charging up that they're looking for here. Look for Nux to push that amplified damage early, but Rymazing, who I don't see on Winter Soldier almost ever, is playing a, probably put a lot of practice in, because that right now clearly has been that meta. Kalu's now trying to get that early poke damage on Impunity, who's been a great group thus far. Super Gomez always looking his eyes out there for something like the BRB device, and he's going in, trying to get Fidel early. Super Gomez now trying to get that high ground, pushing in, and with a beautiful beautiful flip, twist, and shoot. He takes down both supports without even breathing. Look at this man go.
Super Gomez let off the leash for sure as he gets a triple there for himself, and now they can just leave the point here and keep this angle on this redeploying side.
There are times that he just goes crazy. Like, he is just so insane. And again, I haven't seen Amazing on this Winter Soldier, so it's been fun to see here. Again, Aramori, one of the best at it. Both teams going to show the ultimate fireworks. About to be a light show in here as we have both of them popping everything they got. Impunity with the nice poke damage, and the prison got to pop in.
We did end up getting the Lokis in here as well, and trying to get this Strangling Prison in for Impunity. Maybe looking for an angle now.
Here we go. We got the counter. Dogman soaking up all of that legendary, and he connects with Amazing. Unfortunately, Super Gomez charged up Dogman, who was able to get the connection. Now takes down Kurova. Aramori, in this point, is going to go back over to Shroud X. 99% up, but they do have life. Unfortunately, they had to use every bit of ultimate. And this is what's so tough about capping second. You don't have anything left in the tank after getting the cap.
It's they got to find a gas station, and that gas station is going to be trying to pop some of these shots before the engage comes through. Because if you look over at Sentinels, they are about to have their big wombo combo, and especially led off by Crimzo. Again, we said this is a guy we got to keep an eye on how he's going to be, the impact he's going to have on this Vanguard role. Now he has the tee up for a great spot in this fight.
Absolutely. Any gas stations in Asgard, we'll have to find out. But we're Amazing found something there, getting doomed right out of it early and often. And a huge rapid impact on what seems to be the entire team. Amazing debuting his Winter Soldier in fashion. You would think it's from the Captain America movie. Fantastic play and huge combo setup. Wow.
That might have been the most people I've ever seen hit by a Kraken impact at once. I know it was a lot of clones, but it still felt good. The dopamine hit of that one is going to live rent-free. And honestly, a very dominant game number one, at least map number one here in this domination.
Yeah, I swear there was like 12 people in that ultimate. I mean, absolute beauty. Everybody hit with that cooling
the damage numbers
there.
go burr.
Yeah, exactly, man. Bucky he doesn't know the word quit. Same as Amazing. Great job. Not a lot to take away from that other than it kind of was just Sentinels from the beginning there, from the opening Super Gomez play, and just it's super tough, again, to kind of kick it in a high gear. Looking at the ultimates here, it's about even, though. So look for this first team fight yet again to matter a lot, and both teams can easily get it up for grabs. Fidel playing the Shark here just to get everybody the bubble boost if you're curious of why he's playing the adorable threat that is Jeff.
What is your favorite cheese? Like, because we get a lot of different ones. What is your favorite cheese? The like insta swap heroes.
Ooh, yeah, it's tough. I mean, it's got to be Jeff, and when he's doing the little like barrel roll that he does in the water, it's just, especially in the pink outfit there. Come on, man. Like that is that's all you need, man. As both
Mine's
teams
the
are
sword.
up.
Mine's the Magneto sword with the Scarlet Witch. Just that easy early cheese for a lot of damage. But now we got to look at a lot of damage here. Sentinels on the verge of this map one.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's Doom getting some nice poke damage and flank hits from the side, putting something on Crimzo early as it's forcing Sentinels to step back a little bit. But here goes Super Gomez, just going off, doing what he does. But this time, Vision able to snipe the fish there and take out what has been the threat of this match so far. Beautiful play. Ryan Mason, though, trying to get the same done on Doom, was able to successfully. And not only that, they rotated the pressure perfectly, collude with the great space making, and giving the point up for free over to Sentinels. Gazelle?
Oh, that's so tough to see as well, because then this point take is so much more difficult, especially when you have ultimates available. Armori, Super Gomez, they're about to have all the combos back up for Sentinels, and you do have all yours available for Shroud too, but you gotta find it in.
You want this right here. I was going to say Legendary has to come out. They don't have the Magneto ult to counter it, so this should be able to clean up something. They're forced to use the invisible boundary from both teams now, so unable to get any connection, but taking down some key abilities there. We've got the Groot ult coming in with Crimson. They're trying to capitalize. They're taking a page out of the Ryan Mason book we just saw as Vision gets one, now two, looking to set to three. He goes again. The clones are down. The Kraken impact is up, and he is going crazy with the resets. That's what you want to see, and they didn't have to use all too much. The Legendary pop for the key abilities, and the point is theirs as Super Gomez goes down.
He gets up getting the last one. A penta elimination from Vision, a guy that we highlighted coming into it. We know he can pop shots, but on this Winter Soldier too, and making it know that he can play these kinds of picks as well. And just now, the retake from Sentinels is very difficult themselves. They will have ultimates coming up much sooner than Shroud.
Yeah, especially if you're looking at, I mean, you can open with the Kraken Impact into what the combo will be with Crimzo here. I think that's why a lot of people were shocked that Groot didn't get a nerf. It's like, wow, you can continue the setups, but the devs again said they liked it. They like all the diverse play. We saw it, triple Vanguard. Now we're seeing Groot versus Groot action. A lot of I Am Groots out there as we've got the Meteor going up and going down from Kaluge. It gets no connection. It is blocked with the legendary pop by Super Gomez. Everything coming out. They knew that Shroud X has no defensive ultimate, and look at this, man. They're able to just rain down eliminations. There's a new goddess of death. Call them gods of death. It's Amazing and Super Gomez.
Apparently it is, and maybe an establishing of a new pantheon here in this upper bracket as Sentinels looking real dominant when they can take these points, but now the other side. It's just a back and forth nature. It's like we're watching a tennis match and the ball is just going back and forth. Everything available now for Shroud.
Yeah, absolutely. You're 67%, now 68. Again, we've got the ultimates. They want to look to stagger these a little bit as we have the legendary coming out from Doomed, and this is going to get and fish out those key abilities here. Again, though, they don't want to use too much. Shroud X, you want to be able to keep some more for the next fight. You're going to find yourself in the exact same situation. Fidel, though, getting up that invisible boundary, keeping everybody alive, nobody going down. This is the way they want the fight to go right now to start things out. Fidel keeping nice healing going, but trying to hide from what is going to be the Meteor from Kaluge. Does so successfully. Here comes the other Meteor. Both Meteors whipping as now the team has been pushed away. Great space from Shroud X, but again, now everything being used at once. And with that, Amazing taking out Vision. Dogman with the trade as well. Mazel, will this be Sentinels, or can they come back?
This is tough. The overtime is ticking here, and it's looking good. Oh, they're losing bodies here, though.
This has been a continual fight in grudge match. The portal's going to be too late. Not enough time on the clock. Unfortunately, Sentinels, great fight there. Just unable to get anything that put the period on the sentence. There was no eliminations there. And Sentinels taking the first domination map.
Man, and it was pretty dominant as well across the board. I mean, the map one definitely was way more dominant, but the push and pull factor of knowing what you have available to you and using that kind of ultimate sway to have those big moments really felt good that both teams were kind of keeping track of that, but Sentinels definitely having a little bit of the better of it. And you see yet another Invisible Woman MVP starting to rise the ranks of the meta champs.
Absolutely, and that's what I want to see if I'm looking at Sentinels. I you know, at times I've been saying they've had a little bit of an identity crisis with the team play and the comps that they're wanting to do because of the unexpected Hogs having to shift out from Crimzo. And they kind of found that last weekend. We kind of noticed that, and they really brought that all in. Amazing playing a different role, able to completely adjust and did a phenomenal performance. But domination, anything can happen. Convoy can be a different story. We've seen a lot of that today. Expect to see even more of it. Man, anything but before we, jump in and take a look back, anything you want to highlight quickly?
I still think some of the additions that Crimzo is adding in terms of what he's able to present as a frontliner, and especially those engages, was really nice to see. Even trying to step in the shoes, big shoes to fill, rather. And to see a lot of that team play come through and the coordination feels really good for Sentinels. I need to see a little bit more of that from the other side of things as well from Shroud.
From coach to player, Crimzo, he's doing a good job. Let's go ahead and relive it and check out the highlights.
Thus I smite thee! Behold the god of thunder!
Too easy when you never miss. Nowhere to hide. Woo! I never miss. Making the cut.
Your mind is mine! Impervious! Steel presence!
Three, two, one, blast off! Legendary!
Again, we are back, and just like that, we had Sentinels beat Shroud X in domination. These are the top 8 teams, some of the best players in all of Marvel Rivals. And when you look at the matchup that we just saw with the two teams, what was your big takeaway, Mazel?
I just want to see at least maybe differentiations in some of the comps as well. I still think this like Groot line that's obviously the meta right now is so impactful if you can time it correctly. And on domination, it's really hard to kind of get that ebb and flow going back and forth if you do get that domination on the ultimate setup. And we saw great timings coming out from Sentinels, but trying to look forward a little bit here and moving on to a convoy map that does have that differentiation in terms of strategy you can pull out. So now we're looking at the picks and at least the protects coming through. It is that Wolverine still has that comfort ban away.
We've seen Wolverine ban the first pick every single time. When you get to this stakes, this level of play, nobody wants to deal with them. He's out of there. Speaking of roots, again, Sentinel returning to their roots. I'd said it before, Hela will not see play against Nightmare. They just don't want to deal with it. Their duelists are too flexible and can play other roles, and not one kind of locks down that Hela role often. Amazing would be the one to do it. He'd rather kind of flex around. We just saw the success of that earlier. Luna, though, getting the keep there from Shroud X.
Yeah, I think a little bit of change-ups, I guess, coming through here, but also something that we've seen very strong with those kinds of big burly tanks in the front as well. But the Star-Lord Protect still is going to be there as well.
Yeah, absolutely here. And Spider Island, another map that we will be sunsetting in Season 1, so enjoy it while it lasts here on Convoy in competitive play. Looking at the lineup here, it's great. I actually enjoy this map a lot. A lot of fun locations, a lot of good high ground and flank routes. Team, though, staying similar. Super Gomez, though, we've actually got the triple Vanguard at that, and I've seen them play this before on defense here. We just saw it from 100 Thieves. This map just sets you up for so much success to put spawn pressure down because you're able to get back and have one more chance of a fight.
It's really important. It's about buying those little seconds here or there, right? Like when we were looking at the last series that we were watching, it was those kind of little moments that actually mattered in trying to get the extra flank angles with the extra like distance between where those angles are and the point itself. But when you start having to get that long walk back, it definitely doesn't feel great. So you want to try to keep it up, and if you need to pull back, raise the white flag and back up a little bit.
100%. White Queen's going to change this triple Vanguard lineup a lot. I cannot wait for her to come to the game. Emma Frost about to bring the Nightmare. But Sentinels, it's their chance to put a Nightmare on Shroud as we go into the defensive hold. Spider Island. Here we go.
So they're going to get pressure immediately as they come out here. Really good hold out here by Sentinels. They got a little bit of distance as well with that Johnny Flame coming out from Doom. Getting some decent damage coming through too.
Who's the shotgun of the duelist, and this is actually a great place to pull out Johnny Storm. Got a favor, and it's been just the prescription of Human Torch that I've needed. Here he is, ready to go. They knew they would probably go with the triple Vanguard and Doom swapping over to some immediate heat. Pun intended, to put a lot of pressure on them fast and early, and he's trying to make the square, getting the firewalls up and ready to go. We've seen no Human Torch. It's great to see it, as now immediately Sentinels push to a little bit of uncomfortable positioning. They're gonna have to reset, and look at Nuck immediately ready to go with an ultimate, but we've got the Kraken Impact ready. Kurova with the boundary to protect him from what is going to be the inevitable Vision Omega Hurricane. But Mason gets the first lap, taking down Impunity, and just like that, damage pouring out from both teams. Great play, huge push off there from the Invisible Woman.
Hey, they still have some ultimates as well from Sentinel's side, though, to try to push back into them. Fidel is going to be coming down of his dancing here pretty soon, but they're going to push right back into the point. And now you have Aramori maybe with his own rebuttal.
Oh, here it is, the team up, Storm, Supernova. It's the combination. You can't out heal. It's so much damage at once. You see Sentinels trying to survive it. They did a good job splitting up so that it can't just team wipe everybody, and not getting the connections they were hoping for, holding on to two very key ultimates. Can't afford to miss those, as Dogman gets a nice Agamotto, though, taking down Crimson and Super Gomez. They don't need no Supernova. They just need the Supreme, the Sorcerer himself. And here we go as the portal comes back immediately from Amazing now, swapping over, trying to get in, trying to get to the pressure, and Super Gomez continuing his role. Crimso trying to get the imprisonment, throws it out successfully. Can they get the impact? Yes, they do, as Kaluge hits the double, no triple, and they were able to stop that defense. That looked like it was all for Shroud X.
That was a clean ace. I mean, that was a full team wipe there as well, and now they will be a little bit off. Kaluge is going to have his Meteor of him here very soon, but you're a little bit closer for the side of Shroud, trying to get some of this preemptive damage in here, but these angles are so difficult to deal with, and you have to think about the flank angles as well. The flangles, I like to call them, over on the other side.
And Super Gomez, even though he didn't get an elimination there, he got the lanterns down. That's all you want. And he's out, right? He did exactly his job there. And now for this close fight, there's a 25-second time slot for them to really capitalize on it, though. Doom trying to do the same thing on their team, but nope, going after the Magneto, putting him in an uncomfortable position, forcing Kurova to pop the invisible boundary. Does just that. We've got the Meteor coming up, coming down with no connection today, as Doom now going with the Legendary, popping the Runestones, and oh my, Kurova was an inch away from the Lanterns, and just like that, they are using everything left to get point one.
Really good swaps from Shroud here, going through and getting Doom to have these kind of multi-angles, not only, but now getting this next push. They have a lot of time to work with to push forward. They're going to take this aggressive angle as well and kind of keep the tempo up.
Absolutely. That was great teamwork play there. And it's funny, you got the Storm and Johnny Storm, and that was unable to get the success. All you need is a little bit of teamwork to get the job done. Dogman playing great on Magneto here, as he does have that Meteor to open things up. Really the only thing that they're going to have for a good amount of this team fight, although we've seen both players able to get their ultimate so fast. And there's the Legendary Super Gomez, the Legendary Star-Lord himself, popping it down. Runestones activated, keeping everybody alive, but Impunity was able to trade and get rid of Kaluge in return. That was massive.
It was indeed, and now we see Doom still going at it, get another KO as well. Now trying to chase down Super Gomez on the other side. He is still bumping him here as well, going for even more as they end up trying to find Armori, but he is going to make it out just fine, at least for now. The push is still going to be there over halfway on this second phase.
That's what you want to see from Doomed and Vision, right? We just talked about that at the break. We wanted to see them kind of rise up to what we know they could play, the caliber that they play at. They played fantastic last weekend, going up against a great team in the Sentinels. As Dogman has pretty much never died so far. Not one, no pressure, but I said it too soon. He's forced to use a bubble, and my gosh, it's a caster curse. He goes down to Rivars immediately. Rivars with the double kill. That's going to give them everything that they need to get things rolling. And just like that, we now have the grand finale happening there and the dance from Nuck to keep things spicy.
You got to keep the dancing shoes on here. It's going to get a little bit of damage back from the side of Sentinels. I gotta think though, Amazing with the resets, Kalush with the Meteor of M. These have been big pieces, but I'm looking at the dual strategist ultis up and available for Sentinels to try to stop this.
Yeah, the Nuck, the fate of both worlds is just to keep the team alive, and they might miss that here when you have all this offensive powerhouse coming, especially when Super Gomez can get the elimination, taking down Doomed early from the fight. Super Gomez looking to put the pedal on. You got one elimination. You might as well get them all, as that's the mantra he likes to live by. Doom, though, has been great on the other side of things. The dual pistols himself has been bringing Doom to the team. Who needs the doctor when you've got just Doomed doing what he does best? Legendary ready to access. They know that they have the Meteor to soak it in. Toulouse forced to do the Meteor now. And here it goes. The trade of ultimates, the counters, the big picks. Crimso getting the best of it right now with Vision going down. Key pick early. Fate of both worlds up. And this could be a massive win here as ShroudX is trying to use everything left to get through this hard choke point. That is point 2.
They are. There's the Meteor of It coming out from Dogman as well. Hey, gonna get a nice little dunk there. Hey, as the Galactic Legend is in the sky, I don't think it's gonna matter. Super Gomez immediately forced to push back off, and they are on the verge of prolonging this one as we get another Fate of Both Worlds coming through too. That's gonna be a massive lengthening of this fight here, Cozy.
Yeah, Nuck had to use it early, but now it's coming at the perfect time with the barrage happening and taking down Magneto, Star-Lord, now Groot, all falling to... Wait a second. Patel on Luna Snow. Love to see you, man. Good stuff. Great hold from Sentinels, but even better cap from ShroudX. And we look to see if they can get through what has been a tricky point that we've seen last weekend and to this.
Yeah, this little section is always so difficult. Love to see Doom playing very aggressive on the Star-Lord. Obviously a save that they've been willing to go for. See if Fidel switch to the Luna is going to be enough, but then a KO already coming through for Kalush. He's getting close to the Meteor of M.
He's always just, he leaves no room for space. Like the 6 feet rule. Nope, he doesn't abide by it. He's just going right at them now. As Super Gomez now even putting the more pressure onto Doom, but they're a little overextended. Might need to reset here. And at one point, it looks like Crimzo, it looked like he used his ultimate with the prison, but because they were all so close together, but they were able just to kind of force that the bond chip and get the eliminations. Right, Mason with a huge pick, turn, and roll as they punish Dogman, who's been surviving and playing great.
Have a look at a Shroud now. Can they get a big push? They do have some of their ultimates, but not having Dongman is very difficult. Impunity still have the Strangling Prison, but if you look over at the side of Sentinels, almost all 6 ultimates are available, and they're getting picks too.
My goodness, amazing. Beautiful play yet again from the Winter Soldier, and the shields are up, protecting them from the impunity. The prison going down. Kalush with the response, and the dunk! The slam, the NBA jam as he gets the 2-piece and punishes ShroudX here with overtime to go.
They still have this push. I mean, this long push here as well. They're getting some cleanups here too. Sentinels, they might have just held on over Shroud. The overtime is down, and that'll just be 2 caps on the other side of things.
That was a quick finish, man. It went from, it was close to the avalanche that was and has been Super Gomez. I mean, the pressure. Yeah. You ever have those Spider-Man matches where there's Spider-Man pestering you all the time? It seems like he's always in your face. It's Super Gomez right now because he's constantly putting pressure on the team.
He really has been, and we saw with those flanks early on, but also being impactful throughout. I think the duality of things when you have 2 Star-Lords on the map is who is being very reserved with their Galactic Legend more so than the other, because you can always have that big cleanup moment on the Star-Lord. But now we have to think, is that going to still be the case here? Super Gomez has been kind of unanswered in a lot of these fights, and want to see if maybe some readaptation of focus on who they can pick out quickly can come through for the side of Sentinels.
Yeah, absolutely here. And again, we've seen a lot of triple Vanguard here to stop them in this defensive hold. And nope, ShroudX is going to stick with what they're trying true here, and they've got what they want to have. But again, yeah, I think honestly, great play all around. There wasn't outside of what I would say would be the aggression from the duelist side of the Sentinels. They can hold them here. I mean, that was a great hold, but hey, we saw an even better one with 100 Thieves versus Magnets and how crazy of the Yggdrasil's path that was.
Yeah, that's going to be living in our head for the foreseeable future, but we are getting a little bit of that combo coming through here now. We have the Storm for Super Gomez yet again. Going to switch right back over after that speed up came through. Back to the Star-Lord and try to get pressure here. Now you have to think about these angles, though. Amazing is looking to take down some of the clones Cozy early on.
Even Aaron Moore going to Scarlet Witch for all of 3 seconds to get the sword out there for just enough pressure. Like, that's the belief you want to hear and see when you're Kaluge on that Magneto, playing a great job here. Right, Mason going for the hook. The Groot Walls, though, he's hanging on. He's at the patience, but unable to connect. Getting a nice little hit there and a connection to Impunity, taking down the Groot. That walk back's going to be a long one, as now they're going to be forced to push back. One Vanguard down, and Dogman's the only last wall of defense. And just like that, dragged into the chaos was the clone. And luckily, Impunity getting out of there safely.
They are getting pushed back so far. So much distance is being gained here as well from Sentinels. And now they're pushed into the side cubby hole, completely away from the point. And we're having ultimates coming up as well. We do have some defensive ones here coming through from Shroud soon. But Sentinel is going to be willing to pick up the pressure.
Nuck with the cave pop drop here in just a moment as Vidal gets the snipe on Kaluge. That was sick. Something out of what we would see from Fantastic in that duelist Luna that we love to talk about. Vision with a nice pick. And once pushed away all the way to the back of the map, they were able to get that aggression and put it right back over to Sentinels. Great job with the reset there, because that was looking rough as you go in with 2 minutes and 25 seconds left. That's a lot of holding.
Both sides having ultimates. Here goes the Galactic Legend duel, and it's going to be Doom that gets the win.
Yeah, clutch bubble there, right? The Magneto bubble was able to keep him alive just enough, and the legendary counter is always best against another legendary, but when you've got a Magneto bubble to keep you alive, Dogman, great awareness there.
Really, really good heads up stuff. And those are the little moments that I feel like buys a little bit of time on both sides of things, but especially for Doomed. Now, coming back into things, though, we still have some reservation on using these ultimates. Sentinels trying to make the push around this corner. They still have a lot of tools. I'm mostly looking at this Strangling Prison and that Kraken Impact.
Yeah, right now, Shredx doing a great job. We saw Domination didn't go their way, but they're playing as a team now, a unit, as Vision gets hooked in. Was able to survive for a moment, uses the Kraken Impact to do so, but then gets eliminated. Both duelists out of the fight. There's no firepower left, but all of the firepower in the Sentinels' hands, as Amazing is looking through a fireworks show of color as he continues to try to get the pick, waiting out the ultimates, and now he's going to collapse here on the Luna, trying to get her out of the fight, but just like that, Vision comes in with the portal. The fight's extended. Crimzo trying to get the stackers going. Super Gomez with the amped up damage from the purple. Great swap over there to get the 2-piece. And now blocking in that portal, and they're going to finish out this cap unless Doom can get something rolling. He does not, and it is going to go to the Sentinel.
Super Gomez getting his Galactic Legend there was so clutch, and at the right time they get this first push. And you remember, they don't even have to make it all the way to the third point. They just have to get to that spot that Shroud were in, and now we're getting a reset of fight. Crimzo getting very close to Strangling Prison yet again. Really good heads-up play from Sentinels so far in their attacking side.
Great awareness from Fidel, getting the Snowflake on the Star-Lord there in Doom, but then getting his Groot Impunity back up just by the nick of time here. Now Nuck trying to keep good clone spacemen to be getting a clutch runestone when needed. It's ready to go at any time to protect themselves. What is going to be the inevitable Crimzo ultimate. Here it is. Lancers are on cooldown. There they are. And just like clockwork, everybody doing their role in tremendous play as the meteor drops. And Crimzo, though, getting a beautiful connection there.
From coach to star player, that was like a 5-man Strangling Prison into a quadra. Crimzo making his name known here, saying, hey, I might be stepping in, but I'm a big member here.
And coaches know how to play, right? They wouldn't be where they're at unless they knew what to see. And it's always cool to have someone with so much awareness of what the team's going to be trying to do. And then having that as a call and call outs while you're live playing is insane. Now, we do have plenty of ultimates. The Kurova amazing combo is what we'll look to see. Aaron Mori also is going to be able to do the Fate of Both Worlds, keeping everybody up. So they've got 2 clutch support ultimates to keep the battle going. And they're at the point. It's point 2 right here, right now. This is probably going to be the match for Shroud X to hold on to as Vision goes up, no connection, trying to get something rolling, shooting this pistol one by one. The grab's going, but no, Amazing. We go to him. Great camera work there as he takes down Impunity. One grab to another. Amazing going down with a cracking impact. Amazing reset. Amazing up again, and he's going to save it for just the opportune time. 3 seconds, 2, 1, and he lands it. And if it's not him, it's the legendary.
Super Gomez finishing things off there. Again, we're back to the dance floor. 4 Fate of Both Worlds used in that fight, and you wonder why it took so long for it to go down. Now it is Sentinels putting the vast pressure that they've gained themselves into the face of Shroud. They've got to try to get to the point because we're getting closer and closer here, Cozy.
Yeah, there's not much more room to give. Kalush can be able to have that meteor connection. No ulto to give, and if you're on Shroud X, you're just got to play lights out. All abilities, no flashy colors outside the Magneto ult that we knew, and it does not connect. So it's even by Impunity, though, with the quick prison, the combo, Vision going crazy, and bam, the impact, making the impact and getting the stop. But there's still 2 minutes, and they're going to have to space out this ultimate play, as it is just a punish hit after hit there from Vision.
You'd think he'd be playing Punisher with that one, but he is playing Winter Soldier, and Bucky Barnes going wild. You still have just a few meters to push. The stop is not going to be easy, but can Shroud do it?
Oh my goodness, it's looking to be close, but minute 47 seconds. That's a tall task as Eric Moore getting that nice healing in as Loki Crimson ready for the throwing into prison right now as the connections are trying to go, but no, Doom getting rid of one of the finishers in Super Gomez for that connection, and that was a huge pick at the right time, showing great heart here as the team now pushing it back 5, 6, 7 meters to go with 1:25 on the clock.
And they still have some ultimates available. More importantly, looking at now both sides of things kicking off. We get the dance party, but is it going to be enough?
Yep, there we go. Damage up. Cracking impact down. Eye of Agamotto from Dogman. It was a good connection there. Fidel keeping team up. Beautiful save, but Fidel getting rid of Amazing. Key pick here in the fight. But we've got Kalush with the meteor. It's been unsuccessful in 2 straight purple balls, but can the 3rd one land? It does not. But it does counter correctly. Doom, though, taking down Super Gomez yet again. Only 53 seconds now. They're doing a great job.
It's getting so close to the wire. They're going to get another Fate of Both Worlds here. Trying to push up. Trembling Prison on the 3.
Wow, beautiful, beautiful ultimate, right? But is it going to be a bit early? 40 seconds left on the clock. All you've got is that Kraken impact now with maybe Fidel's Fate of Both Worlds coming into play if he can get it fast enough. But honestly, looking at the teams, this is going to favor definitely Shroud X.
I mean, this is just going to be fisticuffs. We're close to Crimzo getting his ult, but we are very far from everybody else. Fidel is the big one I'm looking at here. The Fate of Both Worlds can make this final push matter all that much more. 15 seconds down, Cozy.
Here more, Kurova far from this strategy. So here comes the stand down. The impact isn't going to be able to do its job. They actually survive it, which is a massive finish. But Fidel forced now to go into the Fate of Both Worlds. This is exactly what Sentinels was hoping for, being on the other side of the ultimate advantage. Dogman, though, taken down. Now we've got 3, 4. It's going to be Shroud X with a last-second hold to make it 1-1. Who saw that coming? Beautiful.
Hey, we're trying to keep up with what happened in that last series. Give us a little bit of blood boiling over here, and it is do or die for this upper bracket run for both these 2 teams. Obviously, lower bracket is still there for them, but somebody has to go ahead and go meet Hunter Thieves in that upper bracket, and I know both these teams want it so badly. Now we get to see that kind of response here as well, and more importantly so, we got to see a lot of the best things from both teams represented here.
Yeah, and I mean, we're just getting near 70,000 healing matches, match over match here. Again, you thought they were out. Wrong timeline. This is the multiverse. Anything can happen. Shroud X rising up to the occasion, really showing a dominant performance from what was a struggling domination matchup. Anything can happen at this point.
Dude, I love that we get the 1-1 setup moving forward. It is a best of 5. We still have a lot going for us, but that stop, that defend, and the reservation of some of those ultimates were my brightest point on that side. And getting to see a lot of what we got to see last weekend from Shroud, a lot of the things that made me really proud to get to cover this team with the cohesion we saw from them.
Yeah, great patience, and honestly, the ultimate management there was what it came down to. And they even survived the Bucky Barnes Winter Soldier. Like, they were able to keep things alive, and I'm like, wow, this should be Sentinels to lose at this point, and lose they did. I just want to watch it back. Let's go ahead. Let's watch the highlights. We got a great match 3 coming up.
Thus I smite thee! Behold the god of thunder!
Too easy when you never miss. Nowhere to hide. Woo! I never miss. Making the cut.
Your mind is mine! Impervious! Steel presence!
Three, two, one, blast off! Legendary!
What's going on, guys? Welcome back. Shroud X living up to the moment. They were able to tie things up, and we've got ourselves match 3 now. Both teams showing a little bit of blood, but who is going to fall? Listen, I think we saw exactly what we wanted to see. Vision and Doomed were able to step things up. I thought Nuck and Fidel did a great job, though, on their role as strategists. Again, 65k healing. Nuck does a phenomenal job as Loki.
Yeah, there were some really clutch moments there. I will just say, having 4 Luna ultimates, it's a lot of time to buy for both sides of things. It's a little good. But it is something where maybe that changes up going into this next map. It is a situation where we're 1-1 in a best of 5, so we still have a lot of game left to play for both sides. And I think we got a nice, at least, setup for both teams on what we wanted to see from them in different categories.
And we are in domination. Love it. Love the pick here in the map. It's always just pure chaos. We got the Scarlet Witch showing up, and she's not even played. Fidel with the nice little troll there on Black Widow. Obviously, we see the Hello Wolverine. What else is new? But we got the Luna Protect there from Shroud X, which is going to force either A, an Namor ban, or B, a potential left field save. No, we're going to stick with Star-Lord here. And so this will probably just be the triple res shutdown from Shroud X. And it's the Namor there from Sentinels.
Yeah, I think it has to be the Adam Warlock ban away here in the end. But I do like that Namor ban, just taking away some of those angle plays that can be given. But we'll see what exactly is these kind of differentiation between the team compositions here, as the Luna actually did make a bit of an impact in that last matchup.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there was some snipes going on there from their team. They were able to really get the best. Fidel was doing great there in the role. Namor does insanely well, too, here in domination. And so it's, cool to see they're going to stick with what they had. Super Gomez should just be playing Star-Lord unless Wolverine's available. So I'm glad he's sticking to that. And, yeah, again, no triple res it always makes things a bit more spicy.
A little spicy. We aren't going to have the 5-minute long fights, which, honestly, now that we haven't had any today, makes me a little sad. I do kind of miss it. But our voices will definitely be happy for it. This is a situation there where we did see a step up from Crimzo. Again, the coach coming into play, filling big shoes rather, but had major impacts on this Groot. And I'm now looking at Impunity on the other side, still that Groot 1v1 matchup there, but to kind of have that same impact for Shroud.
I think this comes a lot down to Super Gomez versus Doomed. Having that early pressure, fast, loose, and often. I mean, this with such close quarters is going to be the difference here as Aramori shooting everybody up with those bubbles. Get the speed on. And there is the swap to Loki, as she's been playing great so far. First point, keep a lookout. First fight about to commence.
Yeah, I love to see it. And first and foremost, a little bit of scuffling going on the side here as we move in more. It is going to be a little bit of move, though, because it does seem like Shroud taking the other option angle and trying to get to the point first.
A great clone setup here. Always love to look and try to place them up there. Great healing and damage. They noticed it right away, though, and it is a common spot. And right away, what did we say? We got Super Gomez going after Doom and putting the aggression to the max. That's going to allow him to continue the aggression as we've seen all day with these two teams. Super Gomez now getting rid of Impunity, and right now the whole aggression is the Sentinels. And what did I say? It comes down to Star-Lord Peter Quill, who is going to get more of those blaster hits in, and right now it is Sentinels.
Really love to see a little bit of these angles being played towards. Just the defensive posture that we are getting out of Sentinels as well in Kaluj. Able to be a massive frontliner here for them. I'm really looking at the impact now, though, as this second push comes in, because we're getting close to ultimates. I'm waiting to see Aramori get hers coming up here, but first and foremost, it's Shroud looking to crest into theirs as well.
Yeah, look at how much Super Gomez has over-doomed in this situation just because that early pick, and that's the advantage, right? You're able to get so much going, and Dogman is not going to have time. Oh, he does actually get that Meteor in, so you do have the counter available for the Legendary that's going to pop out here any minute. Right, Mason, though, able to follow up immediately. All ultimates, though, are online, so that first cap won't matter as much as both teams are about an even footing. Kaluj going up with the ball and landing the dunk again on the double slam down, taking down Fidel, Vision. They all go now, and they are playing with vengeance. They've taken that one loss personally.
They absolutely did, and one goes down, you all join them, as that is the statement from Sentinels here. Massive setup, as well as still having a ton of these ultimates. I'm looking at Super Gomez and Raimazing and Aramori. Her ultimate gonna be super impactful to have that strategist style coming through, but Raimazing and Super Gomez really ready to up the tempo.
Yeah, Kalush with that anime arc's final boss energy right there. Like, we have not seen a ton of insane meteor impacts, and that has been probably the best of the of today, at least. And we've seen a lot of great ones. Now, Nuck is going to go into the Luna, has 12 seconds to spare, going to wait out the fate of both worlds. You're going to see Coachella. The dance is coming in. If you didn't attend the concert, well, you had no choice because here is the colors as Vision out closing in. We're going to see if we get any swap over to the quick bits of damage. Plenty in the arsenal. Super Gomez, patience on his, but guess what? Dogman, patience on the Meteor as he soaks up the Legendary, throws it down, no connection. Both teams at a stalemate, and it's already 99% for Sentinels. Shroud-X is going to have to pull something out of their pocket here. And Kalush with the slam again, and it's the exact same story, my friend.
It is Dominion over this setup. I loved the little retreat that Sentinels had in that setup. They pulled back to their side of the point, forced the overextended hand from Shroud, and they punish hard.
Now listen, we saw what happened on Royal Palace domination, and it just, Shroud-X was very uncomfortable because when the fight is pure chaos right away, you can see Sentinels very comfortable with that. Hence why we're going into domination again, and they're picking up right where they left up on that first win of match 1. Right now, this is going to be a bit of a struggle, and they have a lot to play down from. Shroud-X looking at their ultimates. What do you see?
30 seconds.
Hey, we got a little bit of time here, at least for both sides. I think a little bit closer for Shroud for sure, but I'm looking at Fidel and Impunity. They're going to need some duelist ultimates to back them up, though, so I expect them to hold on to those earlier on. But honestly, for Shroud, I mean, you were able to get this series to 1-1 off a very good defense on Convoy, but I need to see that consistency on a map, on a domination map in particular, and try to see these step up from Doomed and Vision. Try to get these angles in here and take the better of Super Gomez and Rymazing, because right now it is a little bit of a duelist diff.
Absolutely here. Yeah, as you said, everyone kind of, they're on the exact same playing field. We could get an early fade of both worlds. There wouldn't be a lot outside of just keeping the team alive, but they're going to use it because it's that important to get this first cap here as Dogman closing in. Eric, Magneto himself, as they are going with pure aggression, but both teams not afraid to try to get the opening pick here. Knuckle forced to use the lanterns early. That's going to come in handy as we know Super Gomez is going to put that pressure on early. Here comes the barrage, but Eric is going to be the first to laugh, as Loki does often, taking down Dogman of all, and Super Gomez is going to sweep the back. Oof.
Oh, there's just nothing he can do. He's got the... Okay, maybe he's got a little bit of some pressure on him. That Fate of Both Worlds did end up getting utilized there, but he's just chunking him, man. What can this team not do?
Did he even miss a shot on the Groot head there? I mean, that was just every single blaster hit. They give you like 40. He doesn't need any but 10 and lands it perfectly. On top of that, Sentinel's looking pretty in the ultimate department, able to trade nicely here. And right now, with these two teams, it has come down to that orchestration of the symphony of ultimates. Super Gomez, yet again, Doomed had a laugh on the last map of Spider Island, but right now, Super Gomez is in the captain's chair.
He's definitely get the better of him. You have to think a lot of this. I mean, we still have another map after this if Sentinels are to take this one pretty dominantly, but 100 Thieves are sitting there waiting for you in that upper finals, and I know these teams are looking forward to that, but they got to cross the finish line here in this one as we see ultimates abound, Cozy.
I know Sentinels want to fight 100 Thieves yet again. Crimso, though, taking down Impunity. They got to finish this fight first, and it's looking likely as they're just perfectly staggering what they have available. Yes, there's a legendary, but no, my goodness, shut down as Fidel goes down. Vision, and at this moment, there's just not a lot they even have to use. Dogman forced to use the Meteor M to keep himself alive, counter a little bit. But again, Rymazing, there's a new Guardian of the Galaxy in Rymazing because Super Gomez is leading the squad.
I'm just imagining that Thor moment when they're talking in that post-scene credit, but it's just two Peter Quills and they're just having conversations here. That's what's going on. But it is still a very heavily favored conversation from Sentinels, who have been fully dominant in this third map, and they still have Super Gomez with his ultimate. His angles, his flanks have been second enough.
Yeah, no Magneto to counter it here. This is going to be the death sentence. I mean, that is the counter you need. You're going to be forced now to use the abilities you need to hold on to for what is going to be the impending rest of them. Able to back up, though, and survive, but it's now at 90%, so now they're forced to be aggressive, even when they maybe don't want to. But Fidel does have the Fate of Both Worlds, going to give them plenty of that chance to recap.
Get on the point.
Can they do it? At 98, 99, overtime has hit here, and this is going to be it for at least this second match. Now, Rymazing trying to get a pick here, trying to get something rolling for his team, but Vision trading, getting Kalush down. This could be the winnable fight for Shroud-X to start the heat and get the fire going. Now, not getting right Amazing. This is comfortable for Shroud X for at least a little bit.
I mean, now they can push back a little bit of the pressure that Sentinels has been pushing on them, but they can't overextend. That's one of the things in this game, specifically both these two maps that we've seen, that I really love from Sentinels is they have been very reserved on when to know to pull back and to kind of refocus that center, and they have done so beautifully multiple times.
We saw Sentinels not use ultimate abilities too for a while and kept the pressure. We need them to do that because then Shroud X, all that has to happen. Wow, the pick from Airboy from downtown, taking up vision. Because now all they have to do is use everything they have in the vault, empty it up, no money left, but right Amazing, Fidel taken down, and we're seeing it right here. Dogman though with the double slam jam again. Beautiful meteor hits. We saw one from lose now. Dogman getting a piece of the pie, and they did exactly what you want to see. They were able to respond without using at least everything because they still have Vision's tracking attack.
Hey, we'll take that. You have one thing left that's more than nothing, and that is a dub in my regard. Now, a re-push back. This is starting to get to the desperation territory for Sentinels if they want to push the point. About 65% of the way there. Maybe one, maybe two more pushes left for them.
No shot Shroud X gets this. This would blow my mind if they were able to flip what was a 99 and advantage down. This would be an insane ignition to the momentum they're going to be looking for if they want to play in the upper bracket finals. This is their time to do so. Stakes are on the line. They want to play 100 Thieves. Air Mori, though, got the snipe earlier. Can she get it again? She's poking out and getting as much as she can possibly do in healing and damage. Loki showing why he's the strategist god himself, but there's the legendary Super Gomez putting the pressure on. There is no ultimate to answer from Dogman, but taking a lot of pressure, forcing strategists to heal up in the back there. Blues getting the nice pressure early. What Magneto will fall first? First, none, because Fate of both worlds, keeping everybody alive. The damage swap lead. Bam! Great patience from Kalush. The Vanguard's getting it done here, and my goodness, that was the perfect orchestration of both Ultimates and Super Gomez, right Mason cleaning up the job.
They haven't lost a single one. Like, they have just full cleaned out Shroud from the point, taking it back over, and now the overtime is ticking.
Can you imagine being in the shoes of that Magneto that's holding up the shield? You look up, you've got the purple meteor just looking at you in the face, and Kalush is just waiting to click the button and end the lives, and they do so of Shroud X. It's now 2-1.
God, what a matchup. I mean, it was a 2-0 on the domination map, but God, there were so many moments that seemingly were going to turn the tide, and the coach himself gets the MVP. A massive step up from Crimzo on a team that needs its centerpiece frontliner.
Yeah, right now they have found that identity back, and it's in this team that they have all together. Obviously, they're missing Hogs, but they've been able to find some fire here. Shroud X, they've performed great in this tournament. It's not like this is a team just to easily stomp on. We saw the fight back from Spider Island, but in domination right now, I can assure you that's not what Shroud X wants to do because there is so much pressure on that first point pick. And as a team, you're seeing that experience a little bit come, towards the Sentinels. We've got one more potential match to get things rolling, but let's go ahead and live through the highlights.
Thus I smite thee! Beholds the god of thunder!
easy when you never miss. Nowhere to hide. Woo! I never miss. Making the cut.
Your mind is mine. Impervious. Steel presence.
Three, two, one, blast off! Legendary!
What's going on, guys? Welcome back. We just finished yet another electric matchup of domination, and we now head into what is do or die for Shroud X to stay alive in the upper bracket and potentially be forced to go down into the depths of the lower bracket where desperation hits heavy and elimination is on the line. What do you need to see from them, Mazel, here to get the W and go 2-2?
Well, a little bit of pretense of why you don't want to go to that lower bracket is because FlyQuest and Les Amants are down there. And those are some terrifying teams as well. But now looking forward here, I think we saw some really solid, gameplay strategies coming through from Sentinels themselves, utilizing this very meta style composition, but also having really good timings with Aramori, having those big moments on the Loki as well. On the other side of things, at least for Shroud, I mean, I definitely want to see a pickup of maybe a different style composition, something that maybe flexes towards their comforts a little bit as well, as we already see the Star-Lord banned off by them.
With Doom playing it great, but they were like, you know what? We're going to shut down. But now Wolverine's up for grabs. And here's the thing. We have not seen Wakanda this map. This is the hardest first cap to get within the Convergence lineup. So I love that this is the choice they made here. Loki saved there from the Sentinels. Love to see the pick, and potentially, what does that mean? A triple Vanguard? They're going to go back to the roots on that? Maybe. We'll have to see. But there's a lot up on the grabs line right now because Adam Warlock, Kurova would love that to slip through the cracks there. Namor, so there's so much going on with this pick.
There's so much. And I'm wondering now, what is the presence of Luna Snow banned away? We get the Groot ban as well.
Oh, my.
So saying that Shroud don't want to deal with Crimso's Groot, and we'll see what the final ban is. I mean, I feel like it has to be Luna, right?
Dude, there's Wolverine now. Wolverine Bucky's going to be played by both teams no matter what. And Adam Warlock is definitely going to stay unbanned. They're going to play.
Oh, it's so difficult.
There could be Adam and Mantis, just them two together, and then they go with the triple support. That gives them everything they need. They're going to shut down the Luna, and we can get
so
either triple,
triple
Vanguard here, or we're going to see, there it is. This is the triple support with Loki, Mantis. Yeah, I knew it. They can't resist it. Kurova is too good with the Golden God, man.
I love to see it as well. It's so funny because we were actually, last time we got to cover Shroud as well, they did go with that triple res composition, and Vision was looking so good on the Adam Warlock there. Wonder if they want to go with something along those lines this time around, but it is going to be so difficult to get Sentinels off of these pushes. They are on defense, so they have a very stalwart composition moving forward.
Yeah, and this is exactly what they wanted. They wanted Gomez to play Star-Lord so great that they're forced to ban it, which opens up every other pick, because at that point, what are you going to ban, right? I'm a little shocked by the Crimso group ban because of impunity and with Wolverine being opened, right? So like you would think those two would be enough to keep that, Groot at bay a bit. But Groot can also make a big impact on this map, and I think they just don't want to deal with it. We often see the portal on this opening fight just allows them to have enough reset time. Again, if you see it early cap, that's going to spell everything because this map is hard to take.
Yeah. And we were talking about some of the supportive setups that Sentinels have. They also have the portal for Kaluj, so being able to get back to the fight, even if they do get wiped, will be super important. A little bit of scouting, a little bit of a deep TP, and this is where Shroud maybe want to get things kicked off here. They're going to try to go through. That was so wild.
A close counter portal. A close counter portal. We almost, saw the multitude of madness of the multiverse of madness as we see an often portal spot in the back line here. Doom trying to get that early pick, and this could make a big difference as we also have Storm Vision really forcing them to go back. But here's the passive. Kurova is down, but is able to respawn, same as Mantis, and Super Gomez doing what he does best and where he left off. He plays a great Psylocke, doesn't need to have the Star-Lord there. And even though there's some, that's a better pick though. Super Gomez is going to be unable to res, obviously, like Mantis and Adam.
I really like this aggressive setup from Shroud that they took the point here. They're pushing Sentinels off of it, and Vision finally goes down on the Storm, but he was having such impact. Now the invisible boundary is going to be trying at least coming to use here, try to get the space on the point.
Who's on offense and who's on defense here with how that works out, right? Push them to their own spawn, but Crimson Super Gomez picking up the scraps. Gomez coming back from the spawn, and they were forced to face both ways the sandwich, as we called it earlier there. And that was a nice cleanup job and a great, honest though, first attempt from Shroud X to get 2 of the 3. They'll take it.
Yeah, it is tough though, man, because you're starting to get ramped up on the ultimates for the side of Sentinels. Crimzo's gonna have his, Super Gomez almost on his, Kurova has the Born Again coming up as well, and it's just going to be so difficult to push. You have plenty of time to work with, but Shroud, you got to make something work, and they're going the long way now.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, you would like for them to be able to snowball that success. Now Super Gomez having that access to the Dance of the Butterflies is going to put a lot of punish on Fidel because they don't have any support.
There it goes.
Here it is. This is going to be exactly what was just stated. There's no way to protect yourself from all the swords. But what they did great is they grouped up there to try to minimize the amount of slashes going to each individual. Great coordination there, but unfortunately, it's a little too late as they're going to be forced to reset here with only 1:49 left.
Yeah, even if you're separating some of those slashes, they'd still do work, and then there was ripe for the pickups on the back end of that one. Now, Shroud, they have resets. They need to get together. They have this tornado. They have everything available to them, Shroud. They need to make a push. You have to remember, this is the upper bracket lives of Shroud on the line in this map.
And they actually have a portal they can use with about 10 seconds left for the cooldown, so they're going to be able to use that, which is going to come in handy. Look for the Agamotto, though, right now. Here comes the Wrath of the Goddess. Vision with the Omega, but Super Gomez gets a clean slice through Doomed, and this is going to be difficult now as the Omega is going to maybe get an elimination, but we got the Born Again from Kurova. They're going to have to get multiple eliminations, starting with one, and that is Aramori, but Super Gomez showing great patience on the support, dives in and eliminates Fidel, and that's going to really put Shroud X back as they're going to have to reset one last time for the portal win. That's a tough way for that to go.
Just watching Super Gomez sit behind them and nobody can do anything about it. This guy is turning it up to 11 right now, and it is a full-on wipe from Sentinels.
Yeah, I mean, that's as good as you can get there, and they had everything. Shroud X had every ultimate to use there, and unfortunately it just kind of staggered through. They did force the Born Again, which is nice, but look what's in the tank for Sentinels. They've got an Agamotto and the Sword Slash Butterflies from Super Gomez. I mean, what are you gonna do against that? This is gonna be an uphill battle to say the least, but it could only be 2 ticks that they need, and they've gotten to win this, right? This is a tough one to catch, so 2 ticks is nice, but here we go. Kalu's trying to get a counter portal. Does he land that? Oh my gosh. He lands it. That's impeccable.
No.
Bringing the multiverse of madness to them. Look at that block. It's sensational.
Oh, man. That is not the way you want to go down. Don't even get the 3 cap on the first point. Sentinels, they know what's in store for them in this upper bracket run, and they are hungry, Cozy.
Yo, that portal placement was great. I mean, I'm so glad we had the camera there on Kaluj to be able to see him pop into the last second. And what, honestly, guts. You have an Eye of Agamotto, and you're like, you know what? I'll just block him off with my other magic, showing that he's truly the Sorcerer Supreme. When needed, he's calculated all the results, and he knew what he needed to do at that moment. just like against Thanos himself. And we're going to head into what is going to be the last desperation from Shroud X to stay alive.
And this is tough because you look back to the picks and the protects, at least in the bans, and we asked, is it going to be worth it to let some of these things through? And unfortunately, that Star-Lord duel has given way to a Psylocke duel that now Shroud want nothing to do with because Super Gomez is too good. So trying to adapt that strategy now for Shroud with a very defensive style comp on defense to try to just hold this point as long as possible.
Yeah, they're going to have to play risky to do that, too, because you just can't allow anything. But with risk, comes that reward, and they're going to look to capitalize on it. Impunity with the Thing swap here, I like it. I think that is going to at least help with the double shield action that they have, as stated. But here we go, man. We're going to have that portal up early and often. I've been loving Collusion's portal today, that's for sure. As here we go, we got the view from the dome itself, and he's going low to the ground. I like this.
Yeah, they might actually have a little bit of a fun angle here, right onto the point pressure, too. And it looks like they actually are just going to use this second level up here from Shroud to get this defensive nature off.
Using the portal as like a wall. It's beautiful. Great coming into their vision, though, getting the best of Collusion. That's going to be a very clutch pick. And right now, Super Gomez is going to have to just try to get out of there. But he's not going to leave without the blood. Big down knock. Beautiful. Even though he goes down, he's not going to go down without a fight, man.
He is not at all. I do like this reset point, though, from Shroud. Try to get this defense off. Oh, my gosh. Well, gets the KO, and that's an Adam Warlock right there.
They've got a portal in now at this point. No counter portaling happening. They just need to try to get the last desperation. It's the upper bracket. It's about to slip from their hands. It's over. No, there's a touch. Hold on.
Come on.
Putting everything they have on the line. This is it. You'll be down to the lower brackets against either Magnets or FlyQuest. Two great teams. Vision with the pop to keep them going, but no one can get off the point. One more tick, and it is Sentinels. Now the full aggression. Sentinels know they can play with everything they have because they are in the driver's seat. All gas, no brakes. The Meteor M coming at any point now. Super Gomez with the lock and load as well, but the kidnap from the swamp of doom. Love to see it here as they have the Agamotto pumping out from Cluj. Will this make the difference? Up, Adam, Crypto down, Kurova picked to knock. This is what you want to see for the last bit of fight. Super Gomez with the dash.
I don't know if they can handle it. They're still on the point. This is the longest overtime I've ever seen. And Shroud, they don't want to be knocked down. Cozy, they don't want to go.
But Kalu says down. You go to the lower brackets as the Sentinels look dominant in this matchup. Wow, what an overtime that was. And honestly, a valiant effort there on what was not the best circumstance that they had to come back from. Shroud X, great job. We'll see you in the lowers. But Sentinels, we got the rematch. 100 Thieves,
man.
Sentinels, you guys love to see it.
It is a rematch that everybody wants to see, but it's also a rematch I know these players want to have. A lot of history already in the early infancy of Marvel Rivals between these two organizations. And I know Sentinels had that in mind when they just put down Shroud. They say, 100 Thieves, you see this? We're coming for you next.
Absolutely. And look, it doesn't matter if it's Star-Lord, Psylocke, 15 final hits from Super Gomez. You got to be kidding me. 12,000 damage. Love to see it. You guys have heard the song a million times. Rivals till the end. That's what we have with Sentinels and 100 Thieves. And Shroud X looks to climb back in it. Guys, somehow, we're still just getting started. We're in the early rounds. We're going to be heading and looking at what is going to be some electric lineups. And tell me, from what we've seen so far, what are you excited to see, Mazel?
Oh, man, I want to see what Les Amont have to say in that lower bracket as well. Nice. See what that's going to lead out towards, because there's a lot going for that team, and I'm honestly expecting maybe that 100 Thieves Les Amont rematch in that finals after that lower bracket run, but there's a lot of tough teams down there. I still think that the brightest showing has been Les Amont on the day, even if they lost. 100 Thieves have been building up pressure, and that's always nice to see.
I'm so glad you called that out, because I want to see that team against anyone that's not what is right now the best team in the NA, right? Like, they had so much to show, and so, like, if we get them versus FlyQuest, that's going to be an electric matchup. There's a lot of potential things that we could see, and again, all these teams, they're playing for the glory, the money, but also the banners, the flexes. Guys, let's relive Sentinels, Shroud X, then we're going to head to the next round. We'll see you there.
trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the
Thus I smite thee! Behold the god of thunder!
Too easy when you never miss. Nowhere to hide. Woo! I never miss. Making the cut.
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserved that, dear. Mind crush! You were beneath me. Impervious! Pathetic. How embarrassing. Kneel, peasants! That's White Queen mind control.
Your mind is mine! Impervious! Kneel, peasants!
Three, two, one, blast off! Legendary!
Welcome back, one and all, to the Marvel Rivals Championship Season 1. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Cozy, and man, I couldn't be more excited. We're getting into the next round of things. Now we're transitioning over to the lower bracket as well, and that's where all the stakes lie.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we just saw an amazing round 12. We're heading to round 13, and we've got a good one coming up because we've got two teams that have been battle tested. We have FlyQuest eliminated. They got, down to the lower brackets, and then they've just kept winning over and over, and just recently beating Boom Crew in round 12 to find themselves up on a matchup we know you guys going to enjoy. Who are they playing, Mazel?
That's Les Amantes, Le Magnets, that everybody has been so excited about, but they did also just bring that excitement in their last series, getting knocked down to the lower bracket by 100 Thieves. But man, we got 6 maps in that game, and it was a banger all the way through. Probably the most we've seen 100 Thieves pushed this entire time. And as we take a look here, we are getting down to our final 4 by the end of the day today, Cozy.
Yeah, a lot of teams that you guys know from the MRI eliminated in Nightmares going down to Rivars. They're going against Shroud X again for the last dance of the lower bracket finals. The winner of that will play the winner of our matchup. We're about to watch FlyQuest versus the Magnets. And then, of course, upper bracket finals. It's the rivals till the end. 100 Thieves versus Sentinels. 2 teams. A lot of beef. We'll see who comes out on top.
Yeah, you can make some hamburgers with that beef for sure. But it is a top-of-the-table matchup that I couldn't be more excited to watch, especially off the back of what we just saw Sentinels do to Shroud. A lot of dominant plays on domination, but even on those convergence maps, we got to see a lot of fun there from them. So really want to see what that matchup has in store, but that'll be some treats for later on because we got to get to the treats of today, and especially back to this kind of lower bracket setup that we have here when we are looking at this run by FlyQuest. You already mentioned it, undefeated, not losing a single map up to this point. Les Amantes, they've had this upper bracket run. They've had a dominant series as well, and I think that's kind of the tail of the take that we've gotten up to this point for a lot of our top teams is domination.
I couldn't dream a better matchup than this one right here, though, because I was like, whoever's going to go up against them is going to really have to be battle-tested, and FlyQuest at most is probably the most battle-tested we've seen. They were in the grand finals of the MRI, all the stakes on the line, came in second there. This is going to be for 5th and 6th, and none of these teams, both these teams are thinking and are too great for that. So they want to make sure that they advance. We've got Magnus, who just put up the fight of fights against 100 Thieves. Now, FlyQuest immediately going in on the offense, banning Groot, which is showing respect as it should against Chuckles, and Wolverine being banned from the Magnets.
Yeah, the Wolverine ban will just be a cause. I'm surprised we got it through. We even got to see it for like 5 seconds in that last fight, but not going to be the main staple here. Really like some of that reservation, or at least, respect given over to Chuckles on that group. But now we get the protect of the Bucky, so we know where these teams are heading, at least for the carry comp.
Yeah, and if you're just coming in now, Smash, controller player, DPS, one of the best I've seen, and he has played Winter Soldier and Hela. Tico was playing, though, Winter Soldier beforehand, so they have 2 people that can play that role elite. But oh my, we get the save from the Atom. That's because we know Light loves to play Star-Lord, love watching FlyQuest, one of my favorite teams to spectate often here, as we've got 2 great tanks in Gasklin, and of course, one and only Spark Chief. Cooper Daska, an amazing support to keep your eyes on as well.
I called Spark Chief and Gasklin the bodyguards of the multiverse last time around. I think that's a due nickname for them because they are the linchpins that this team has really been built on in terms of the strategies that they bring. I do love to see the duality of that kind of full tank setup a lot of the time, but with that dive, we get the actual ban of the Doctor Strange here as well as the Star-Lord. So triple res comp, maybe a little bit hindered.
Yeah, so they did their homework, right? They knew that they like to play the triple Vanguards. We saw a lot of that from Magnets early, so to take out Strange from that is going to definitely help them out. And you can see it's now forced them to the 2-2-2. Okay, so Light on Iron Fist. You might be thinking, okay, so is he just kind of having some fun here? No, we saw him play this briefly in the grand finals. Light loves to play that and is definitely something he does flex to. Looks like, though, he's just showcasing he wants to. May not end up going that way, though. But Spark Chief over here on the thing, we saw him flex into that. And Gasklin, one of the best Vanguards with ultimates that I've seen.
If you're looking at all those missed dunks earlier in the day, well, if you want to look at somebody who's going to be hitting every single one of them, it's Gasklin. But I also have to say Cyber was having some really good cleanup Magneto meteors there in the end of their series. So this is what I'm super excited about. There's a ton of stakes on the line for both these 2 teams. FlyQuest, obviously that very well-known organization coming into this one and still being in this lower bracket run. Les Amantes feeling like they come out of nowhere, but giving a run to the money of a ton of the top teams on the table.
Light does not play Hela either, so this is going to be insane because Smash being able to resurrect the Loki over and over. Look for that. Light is going to go into the Iron Fist, going to put a lot of pressure on Hela early, and this is going to be tough because again, Smash is an amazing Hela, and to not have kind of the answer to that 1v1 we've been watching, the Duel of Fates, is going to be difficult for them to live up to.
It really is. We're going to see that initial push onto the point here as well. Really good space coverage by FlyQuest. Lizamol trying to use this second tier right now to get an advantage. That high ground we talked so much about, but here they go. They're dropping into the fight pit as well. Light trying to get some decent damage in early. Gasplin already getting very close to his ultimate here, at least halfway over the point now. And the right clicks from Doom. Chuckles making it known that the thing is the difference maker early on into this one.
Look at Energy, who does play Hela, play Mantis, and take down Smash. You love to see that, right? As he continues, and my eyes have been glued to Light, just popping all around the map here, showing what he can do on Iron Fist. But Nico with the really clutch pick on Energy that we just saw has a massive impact in this game. But there it is. The Adam Warlock Resin Energy and doesn't have to wait for the team fight, so they're able to keep the aggression on as Tico now eliminates Energy yet again.
Yeah, that's 2 times the charm, I guess. And here comes the Kraken impact around the corner, defensive, trying to get away from these resets here. But I feel like Tico might just be going to town now as well. Spark Chief trying to get back over on the point, use his body to separate the rest of his almost off of the point. But the fate of both worlds is coming through here, and it's a dance party going in the favor of blue as now they try to get Spark Chief caught up with the rest of a Meteor Imp. Did end up going through from Gaston, but he didn't get anybody. And this is chaos, Cozy.
Absolute chaos as they continue to fight grit for grit. Magnets with the favor with 22% on it. I mean, no one is getting eliminated. If they are, they can come back, but there it is. Energy taking out Tico. Spark Chief with a nice trade there, and this is able now to give some advantage over to FlyQuest, and we know how difficult it is to get this point right back. It's going to make it an even fight.
I feel like we didn't even leave from last weekend when we were watching FlyQuest. This Spark Chief thing has been a monster. And a rocket stone there. He makes it happen yet again. Now Light looking for these angles on the uptick, but the big thing you have to think about, Lizamon, they're going to have a really nice pressure here. Smash getting very close to his, Jabori getting close to his ultimate.
It's the Animal Planet. Look at Light just stalking his prey here, ready to come and rain down quickly. Tico's going to try to get some form of a grab that could make the impact here. Maybe trying to get Gaskin if he pokes out too far here. Looking up Smash. We know he's the queen of angles, the king at the controller as he continues to go for Koopatastic.
Here it goes.
He can maybe get the pick, unable though to do so, but has the goddess of death and takes down Energy.
Oh, he got Energy there, but now kicks off the real fight. Is he going to use the Goddess of Death to pick 4 off? He's got a double KO here as well. Maybe even looking for a third. Light is forced off the point, and that's 4 down. Make it 5 there as the resets are coming through for FlyQuest. The defense and the take is there for Les Amants.
Yeah, great job there. I mean, Koopatastic was able to stay alive, but unfortunately, Smash, you give him too much time, he is going to get the connection. We've seen that play, and he did it just there. Now, he does have they have the Kraken impact. They almost have the setup with Clobber in time, as well as the Meteor. So look for Magnets here to use the Wombo combo to get the job done, but Gaskin also has an answer of his own.
Fate of both worlds is keyed up here. Lizimon are going to have a lot in their fashion. Energy getting close to his. That's a massive difference maker here as well. But Light needs to find backline access. Chuckle is getting put out here as the fights come down. There goes the Ruins. A KO coming through from Jabori. Now Spark Chief trying to refine his angle, trying to refine his front line as we are getting ultimates. And that's Clobber in time. Is Clancy going to come out on top here? Couple right clicks to the body here, but nothing else. And the Fate of both worlds gets him one here too, as they have that sustained damage. Now FlyQuest trying to survive on the point, but we're getting dicey. 90% done by Les Amants. And Tico wants to get some resets. That arm is pumped, and it's got some work in the shop, looking chrome as ever.
Absolute sensational job, and right now they're just unable to get some separation, get the eliminations. Light is being hard countered from the thing. It's just a tough job to get the job done as Smash comes from the back here, throwing into Thorns and eliminating Spark Chief one by one. Born again though, keeping them up. Zealous has played great, but it doesn't matter. The Goddess of Death is going to ensure that they're dead as he just continues to throw Thorn after Thorn.
This team, man, they just find a way to stick in the fight. We're starting to lose some health here on the side of FlyQuest. We're starting to lose some pressure on the point. That overtime, it's going to start kicking here as well. Couple headshots, and Energy able to clean up a double here, but he's going to get taken down as well. Now you have to get FlyQuest on the point. The overtime, it's coming down. It's going to be close, 99% right there, but here comes FlyQuest Redemption.
Wow, the two-piece from Energy to set this up with just a tick left on the point. You gotta love the fight and the heart there from Energy to give the team the energy they need to move forward. Light's still on that Iron Fist. We've yet to see that come into play, but they're gonna stick with what they know, stick with what they have. They had to use a lot there to stay alive. They do have the Fate of Both Worlds with Cooper-tastic, but that's not gonna help us. Zealous, that's already gone and eliminated. Does he have a passive to come back? I don't think so. This will be your full reset.
Cooper-tastic has the Fate of Both Worlds, but trying to reserve that for a key moment. He's the only one with an ultimate up. Does not want to have to pull the trigger too early. The pull comes down. He has to pull it. He's in there like swimwear, baby. And we're going into the pool diving as they do have that dance party going. It's going to take some time for it to fall, but maybe just that grittiness from Liz Amont is going to be enough to hold on. Spark Team is down. The bodyguards of the multiverse are falling apart here. And it's Liz Amont who are coming up clutch.
Absolutely here. Now we have Chuggles trying to finish the job on Gaskin. Gaskin staying alive. Great work there from the Adam Warlock. The instantaneous healing, but it's not enough. Energy, though, showing that heart once again. Eliminates Smash. Cyber, though, taking down Zelos. It's ticking. It's ticking. And time is going to fall short as they get the first point. Magnets with a very competitive, close fight there from both teams.
Man, that's the hype stuff we love to see. I mean, both teams obviously fighting very hard. It was a little bit one-sided in the at least point differential there, but you could tell that FlyQuest knew they had a little crack in the armor to try to get up under. And now Les Amont, they will be up one map at least in this one to try to go 1-0 up in the series.
I respect it. I'm not crazy about the Iron Fist here. It's very hard to play Iron Fist effectively against the Thing, but you know what? In domination, I do like it. And they're at that moment. I'm sure you get this in your games too. You're at 96% to ult, and you're like, do I switch? I can't. I have my ultimate ready to go. The impact that can make on this first point. Got to stay with what we know here. But yeah, as I've alluded to, Smash having that res for Loki, and at the very least, the constant healing from what we know is going to be a plethora, a buffet of Smash eliminations helps keep everybody alive without the healers having to focus on each other.
Exactly that. And now we're coming into this second point with some ultimates to spare for Liz Amont. Trying to get Spark Chief in there with his clobbering time. Maybe offsets that a little bit, but you really got to buy time. For me, I have to put a spotlight on Light. I know you talked about him a little bit. This Iron Fist is massive, but Light himself has been the key carry for FlyQuest in a lot of situations when their backs are against the wall, and need to see that pulled out now.
Yeah, absolutely here as Light is going to do just that. The Dragon Fist, and there's that first elimination I've been waiting to see with the swift kick there to Tico, taking him down. Also still has the Dragon Fury ready to rock and roll. Iron Fist punching, going crazy, forcing Smash towards the Goddess of Death. Look at him just take her head on with punches into a gunfight. You love to see it.
Hey, Fist versus Gun, 2 wins right now. It's looking a little bit dicey. Really nice readaptation for Smash to get this angle onto the rest of FlyQuest 2. Meteor M is going to come down, hits the wall, not able to get the snipe out onto Sheer, and now Smash can go ahead and make mincemeat of these health bars. Look at Energy. He's the target right now on the side. If he can pick off the strategist, Smash will make the difference, but Light has found him a little 1v1 action, but Smash needs to get back to the rest of the team. He's going to have to go Crow form and get back to this choke point. Although you had Tico utilize his Kraken impact, he wasn't able to get the resets now either, and the Meteor M is going to make the difference here. Cyber able to get one.
Here had the most clutch freeze I've seen. The clobbering time was coming out there from Spark Chief. Got frozen shut and was unable to connect what was going to be a big wombo combo. Smash going right to the point there with the Born Again, and Zelos able to get everybody up, and they got a lot faster of a reset, but there's already time ticking. 50% for the Magnets.
The fact that he just got a mass res like that is actually so massive. Now they can get this repuff, but look at Smash. Smash is looking for the angle. He's looking to be sneaky. He wants to get some picks off, but look at Light. He found him. He's going to go right back to defensive posture, but is it going to be enough? Nice bubble coming out to save him from Cyber. Able to realize where the potential was, and here comes the Fate of Both Worlds. This is being used by FlyQuest. Some picks coming their way as well. It's a 1-for-1 so far, but onto the point goes Liz Amont, and they're trying to get the setup here. Light is still going. Tico got frozen, but here they go.
I wanted Gaston to show the those ultimates we've been seeing from him. He got the connection there on Jabroi. Great stuff there. Tico trying to finish off Cooper-tastic, staying alive. Great job from Cooper. But Light taking the Mr. President approach and jumping in front of the bullets and getting eliminated himself there. Unfortunate. Now Cooper-tastic healing up the team, keeping people alive the best they can. 60% though, and there's just not a lot of relief coming. It's just consistent. It's staggering at this point. They've got to reset, relock, reload. This is going to be a tough uphill battle to go down one match.
It is just the first series in the best of 5, or at least first game of the best of 5, but it means a lot. This Lizzie Molt team has been dominant. They pushed 100 Thieves all the way to the brink, and now they're pushing FlyQuest to make some desperate actions happen. Back onto the back line, goes a couple 1-2 punches from Spark Chief, and those bodyguards of the Multiverse are right back in action, but Smash setting things steady, setting things right. Now in the 1v1 against Light as well, but Light is all by himself, and Energy gets sniped down by Cyber as well, and things are starting to fall a little bit apart here for FlyQuest. They don't have the bodies, and that might just be it for this one.
Look at this Vanguard play here. Tremendous job. Right now, the Magneto to fear is Cyborg. Great all-together teamwork. And what I was afraid of, having Smash there on the Hello without that direct answer to deal with them. I mean, you're just giving him the keys to the kingdom, and the kingdom's victory.
Yeah. And this is the first time we're seeing FlyQuest drop a match in their lower bracket. Obviously, they got knocked into the lower bracket there, but the first time we're seeing them lose a match since then, and to a team that has risen the ranks in all of our eyes, but also the community's eyes in Les Mondes. And this team just has something special going for them.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, we knew after watching them against 100 Thieves that they were going to be a force to go up against, and FlyQuest is really getting put to the test on a match that could also just be the semifinals, right? Like, these two teams both are elite in play, and I think we're going to see a little bit of a strategy shift up here slightly. Nice ban on the Star-Lord to keep Light at bay. Can't go dive in that situation. Domination. Match 1 goes to the Magnets. But hey, I got to say that Vanguard play was as good as we see. Both of them really didn't let up at all.
No, that was a lot of fun to watch. And honestly, when we had so much praise coming to the Vanguard front line of FlyQuest, it's cool to see Lizzie Molt come out and with their own kind of response there. I do like the things input into this series. And I think it does have a lot more to explore moving forward, especially if we're going to be seeing the likes of the convoy maps and things along those lines. But that is it for our first map of this best of 5. Lizzie Molt come out with a 1-0 start. We're going to go ahead and take a look at the highlights of that last game.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me.
Welcome back, one and all, to the Marvel Rivals Championship Season 1. I'm Mazello, joined by Cozy, and man, FlyQuest were trying so hard, but it seems like the magnet pull is just too strong.
Yeah, I mean, that's one way to say it. You know, the light wasn't exactly there, too. We know how good light is, and, you know, one final hit, Iron Fist, I know he wants to do better than that. So I'm expecting to be some change up there. Listen, FlyQuest is kind of a household Marvel Rivals name at this point, right? These players, you know them. This is what I love about the MRC. Any team can come up and rise up to the occasion. We saw that happen last time, and guess what? All these teams got signed to orgs. And now we've got someone like the Magnets that no one really knew before going into this, and they're certainly making a name for themselves now.
And they came down to this lower bracket off of an incredible performance against 100 Thieves. Like there's no slouching that performance, and now to come in and show that level of cleanliness in the next series as well against a team as storied as FlyQuest, that gives you so much more to work with moving forward here for this squad, and a potential date in the future with 100 Thieves if they can take down their rivals at Sentinels in that upper bracket final. But now looking at what exactly worked, I know you highlighted Light earlier. The reason why we're maybe a little bit more introspective on this guy is because we have literally seen him last weekend 1v9 carry games, and I want to see if FlyQuest can readapt their strategy in terms of their picks.
Yeah, they just need more pressure from the duelist side of things, because then that allows Gasklin to do what he does well, and I kind of saw some struggle there too, and I know that's not the play that they know they're capable of. We've seen them do much better than that. You know, on Magnet's side, we highlighted their strategist play, just how well, I mean, Skier, fantastic. Jabrori just is always seeming to be at the right place, right time, and they are just on lock with the ultimates and what they put together. But Smash is too good of a duelist to not have a constant threat, and the Iron Fist that was light was unable to continue to be on him. So I'd look to see a change here.
Those sticks, they hit different, I guess. Man's sitting there on the controller, and you love to see it. Now we are into this second map of this best of 5, the second round, and we see that group ban yet again by FlyQuest, trying to take away the Chuckles comfort. On the other side, the Luna is banned away as well by Lizimon.
Yeah, no Cooper-tastic, at least on Luna. He typically has flexed to a few roles. I've seen him play actually a bit of everything, so we'll look to see that continue.
The attack Luna.
Yeah, absolutely. And listen, the save happens here from Light and Star-Lord. That's essential, and I'm glad that they were able to do that and simultaneously block the Hela. Okay.
Interesting. Okay, they're not going to go with that kind of long range. They have more of that up in front of your face setup. The ban of the Adam Warlock is going to be there, so no more Born Agains here, and we'll see if there is that differentiation in what these comps want to bring. I know I highlighted it last game. I did like the influx of the Thing in this matchup between these two teams. Looks like we might continue going down that route.
Yeah, and Chuckles is going to have a bit, you know, of a harder time here having the presence he had. Now with Light on Star-Lord, able to really just put a lot of pressure. You know, the Thing does a lot well, but damage is the answer to him, right? And so, you know, Iron Fist wasn't able to provide that as much. Star-Lord going to do great at that role. We're going into what should be a razor-thin margin of error, as these teams are both great at what they do, and we are at none other than the Royal Palace to do so.
Got to get the royalties in here for both sides. But again, another domination map. I mean, if you think about how that first one went, FlyQuest are definitely on the back foot going into this one. But this is a team that has shown grit right after losing that round 2 matchup in the upper bracket and then making this undefeated run, having just lost their first game since being knocked down. This is a team that I expect to kind of recoup, refocus, and get right back into it. Because Les Amants, they are looking for a clean sweep here.
I know Light Spider, since it's our tingling, he loves to play Spider-Man on these maps.
I want it, man. I want it.
We might get in the courtyard, but the indoors, we saw what happened last time. The Spider was squashed, my friend. But Light, going in here, Star-Lord, we know how phenomenal of a player he can be, and it really ignites the rest of the team, gives them the light, if you will, as Skier here playing Invisible Woman, 70k games. We saw him healing 20k damage protection. Great at the job of Sue Storm as the first fight commencing here on the high ground.
Yeah, you got to try to knock down this setup here by FlyQuest. They got to go up in the sky right now as well. Try to get some of this level coverage going through, but you also have to start thinking about the point because FlyQuest are already on it and taking it. You're going to have to try to retake this side, but now the collapse from Les Amants is coming down and they're going to collapse into this fight pit. That's what I love about this map. It just turns into a bare-knuckle brawl in the bottom.
Yeah, great rotation there from FlyQuest, forcing them to push, but look at the Magnets able to end up taking what is going to be the point to start. So that was the initiative from FlyQuest, but then they got the last lap as Magnets. Light here now just trying. No one's eliminated, so just great poke between, and that means a lot of ultimates coming early, starting with the amplifier from Zelos. Usually plays Adam. Now it's going to give that 40% boost, and this is going to be a brawl.
Yeah, it is. We got extra damage. We got all we need. Ultimate's coming up. Invisible Boundary is going to be there for Cooper-tastic as well. Energy on this Bucky looking for the resets, but here comes Light with that Galactic Legend to try to get something going. Cypher going to scoop up all those bullets and dunk on him. KO coming through. A double for Cyber, and now Smash looking to even things up. Lizzie-Molt, the magnetic pull is just too strong, and FlyQuest are dusted.
Nice job, Cyber. Very clean ultimate there that really gave that momentum difference, and that's what you want to see typically from Gaskin. Expect that to come from his own again. First cap is usually the one that's going to be able to have the last lap. Spark Chief, though, is going to have clobbering time to set up the team. Energy can go right to the Kraken Impact. He's got to make this connection here to get things rolling for them.
One of the big key points, and there's the clobbering time. Is it going to be Ansi coming through as they try to get the Earthbound there to lock them down? They do! A KO coming through, and a double for Chuckles, and now they actually have this angle here. The Invisible Boundary will be falling here very shortly, but they're trying to refocus on the point because we're at 70% already down, and here comes the attempted resets, but it's not going to be there.
The clobbering time as the counter to the clobbering time to get, I mean, that was just, Chuckles. Beautiful, man. I mean, great thing play there in general. And I mean, I thought that combo was set up perfectly from Spark Chief, but it was even better from Chuckles as they missed the Kraken Impact. Energy was unable to get that snowball they were looking for here. And at this point, 92%, you almost just want to hold on to what you have and go to the next match. This is rough.
This is really tough, and this is really dominant from Lizzie-Molt. Spark Chief decided to just throw his life in there, maybe get something with the overtime as FlyQuest are on the point. They bought themselves a little bit of time. They're going to steam in here, and now we got the Galactic Legend face-off 1v1. Is it going to be enough? And time has run out. Lizzie-Molt, they'll go 1-0 up in this map too.
That was a dominant performance if I've ever seen one. I mean, every connection that needed to happen happened for the beautiful team that has been the up-and-comer of Magnets. Now, looking into what is going to be our early skirmish and fight, it's honestly pretty even. Sideboard, we saw what he was able to do with one of those meteors just a moment ago. It was devastating, and so at this point, you don't have a lot of comfort if you're FlyQuest in the defensive side of things.
And I'm trying to think what works for them here because you got Light back on the Star-Lord. It didn't work out technically. Energy not able to find some of the resets that maybe have come akin to him in these last fights. And we are starting to see that Lizzie-Molt might just be that next level team.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's cool to see, you know, I love the big names, but what I like more is the underdog story. And tell you what, they weren't underdogs for very long, especially when you play to the level that they're doing. Jabrori with the quick bubble pop to get things rolling, and he has played great Rocket. Honestly, I'm excited to see what he's going to do with Rocket come season 2 and all those stages.
Right? 100% presence. I expect it now. We'll see if Jabrori will continue doing that, but I think Jabrori has been a saving grace for Lizzie-Molt today, not only on the Rocket, but also on the Loki earlier. Now we're into the fight. We're looking at this second level fight to start it off. Spark Chief trying to take the left angle, but they're going to drop down. So FlyQuest going to have to fight this multi-level setup right now as you have on the other side that bubble pop combo coming through, but it's not going to be just enough to get some lasting presence. Here's the auto damage coming through from Energy. He's the guy that now has the Kraken Impact, maybe looking for some resets himself. Spark Chief is in there too, trying to get some of these right clicks. FlyQuest doing a good job of keeping presence, and here comes the clobbering time into the side of Lizzie-Molt, but a beautiful Invisible Boundary is going to get them locked in and ready to go. Cyber not able to hit the dunks there, but still 5 present, and here comes the Sia device, and they're just taking Tico to town, and he's buying everything.
That went how FlyQuest exactly wanted the fight to go. Cyborg didn't open up with the Meteor, and it allowed everyone to build their ults back up. Great play from both Invisible Women, keeping the team up with the boundaries, and it just ended with one swift punch of the impact to really change things. But man, that was honestly FlyQuest's battle to take there. They ended up not being able to capitalize fully on it.
It feels a little rough there because now the retake is so darn difficult moving forward. They have Smash with that Galactic Legend ready to go to offset this presence, this push that FlyQuest are doing. They're onto the map. No, they're onto the point as well. Here comes the Sea of Devices, but it's a punch off between the Yanceys. He's trying to find a re-angle onto the back line here as the Galactic Legends are going to be KO'd from the ground. Energy able to get a quick double, maybe even looking for a triple now as well, trying to get the pull in, but he can't do it. The thing is taking so much up. Really good separation now, but it's still FlyQuest holding on to a thread.
Yeah, I mean, Energy just showing he's going to miss that infinite ammo because he's using every bit of it, popping off like crazy with the pistol popping as he's now trying to pressure Chuckles there. Chuckles about to get the clobber in time. Instead, Sparky's clobber in time coming out, and they capitalize, taking out Tico. That's a clutch kill there as now Chuckles has the lineup, does the clobber in time of his own, but it was a little bit awkward, and there's no follow-up.
Yeah.
This is going to go to FlyQuest.
Oh, and Light's cooking up. He's about to get his ult back up a little bit ahead of Smash. Light's trying to chase down and ends up getting the pickup kill on a skier. And now at least taking down a couple eliminations on the strategist resets the potential for FlyQuest to try to re-push onto the site. But it is going to be this move from Lizimult that's going to be super important. They've got a ton of time to work with. Looking at reservation from them.
Yeah, I would have liked to see a bit more patience on the ultimate play there. You know, just know when to pick the battles that you need to win, and right now it's comfortably in their position. Smash has that legendary. Gaskin not able to have the meteor in. That's going to be the difference if they can get to the open. Beautiful play there. Tico taking out Gaskin. Who needs the meteor in when you're not even in the fight? Tico now goes to get on board. Reset's happening. There goes the meteor. Everything's coming out at once. Light just trying to get something for his team. Does get the pick on Tripperori, but it's coming too late.
Yeah. And now you got the BRB device from Light. He can come rejoin this fight as well. The invisible boundary by time, but nice little double coming out from Energy yet again. And he's just taking down the other side. FlyQuest, they're showing us a little bit of gumption here, and you love to see it. That's 2 defenses in a row.
Yeah, especially after just, you know, coming out not the way that you've wanted to play so far. The response here has been great. They've got Energy to go with his Kraken impact. The youngest player in the sport right now for Rivals, doing just a fantastic job showing what you can do even as a young gun, as Smash now putting that pressure early on Light, not letting what Light does best, and that's getting in their face like we just saw from Super Gomez. But Skier here's got the difference in the boundary that's going to make a big impact potentially against Energy's Kraken.
Here we go, the double Kraken Slayer. Both those arms are pumping here, but you didn't end up getting that reset just yet. And now you do have Energy waiting to go forward. Does end up popping it now as well. The Sea of Devices down, and a lot of damage done. Tico gets 1 KO, and look at that spin to win combo over top of it. Massive lockdown right now from Lizimult. I thought they would have magnets in their pockets at this point. FlyQuest are getting low, but they're still in this tussle. Energy is looking for something. He doesn't even have close to his Kraken impact, but this pistol will do just enough work. Is it going to pull back on the Cyber? Cyber's gone. Nice. Now you have to re-engage with Spark Chief on the other side. A third defense. Is it possible? FlyQuest, they're on the verge of getting this one even.
Yeah, that's what the damage amplifier can provide, right? You don't even need much. You just need 40%, only 40% of damage boost. And now we got 1v1 on this Dom map. And that was a beautiful response from FlyQuest, really locking together. And that's what you want to see after, again, what has been a bit of a shaky performance to start. I mean, tremendous use of support ultimates there to keep the team afloat.
Yeah, Light having that step up that we wanted him to have. An influential backline access there as well. And just really good supportive play from the side of Coopertastic and Zelos as well. And this is the FlyQuest that I feel like had that run. You have that more comfort with the comp. I still think that Lizimult have had some really good retakes of points, but they did just lose 3 attacks in a row. So try now to figure out what works in the combinations for them, as they are close to the Cyber and Smash combo.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking at it, I mean, right now, obviously, you always want to look at Magneto, and there's no Magneto over there for FlyQuest to block what is going to be a very rough legendary to deal with. This is where I thought maybe we'd see the Spider-Man. We don't, but Energy is a great duelist. He hasn't played the game. I know he wants to right now. Made an impact on that last map, though, and he's looking to do so here in the courtyard.
Absolutely did. Trying to find that counter impact to Tico, who has also had really good moments. Here comes that Galactic Legend into the Meteor M as well. Don't get the dunk, don't get the damage. Bodies still up for both sides.
How are they
so
alive?
A couple ultimates gone wide.
How are they alive, right? I mean, you just had a Meteor M and a Legendary, and somehow they had no eliminations from that, which is amazing from FlyQuest in terms of just being able to stay alive now. And then in response, they've got this Kraken impact here with no defense to put up with it unless Skier gets, yep, there's the invisible boundary for a little bit of something.
Yeah, they're going to try to buy a little bit of time here. Kraken impact did go in. Gaslin gets pushed out on this Strange, as now you actually have a push coming through for Lizimon on this long way through the invisible boundary. Now FlyQuest trying to re-push the point through it though, and they have some really good shielding, but Cyber gets the KO, and he's just in the backline right now. Magneto, they go so well together, and Cyber knows it.
Yeah, Cyber is really playing a great game here, even better than what we saw against the 100 Thieves. Gaston, there's the ultimate I've been waiting to see from him with the 3-piece now, but Cyber with the answer. And again, we've saw him play great, but I'm telling you, Cyborg, this is probably the best performance we've seen from him today. The left, right, left on Magneto to eliminate energy and essentially in the fight.
I love it because you're getting some of that duelist nature coming through for the Magneto here. If they're gonna give you the angles, you take it 10 times out of 10, and he's done a really good job of realizing that. Now FlyQuest on this retake, we're over 50% of the way there, Cozy.
Yeah, and listen, they play triple Vanguard, so he's used to playing a little bit of that duelist role, but he's playing it to the best of his ability right now, as now Spark Chief trying to keep his team into the fight. They've got plenty. The Legendary not getting the impact you want. It does get the ultimate out from the Invisible Woman. Shuckle, though, Quabber in time. Look out for it.
Ready.
He's pretty much perfect right here, and he lands. He's going in.
They're trying to get it. They get one KO now as well. Now it's Tico trying to get to his Kraken impact, but it's going to be the reset of the fight in the middle of it all. Nice pushback. Here comes the Sea Device and both Kraken impact. Here we go. This is the fun that Monkey can bring. He's going to pop it too, so both of them have gone through. Energy not able to get his reset. Tico not able to get his, and now it's just a pistol off, and Energy wins. This is a nice push from FlyQuest, trying to reset the mantle, trying to get this point. We're at 99 in overtime for Lizimon, but FlyQuest will stave the darkness.
I mean, this would be an improbable matchup to win for FlyQuest, and they just might do it because they do have an Eye of Agamotto. Gaston has to have this perfectly hit if they don't want to go down 2-0 in this match. 2-0 in the facing elimination. You don't want to be there, FlyQuest. They know they've been here before. They cannot get out of this tournament. They're too good.
They're too good, and to be in the lower bracket in the first place is tough. Eye of Agamotto is going to be used onto that line. FlyQuest still with somebody. Skier is down, and he was about to have ultimate as well. Re-center onto this point for FlyQuest as they're going to deny that initial push here as well. And they're about to have a couple ultimates up on both sides. There goes the Galactic Legend as well, almost being there for Smash and being used by Light as they get a KO over for Energy. That young gun, like you were talking about, making his presence felt for this FlyQuest team.
Yeah, they made that look easy. From the Agamotto from Gaston, that was such great just body control with Doctor Strange. And the damage mitigation going to the Legendary from Star-Lord is something that you don't see often here, but the thing is great against shield tanks, and he shows it right there. Chuckles with the 1-2 punch.
This is tough.
And down, and Sparkskeep here is going to go down too.
You can't go down here as FlyQuest. You have to stay up on your toes, because once it goes back over, yeah, we're already in overtime, and they realize desperation is afoot. This is moving up to 2-0, potentially in this best of 5, and a clobber in time. It's gonna be Anti's treat all day here, as the Venom makes no difference. Lizimon will go up to match point.
Truly making it a no-fly zone, the Magnets did, and my goodness, what a way to open up the lower brackets. They used to be in winners. They're up there at the top. They're going down to the bottom, picking FlyQuest 2-0. What a statement win, and this is going to be a tough reverse sweep to do if you're FlyQuest. You got to relock, reload, and re-strategize as we're going to be heading into match 3.
Chuckles getting the MVP, his group banned away from him for the first 2 maps, still coming up clutch on the thing. I just talked about the thing's influence into this series, and we're definitely seeing it pay off with that space you can garner, but just a powerful performance from Lizimon. Even if FlyQuest are getting pushed, at least getting pushed back in their favor with these last second dives and things along those lines, it is still a stalwart defense time and time again from Lizimon, and that's why we called them terrifying to see in the lower bracket.
Yeah, they were winning the fights, but almost at the wrong time, right? Because they would end up winning when it was a little bit too late. I mean, like I said, they go 99% and flip that. is just a tall task. And they did great at the very beginning. That Agamotto into the beautiful damage mitigation with that legendary was something to see. But at the end of the day, I'm telling you, it's been awesome, the thing play that we have seen out there from both of them. But guys, let's relive it and check out the highlights.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing and hoping your prize, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts winters again, the arrival till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny.
Your mind is mine. Impervious. Steel presence.
Three, two, one, blast off! Legendary!
Welcome back, everyone, to the Marvel Rivals Championship Season 1. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Cozy, and man, Lizzie Mont have FlyQuest of all teams backs against the wall in the lower bracket after not losing a single round in this lower bracket run since they got knocked down. And Lizzie Mont just looked good, Cozy.
Yeah, listen, I didn't think we'd ever see 100 Thieves up against the wall there and about to go to the lower bracket. And I also didn't think we'd see FlyQuest down 0-2. I mean, so at this point, it's the magnets that have been that difference maker, right? And they have found the equation to put up such a great fight against them. What have you been seeing as some of the big key differences?
I think we have to talk about Chuckles in that last one, obviously having a massive performance on the thing, but I think it's a holistic performance from Lizzie Mont, and that's what we were praising them for in that 100 Thieves matchup, in that series itself. Is it wasn't just one person carrying the whole thing. It was a ton of effort from a lot of people. And I know we came into this one saying, Spark Chief and Gastelum, these two major Vanguard players, but Chuckles and Cyber are giving them a run for their money.
Yeah, no, I mean, the ultimate usage of both has been near perfection, and it's Zelos is one of the better Adam Warlocks that I've seen. Obviously, they addressed that pretty quickly. They got rid of the Star-Lord, and then at that point, or they kept the Star-Lord, but at this point, they lost the Adam. So it's like, all right, Iron Fist, but then you have Zelos on what he's not comfortable with at times. So the strategist plays at such a top level for Magnets, and you have to match that perfectly. And I know Cooper-tastic, it can easily rise up to it. Zelos as well, great players. But the Duelist, what do you see here with Light now and Energy? I feel like Energy played well. It's been tough.
Yeah, Energy, he's been looking good. I mean, we talked about the young gunslinger. I gotta say for Light, though, at least for the side of things that we've seen this guy reach the highs that we've seen him play, and some of those performances we've seen be literal carry performances for FlyQuest through Light hasn't been the same today on an important day for them, on an elimination day for them. You need a guy like Light to bring that presence, bring that pressure. So we're definitely putting a little bit of introspection on a singular player for FlyQuest, but it's because we've seen him hit those highs.
Absolutely, and the hardest person on him is himself. Like, I know how much he holds himself high to come up to this moment. Great players rise up to the occasion. We could get a reverse sweep. We've seen it before. Does the Magnet still have it in him? We're going to find out right now in match 3 at Yggdrasil's Path. Convoy. Now, last time we saw this, Mazel, was the electric defense from Magnets against 100 Thieves here.
And that was the most intense, crazy match, I feel like, that we got to start off the day as well. But in terms of what we're going to see changing up in this potentially last game of this series, but Les Immondes want to try to get that sweep going, is an adaptation of Pix and Ban. I mean, the Namor does end up coming through here first as that ban. We are going to that convoy setup here, and the Wolverine going to be a likely addition to that candidate, but the protects are where I'm looking at now.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw a lot of invisible women's protect from Magnets whenever they were going up against 100 Thieves, especially on this map. I'm gonna be curious. The Namor pick for that first ban is definitely, throwing down a statement there. I know Smash is very comfortable on just having the Hela, and it comes down to the wire, and they end up getting that Bucky Barnes protection.
Yeah, hey, why not go ahead and get the reset potential there? We've been seeing Tico go a little wild on that one as well, but trying to find now what this Adam Warlock protection is going to bring over for FlyQuest, maybe going back to a tried and true composition that feels comfortable for them.
Yeah, Zelos, again, as I've highlighted, I think he's just a tremendous Adam player, and that's what they want him on. Star-Lord's going to be banned here to shut down Light in the triple res comp in one swoop. And so with group ban, I would actually say FlyQuest got exactly what they were looking for here. I'd be shocked if this wasn't Star-Lord, maybe Mantis, but they're going to look to shut down. What is that comp? Wow, they're going to give him. You know what? They're going to give him the keys to the triple res, and I love the confidence.
The biggest difference becomes if both teams want to go the triple res, because I feel like it's a little unfair for one side to have it, but we might actually get that differentiation here.
Yeah, we haven't seen that from Magnets. They like their triple Vanguard instead, and that's what we're seeing. And honestly, triple Vanguard can do just fine against this comp because they have so much staying power. And Tico, listen here, the teams that kind of have some fun, they usually do it on the offensive side of things. We're seeing potentially a pity park.
No,
Okay.
no. We're getting paid. It's so funny because we were literally talking about it in one of the breaks that we kind of want to see Penny Parker back.
Yeah, right.
But not going to happen this time around. But as we get set up for this one, it is going to be the defensive posture from Les Immondes. Smash on this Bucky is going to be massive, but it is that tried and true triple Vanguard composition for them that they've used so well.
Yeah, without question. And it's been really cool to see, I know FlyQuest really prides himself on being flexible with their picks and their compositions. I would say Magnets, obviously, they seem to prefer this Vanguard play, but I don't know about you, Mazel, but they have definitely been very flexible in the team comps and what they're comfortable with.
They have been, and I think that's powerful, especially in this meta right now. Like, if you can throw in a couple things and maybe throw a loop or a wrench into the works of the enemy, would be really nice. Now we get this early aggression here from Les Immondes. They're pushing up heavy with this triple Vanguard composition and immediately just going into the meatball soup right now. You see Tico is going to take that bit of a duelist stance, trying to get as much damage down with this AoE that the Magneto brings to the table. Spark Chief trying to dance in between the front and back line. This is a wonderful defensive spot from Les Immondes.
Yeah, they know they have like 9 lives with the passives, and they're like, you know what? Use them all. Let's get them out early, and they're doing just that, taking out Cooper-tastic immediately as well. And not only that, they're able to be building up these very clutch ultimates. I mean, Skier already has the boundary ready for the first fight. That's insane. Look at where they're at in FlyQuest. They're now having to adjust, and it looks like they're going to an Iron Man Gamma comp.
We're just going to swap it immediately. These swaps have been very important, especially for Lizzie Molt in their last series, but FlyQuest trying to give them a taste of their own medicine. Here comes that Gamma Ray as well, trying to get the chunk down onto these Vanguards. That health percentage is going to go down very quickly, but Cyber and Co, they're still in it here. We got a couple CC chained there as well. Coopertastic and Energy for FlyQuest going to have their ultimates very soon, but Lizzie Molt, they have 5 out of 6 of them and almost on their 6th. They are buying all this time, Cozy.
The energy popping now, and what amazing patience from, wow, what amazing patience from Magnus, not using any ultimates there, and then Energy was the first to serve, and they still kept most of their stuff up, able to get the eliminations needed, and this right now is just dang disrespectful how well they're playing against FlyQuest.
You got some swap. I mean, there's some desperation being smelled on FlyQuest side. They just got to find some kind of duelist that works here. Energy going to go for the hell of it. As you said, Cyber, Jabori, and Smash, they still have their ultimates. Look at this, though. Energy with the flank. Maybe this is the straw that breaks the camel's back here. Maybe find that angle. Is it going to beat up? Can he get the instant kill? Or at least instant takedown onto him? But he doesn't. He goes with the crow up into the sky. And now you have that re-engage by Smash to take down one as well. And he's going to use that Kraken Impact reset here to maybe pick up a couple more KOs. He's looking on the back line. Gets a double 2. Maybe even looking for a triple. That Invisible Woman is just a little sneaky. Now Light, we wanted him to step up. And he is burning them to a crisp with Gamma Energy.
Look at, I mean, the patience of play here. I mean, he had the ultimate for Iron Man, and obviously they got the space they needed. He goes right back over to Star-Lord. Love to see that. They're going to go and try to get comfortable. It looks like he's going potentially... Okay, they're going to go in the portal here, but that was an interesting play to get that space with the Gamma Charge, Iron Man.
Yeah, I mean, hey, just utilizing that extra space, but also the way that Lizzie Molt were playing, just right up there in the gate. But now it's this corner push that matters so much. Smash, not even close to his ultimate. Jabori's going to have his. We're going to wait at least for Lizzie Molt to have more multitudes of their ultimates back up, but they're still trying to push here. FlyQuest going to get pulled out by Zelos, or at least Zelos goes down by the pull out by Smash. And now resetting into this, they're down a body. They have to back away.
Wow. I mean, right now, this play has been near perfection there from the Magnus outside of one team fight. Cyber now getting that close in on Spark Chief, and there's just everybody has their ultimates ready to go, but the patience is insane as Smash just gets the claw of the match.
And this is not a team that easily gets picked apart. I mean, we've seen them go the distance with 100 Thieves in terms of FlyQuest, but Lizzie Molt, they just have the difference makers, and it's a team-wide effort. That's the biggest thing we've seen today from this squad, is against 100 Thieves, it was a team-wide effort, and now on the verge of potentially having this quick last game here over FlyQuest. Energy needs to make something happen.
Energy's on the other side of the map right now, and he's just not in that 65 fight. I mean, we saw it once against 100 Thieves, but right now it's looking like what they do best is defense on this map. Energy getting a nice little pick there on Skier, but this could be a little bit too late. I mean, the teams aren't going down now. He is going to get this pick there on Smash. This could be the last hope of desperation. Energy is going to try to put things in his own hands.
We got overtime here at Energy. That young gunslinger you talked about just went on the flank of a century here in the multiverse. And this is a push from FlyQuest to try to get some more time on the board. But the reset is going to be there for Lizzie Molt coming out here. This push might just be enough to give them some breathing room.
Yeah, here comes the most likely portal, but they also have time to reset here. No portal coming in hot. They're all coming in together. There it is. And this could be the last fight to determine the hope for FlyQuest.
They gotta live in this bracket. They gotta do something here, and they got to make Lizzie Molt pay. They try to get a couple of Lizzie Molt. They're losing to everybody, and that's a full clean ace by FlyQuest. When they need to rise to the occasion, they stand there and salute.
I mean, right now, I got to say, Magnus are the defense goats on this map. You're escorting goats. They're the goats here on holding those goats. And listen, FlyQuest, great job there. Not giving up, an Energy putting clutch in the jeans there. The ice in the veins, as we like to say, and really making this fight even get to this point.
Really good setup from them. Now we have to take a look and stock of what's going on here. Gastelin gonna have his eye Agamotto soon. Chuckle maybe with a massive setup here as well. You'll see that backline access for both teams. This push being stalled right now. Chuckles over on the other side, waiting for a massive clobber thing time, as maybe they can try to get that, but the counter for Spark Chief is going to be there. So he's just buying time right now, trying to get some of these ultimates up while Smash is getting an angle here. It's him versus Energy now in this 1v1 setup. And now here comes the Eye Agamotto on the multi-members as well. They try to get the push on the left side, but beautiful defense from Lizzie Bolt. Now Smash is taking one, but he's in a 1v1 there against the other side. And Spark Chief reset from FlyQuest, and that's going to be a beautiful defense and buying of time from Lizzie Bolt.
They didn't even need to use ultimate. Steer just got the push away of a lifetime. Gaskin going into the Agamotto. They pushed him away. There was nothing more that he could have done. And that's why Dr. Strange suffers so much right now in this meta, is that Visible Woman is the answer to a lot of it. And at this point, they're having to just have fun here with the ultimates that they have left. Meteor going down, going to be not even blocked. Energy going down.
That's really tough to see, and they are just being eviscerated now. You've lost your entirety of your front line from FlyQuest. You've got 50 seconds to push, and you need to make a mark here because that defense is not going to be easy against this Lizzie Molt team. They have the Kraken Impact available for Tico, and they have everything at their arsenal.
Yeah, listen, 2-0 back against the wall. FlyQuest, this is it. And you know, cooperating time into Kraken Impact is about to hit him right in the face here. They got to be ready for this. Cooper Taskic has the ult to get a little counterplay, and then they also have their own cooperating time into Kraken. It's going to be who pulls this off better.
I want to see the double invisible boundary here come through for either side, really. And Cooper Tastic's going to let his unleash. Here comes the Kraken Impact getting one, getting the reset now as well as the pull. It's Light versus Tico in the thick of things. It is Winter Soldier versus Winter Soldier. And I don't need no Spider-Man names here. Cooper Tastic trying to get some healing down, but that invisible boundary is going to separate so nicely. Energy waiting, buying his time, trying to make that difference. But the overtime clock has started ticking. Energy going to get brought down, but takes down Tico as he goes, and another KO coming to the young gun, and that's a push coming through for FlyQuest.
And look for Chuckle to get his ultimate back, because it looked like he was interrupted during the clobber in time, and so the better FlyQuest got the better combo out there. They did use the Kraken Impact, but they're going to have a little bit left in the tank, which is exactly what they need, because FlyQuest right now has to be glued to this payload if they want to get at least a 2-point push, which they're going to need against this great team. But Smash with the elimination.
They already take down Light, and he needed to get some ultimate stacking going, and immediately traded right back. Energy takes him down. FlyQuest with another flank from this guy. These have been insane.
What a mark there on Energy, because Energy was about to get that whole team's backline, but they noticed him at the right moment. They're in this house right now. Look at, there's 4 meters left to go, throwing everything they have at it. They've got the clobber time and the meteor. This could be it for FlyQuest.
This could be the Goddess of Death is up there in her tower, looking at the picks here. Energy with the angles. They got to get on the point. The overtime is starting to take it. Smash takes down Energy. Now has the angle over onto Light, who is on this Doctor Strange. This point is so contested, but they've got this smidgen of health, smidgen of time to work with. Big blocks coming through as well from Light, trying to buy time for the rest of FlyQuest. This is it. They can try to get this last push going in. They're trying to get as much pressure as they can, but we have ultimates available for the side of Lizzie Mo. Look at Tico. He's going to switch over to the Psylocke, try to get back into this fight as quickly as possible. 1 KO, looking at more, and it's Lizzie Mo trying to put on the defense of a century here. Smash takes them down, and that'll be a defense that FlyQuest is begging to find.
And Gaslit just getting the meteor barely, but unfortunately getting eliminated. Both strategies perfect with the boundary, but they did not have the follow-up needed. Energy is playing great, too, to keep this team's momentum, but it's not enough to get through Magnets. Again, if you're just now coming in, Smash controller hella player playing lights out throughout this tournament. Of what we've seen today, this has been, honestly, just such a dominant performance from Magnets so far.
Yeah, it's been a massive come up, even after losing in that upper bracket, now coming into the lower bracket. They have been domineering of this one. And you have to think here, like FlyQuest, their lives of the Marvel Rivals Championship Season 1 is on the line in this particular map, right? You have one more win needed by Lizzie Molt to go into that next round in the lower bracket. And for a team like FlyQuest to come all this way and to get clean sweeps, that is not the FlyQuest that I know.
No, definitely. And they know that too. And listen, this team, they run on waves. I've seen them struggle before, and then they come back fighting with everything they have. they're going to have to give it all right here for a defense of a lifetime, if we're being honest. And right now, it seems like Magnets, they're just so comfortable. And I would be too. You're up 2-0. You're up on a great defensive match. Really, you got nothing to lose here. Let go, have fun. And they're having fun as they're showing a dominant performance. A team that has come out of nowhere. Bazell.
Out of nowhere, but right into the hearts and homes of the Marvel Rivals community here. Lizzie Malt have made that stand, made that name, and now they're looking to push FlyQuest down to that 5th, 6th finish in the Season 1 Marvel Rivals Championship. This push around the corner, I mean, this is so good for Lizzie Malt. They're going to have so much time over here, Cozy.
Look at the space that they're able to get immediately. I mean, we saw the Magnets were just up in this spawn for FlyQuest, and on the inverse, this is just right up in their home front already. Chuckle's just going right in there, and he's able to get that space and separation that you want from your Vanguards in early play. At this point right now, it feels like all of that momentum is starting to shine even more so for the Magnets.
They're already almost halfway there to that point. Okay, we're going to finally have some ultimate abilities coming up for both sides, but honestly, we're starting to feel a little bit Lizzie Malt favored at this point. We're waiting for those big Vanguard ults in this 1v1 beside this extra edge on the fight. Smash versus Energy and try to get them down. The 1v1 goes the way of Smash. That's massive. But now the Kraken Impact will tease things up on the other side. Big pick onto the side. And now that's already Cooper-tastic gone. Smash pushed into the wave, but that's going to be the invisible boundary making the difference. And FlyQuest, they've been dusted. Is this it?
This is rough, and they use Clobber in time as a last-minute defense. Smash and Energy, it's really who can get the pick there, and it is so close on who is going to end up getting the elimination, and Smash has escaped from the other side each time here. Now we're going to have to reset, and right now the momentum, the combos is looking in favor of Magnets. You do have some support ultimates, but you look for that Clobber in time. It's about to happen.
See if they can get an angle for it here as well. I'm looking at Skier to keep this going. Going to be far from that invisible boundary as well, but more so, this damage for Smash is so difficult to deal with here. There's the little setup by Chuckles, waiting for that Clobber in time. Look at the angle coming through from Energy. He's about to have the Goddess of Death, but Smash trying to go in. Smash gets one, and now they're pushing around the corner. This is the final gasp effort for FlyQuest. If they lose this point, it is all Jover. It is looking like Lithium Ult. They're using the Magnets to collect the Infinity Stones. A big name Oryx coming through here, and they want more. Gasland with one last dash effort gets the KO onto them, gets a little bit of the reset, but the push is still coming. The push is still going, and Smash is truly the Goddess of Death.
Underdogs no more, as they are just handling the grand final, the second place MRI champions here, as we are going into the last fight, the last desperation of FlyQuest. Dragon Impact goes up, it lands down, and it's just going to be the Smash and Tico show as we've seen it once before. We've said it once, the new pantheon of God of Death and the Goddess of Death, and we're seeing it right here.
They got the portal, but it does not matter. A quadra elimination from Tico, making a pentakill. And this guy has been popping off, and so is Lizzie Mold. Down goes FlyQuest, eliminated by the Magnets.
Wow, I did not have a 3-0 on my bingo card of the MRC, my friend. And Magnets has just completely ruined the brackets that people have put together in their minds. FlyQuest is now out for 5th, 6th place. Great job, from them in this tournament. Unfortunate, hit the lower brackets early. Did a great job fighting through it, but ran into what right now is a big villain in Magnets. And the underdog at that, my friend, that was quite the matchup.
Yeah, and I mean, it's leaping off of that performance against 100 Thieves. This Lizzie Malt team has just risen the ranks in priority of who can take that championship here in Season 1. And it truly was off the back of Tico. Obviously got massive MVP performance there. But after looking at all the list of these Winter Soldiers that we have in this tournament, but not only that, who we're covering today, and to have Tico rise through the ranks in that one, it's got to feel good.
Yeah, and again, I feel like the strategist plays is as peak as you get between these two teams. Smash, and you guys know if you watch the MRI, Energy is one of the best Hellas that we have. Easily went toe-to-toe with Delina. Energy was even struggling against Smash. Smash is a controller player. We gas up TTK all the time of playing at the high level with controller. The duelist role is even harder to do so than a Vanguard. I mean, it's crazy that he's able to have such accuracy and pinpoint shots.
And the fact that it is a 3-0 over a legendary team like FlyQuest, not only that, but then being able to push 100 Thieves that full distance. And that does mean the story of Les Immortels stays alive and well in that lower bracket. That is it. We're going to take a look at the highlights of this series itself and Les Immortels' victory.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the
Thus I smite thee! Behold the god of thunder!
Too easy when you never miss. Nowhere to hide. Woo! I never miss. Making the cut.
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserve that, dear. Mind crush! You were beneath me.
Impervious!
Pathetic. How embarrassing.
Kneel, peasants!
That's White Queen mind control.
Welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Championship Season 1. I'm Mazel, joined by Cozy, and we are going to keep on going through these matchups until we get to our bottom, or I guess top four, final four of this championship. A lot on the line for a lot of these teams, and we've had some miraculous runs from a lot of them that we see in these final moments.
Yeah, what a great way to close out Season 1. We're heading into an electric season, and this has been the finish that you want to see, right? We saw Sentinels versus Shroud X a moment ago. Shroud X been a great team in this tournament. They've dropped down to the lower bracket. Well, we're going to see them again, and we're going to see if they have what it takes to not be eliminated as they go against Rivars here, which is a team that we have not seen today. And this team has a lot, though, and they've really impressed in a lot of their matches leading up to this moment. Is it the common name? Is it the one you don't know? Well, the one that you don't know just won being Magnet,
exactly.
So it could happen again.
That's the craziest part. And you have to remember that we didn't get to watch it on stream, but they just took down Nightmare of all teams to come to this point, being 3-1 over them. So a really solid performance there. It's not like it even went the full distance as well, and want to see if they can maybe bring something into this one and chop things up, because Shroud still looked good into that last matchup in the Sentinels, but it came down to a couple of misgivings of the compositional strength. So maybe Shroud getting a more grasp on that moving forward.
Yeah, Sentinels is a great team too, so it's like you almost can't even fault with Shroud. Like, I want you guys to know that Vision and Doom are some of the best duelists that we've got, you know, in this lineup here. And then again, Dogman has played well, Fidel, fantastic. And so there's plenty of great players across the board. Dogman's Magneto was insane that we saw from the earlier matchup. So excited to see that, as we're going to be welcoming in some new names to you as well, and eyes to keep people to look out for. They have some great players on their end. They typically like to lean towards what you've seen here in the meta, that Bucky Groot, dare I say we're going to see more of it, but that's what's
I want to see Groot again. We didn't get to see Groot last time. It was banned away against Chuckles. Honestly, though, maybe worth it moving forward for any other teams that have to face off against Lizzie Mont. But I really want to see a adaptation of a lot of these strengths in the meta itself, and get to see maybe a Shroud that's looking a little bit more prosperous than the last time we got to see, obviously, against that big stiff competition in Sentinels. But now we are moving into map 1, yet another domination to kick us off. Shroud gonna wait for that ban coming through, but it's the Hella ban immediately by Eris.
Yeah, that's going to target Vision. Tip the cap to him, because you know how good that is. Now, again, though, it is on Domination Hell's Heaven, so look for the Namor play. But wow, we got Shroud X banning Invisible Woman. Love to see it. I believe from the team, and Human is the one that plays Invisible Woman, so love that they're done a little bit of their homework. We've seen that. The save is going to be Luna, so you can expect the Namor. Potentially we get the ban, though, from Ruse.
I love it, because and Human coming in here with this name makes us casters sound like we're like aliens coming to town talking about humans, which is incredible to have. The Wolverine Protect here as well by Arius. And we do have that Luna Protect from the other side of things with Shroud. Final ban is that Namor. So even with that Luna, that combo not going to be available.
Yeah, and I haven't seen a lot of Shroud X play Wolverine, so this is going to be interesting, because I'm sure they're comfortable. Obviously, Aru's there, but I have not seen Shroud X. Vision, I think, has dabbled with it. Actually, Doomed has played it in the MRI, but wow, Groot goes down to it. You know what? Who needs Groot, though? Because Wolverine's already there, and he's going to make it hell for him. So you might as well just get rid of him and save him, save him the...
I'm not sad. I'm not going to cry off in the corner right now that we don't get another match of Groot. It's fine. But it is a situation where you have to think about now what that unlocks, what that enables coming through here. And more importantly, the fact that there is the possibility of this triple res comp coming through.
Yeah, it just kind of snuck through there, right? Like, I think they were okay with that. We're not going to potentially have, not going to have any Adam. Well, no, we are going to have Vision is such a good, just pure Amos. And so Hella being the quick snipes is what he usually does. But when you can play Adam, you can do the best of both, right? And so we're going to see him give armor to his team here and then swap to that Adam pick.
Yeah, I mean, literally, we were talking about it in the last series. We got to see Shroud. Is that Vision, permanent memory is of him last weekend on the Adam Warlock, getting like a penta out of one of those fights and just having such pressure on a supportive champ like this. So really love to see that kind of adaptation and comfort come back into the fold for Shroud, who definitely need a confidence booster down here.
If you haven't seen it before, triple res and domination is something to see, and we're about to see it, guys. Hang on to your hats. Here we go. Micah about to switch to Adam. Vision's already there, and the teams are going to portal in, or at least Dogman. So you're about to see some instant action.
It's going to be a lot of fun. The fact that we do have this variation on the comps and immediately kicking off that aggressive portal coming into things here as they immediately get some KOs going back. Dogman is out of the fight already as your major frontliner, and another KO coming through. Munched is munching right now, and he's found the backline too.
That was incredible. If you notice, Arusir, they don't have a Mantis. They ended up just going with the Loki and having that invincibility, and all the assets that he brings gave all of the momentum on that opening fight. And that's what you want in Domination, to win this fight. And now immediately Shroud X is going to have a tough time to get this map.
I love they were trying to keep Nuck alive there, and he's just like, nope, I'm going to go join my team. I'll be back. Ends up getting off the map there, gets that reset up, and a massive, massive first push from Rivars.
Yeah, it's almost funny, though. Shroud X has almost the ultimate momentum here. It's actually kind of close here. Now, the big difference, not having that Mantis, it could come into, benefit here for Shroud X to have that extra life.
Friendship is key. That's what I've heard, and we'll see these right clicks making a little bit of a difference. Munch trying to get that separation of space, gets put to sleep there, but now we're starting to get closer and closer to these ultimates, and it's going to be Shroud X in this choke point, maybe trying to fight their way out as we go through it here. We're getting everything popped. Doom going it down to Galactic Legend. Unfortunately, on the other side of things, Loons did already burn his, and now the reset res, it's going to be capitalized on by Shroud.
Yeah, Doom had just enough left in the tank from that legendary to get the pick and then go back for yet another pick. Beautiful mastercraft there at work as the tanks, the Vanguards, are going to be cleaning up the rest here and make quick work of Arus here on the team. That was a great job. Soulbound was a little early from Arus. I'd like to see them hang on to that if they can for the next fight. But good cleanup here from both the duelists.
They just lost vision, but it's fine. A lot of ultimates still available for Shroud. That's the most important thing, is to check ultimate economy. And Human does have his. Ice has his on the side of Arrows. But it's still important to think of how much supportive structure Shroud have on a point that they are now pushing to try to match Arrows.
Yeah, absolutely. You're going to look at this Magneto land, if they can, on the Loki. Now, a lot of people are far from their ultimate on Aru's side, but they do have the ult that they need to really get the sustain and the counter. And that's what you look for here. Nuck is going to get that ultimate online as soon as he feels uncomfortable. They're looking to get that pressure, and it's on right now, and the fight starts. And Micah gets the pick to open things up against Doom.
Hey, you like those aggressive Luna kicks here as he's able to get the knockouts, but here comes the dancing, here comes the clobbering time. That's a trench-coated thing, just running as he's hitting those 1-2 punches, gets a KO there at the end, and now finds access onto the back line, as now they actually have that reset on the fight. We're getting close to Doomed, popping his Galactic Legend as well, and here it goes. Can Doomed make the difference for Shroud? The push is starting to feel there. Wolfie is needing to try to find these snipes, but it looks like Shroud have been pushed off the point.
Portigan's ready to go. Vision's got them, everybody up, locked and loaded. Beautiful Wolfie getting a great hit there on Doomed is legendary to shut that down quick and early. Soulbound is out. Key ability used early in the fight here, and they've got plenty left in the tank. Clobbering time, landing down from Munch. Can they get the pickup from the combo? The tee up, and there is no finish, so great resistance from Shroud X, able to stay into things. These fights are long on the triple res. We're in for a good one.
But Impunity is trying to cut them down to size here. Massive re-engage now after we got that reset. The fighting is not nearly done, but look at Shroud. They've been stacking up this point contest this entire time. They're going to push it to overtime as well, and one big fight could just make the difference, as Shroud are pushing them here, as they're going to try to go through as well. Galactic Legends abound, but who will truly be legendary as they are onto the point? We have the dancing fold from both sides. No, trying to get some healing in on the back, but Doom trying to get some spin to win combos in the middle of all of it. I don't know if they can push it though. We still have so much to give, and Vision is about to have his res. He has it now. Wolfie and Vision, they're the main ones to look at. Born again goes Shroud.
Yeah, wow. I mean, I know Dogman's going to want that meteor back in the wall that could have sealed it right away, but Lauren's now getting rid of Dogman in return. Vision keeping everybody up. It feels like that Born Again has been alive forever now, as the ultimate to rain down the fireworks. The Michael Bay special ice showing ice in the vein, though, getting rid of Vision. But yes, the passive popping him back up, trading with Wolfie, and beautifully done. Shroud X is able to get the eliminations they need, and they do it. They lose the point at the beginning and end up getting the cap.
A full cap from Zero. Really, really good spacing development there by Shroud, realizing what these counter takes mean in this composition with both the Born Agains and how those ebbs and flows go. Really good spatial awareness from them, and an entire positioning fight now won by them in this first round.
100%. The things to look out for when you see these two res comps go against each other is the Adam Warlock's patience on Born Again and their patience on using their passive. Whose is on cooldown, whose isn't, and Impunity immediately eliminated Whoopi, which gave so much momentum in that fight. It's the Adam staying alive that often comes down to it, and or the passive usage from the Guardians of the Galaxy.
It's a lethal combo. I mean, there's a reason why they're one of the big teams in the Marvel Rivals universe, but it is also that team up that's super important to Impact. And now going into these next fights, I think it's important to realize the Shroud, yes, are 1-0 on this domination map, but there's still a lot of abilities, a lot of tools left for Arrows.
Absolutely here. And if we're looking at it, I mean, they've got the momentum to go into this fight here. Whoopi is going to have the Born Again, and Vision just used it, so fresh off that. But they've got the Clobber in time, right into the pressure of Legendary. Ice is far away from his Meteor M, so you would think Shroud X does have quite the big advantage here to open things up.
And try to get this little push in as well over top. I like this second level push because it makes things so tricky. Aru's going to try to spout that one out, and there goes the Clobber in time. We're about to get ultimates ready to go as well. Not going to look to pop his here soon, potentially doomed. Holding that Galactic Legend, the counter to Lorenz as well. They're getting space onto this point, and here we go. We got the Legendary status coming up for Doomed. Lorenz is trying to hold his down, gets sniped down, didn't even get a chance to use his ultimate, and we know who the true Galactic Legend is, and right now it's Doomed, as now he comes back with that, at least res coming through, trying to get his own Galactic Legendary status set up, but that's what these fights bring. Born Again is available for Vision and Whoopi. We'll see this fight yet again.
Yeah, having Vision on Adam is just another duelist, right, that can heal. And just tremendous play there, as Ice does end up getting the clutch elimination, but both heroes that went down are the ones with the res. Got the Born Again happening. Ice trying to get the finisher, though, on him, and pops it down on Fidel. That's a massive pick to slow things down and make a statement to open up things here to get this point. How important it is to get all the ultimates coming down right away, and yet again, won't be going with the Born Again. It's trade up. It's what you came for. The double res on domination is pure madness.
This is absolute insanity, and the retake is definitely there. Nuke about to have his back as well. We'll see that push on the side of Shroud, trying to get into the thick of things here. Lorenz going into the back line, but not going to find much purchase as well because of those strategist ultis coming down. The defensive nature of these compositions, but we're starting to run out of tools, and Doom finds a big pick there as well on a Whoopi. I don't think he's going to be able to come back from this one, but there ends up going Lorenz with his own Galactic Legend, and Doom again and again. These two going at it.
Wow, Zoo, fantastic counterplay there with the Legendary popping in is going to secure the elimination, and that is as perfect a play. There's been no cap, and this battle's been going on. This feels like the overtime to win the grand final. It's just over and over, and finally Shroud X gets the job done. But here's the thing about that take. This is a little bit untraditional because at this point, the ultimate charge is all over the place, so this can go back to Ruse to win it, but man, that was a great performance from Shroud X.
It was a really good performance. Also, the mental capacity you have to stay in these fights and realize what's going on at all times is so crazy with how many people can come back from it. Munch is now looking for a potential clobber in time angle here in the middle of everything. Lorenz gonna get one big KO, gonna look for another one as well, try to go into this fight too. They are just leaping and hop, skipping, jumping all over Shroud as they find the spin to win, but it's not enough damage now. They gotta get back to the point.
Clutch Born Again from Vision there, just able to get everybody up again, got the soulbound to follow up with it. So they're getting the eliminations, but we've seen this song and dance before. With triple res, you just have to get so many consistent eliminations. Keep eye on the Atom, because the Atom's the controller of the game. He is the golden god after all, and he's able to keep everybody alive, keep them in the fight. Dogman has that meteor ready to use as a response. Nuck up with that ultimate. They're both fully loaded. It's the fireworks. They're coming. Double res domination. It does get better than this.
It does not, and this is the tried and true strategy we've seen a lot of our teams fall back to comfort in. But now with this spatial reset over 60%, it's going to need to come down to Errors finding something here. The Meteor Im is going to be utilized there as well. You got Fidel coming through as well with his vision, trying to look for some picks himself. He's trying to find the other Adam Warlock. I don't think he can though, but it's already a big push on the Arrows. We're losing some members here who don't have resets.
Vision, the Adam Warlock, leading the front line. Like, there's just no fear in the way that he's playing. He's playing like a hella, right? Now they're looking at him. He's pushed in there. Getting rid of Wolfie. He's getting the Adam pick himself. The Adam from their team. It's the cheat codes of having such a good duelist on the threat that is Adam Warlock. My goodness.
I don't think they can make it. I don't think they make it to the point we're already getting Shroud's cap here, and this would be a 2-0, at least first series win. If they do it, Shroud stave off Arrows and will take a massive domination win.
Yeah, that's the Shroud X we know and love, right? Like, again, they struggle a little bit against Sentinels, but Vision, truly, I mean, man, he was cracking me up. Like, he's the Adam. He's supposed to be the one staying alive from his team, and he's like, hold on. Hold my staff as I go in there and start getting picks by myself. Fantastic job all the way around, but the key difference there was obvious. It was Vision and the way that he played.
Yeah, I think this guy is truly an incredible marksman on the likes of Adam Warlock, but also providing so much utility. I mean, he had 17,000 healing done and 15,000 damage done. This guy is a massive carry, and it's a return to form, a return to strategy that we loved from Shroud last weekend.
Yeah, not to notice, dude, 19 eliminations versus 10, 7 final hits versus 1. I think that's going to probably make the difference in the story. And we saw early on that they didn't play Mantis on the side of Aruz, and they ended up having to change it up a little bit because they noticed how well it was going. Just having that extra life is that much better. And you brought up a great point, Mazel. There's so much to keep track of in these team fights, and so you have to know 4 minutes in, that one was 6 minutes in, exactly who just used their cooldown and ultimates, not only just ultimates, but the soul bounds and the mag bubbles. There's so much to keep track of.
And I loved the duality between Doomed and Lurens. Try to get who's going to use their card first, right? Who's going to use that Galactic Legend card? Then it falls short. The other one uses it, tries to get that combo. But I have to give a massive shout out to the at least attempted performance we're getting from Aruz, because it is a team in Shroud that is not only well-known, has a well-known org, has a well-known creator behind them, but it's also a team that has shown dominance here of recency.
Absolutely, and I think that's what it came down to. Not only was it great Adam Warlock play, but when you would see the Galactic Legend come, Doomed always had his. Every time I saw it on the other side, Vision, double tap, and then the elimination. It felt like the hell with the Thorns out there. Let's go relive it. Let's check out the domination and look at the highlights.
Welcome back, one and all, to the Marvel Rivals Championship Season 1. Again, I'm Mazel, joined by Cozy, and what a series start to this one. Shroud looking a lot more like the Shroud we knew and loved, and the Shroud that had just gotten knocked down into the lower bracket, maybe finding a bit of resurgence there on the side of Arrows. You gotta think, what is that next step? What is that next strategy?
Yeah, and that's the advantage of being in the upper bracket, right? You're able to reset and reload. You just had a tough matchup. We saw Shroud X really come to form here and lock in. Honestly, it's got to be the triple res is off the table. It's off the menu. There's no way they're going to let the main course of what is Vision on Adam go again in that. That was wild.
Yeah, there's no way. If they do, props to them. Maybe they just feel really confident, but the guy is cooking right now, and I think they took that lower bracket knockdown a little personally for Shroud. And this is a team that we had seen such stalwart performances from them across the table, across the board for a lot of their members of the team. Now trying to refocus into what is this lower bracket run to try to make it to that finals in a massive statement for the organization, not only, but I'm sure for Shroud himself being really happy in that regard. Now it is the second map, the second round. Can Arrows bring us any more games than the sweep we got to see last time around? We are seeing the Hella ban already by Arrows, waiting on the ban from Shroud.
Yeah, it's funny. We saw the Wolverine available last time, but it's like sometimes when there's comps available, it forces your hand, right? That's why we saw that triple res, even with that available. They still don't want to deal with Visions. Hella, they're like, I guess at this point, we'd take the Adam Warlock compared to what they know he can do on the Goddess of Death. Luna for the protect there. This is probably going to force that Namor ban yet again, and then that would open up triple res. Nope, they're going with the Adam, so now they do have Namor, and that's probably what they wanted to see.
I love this, though. I mean, we said they needed to get rid of it. We said they should not let this go through yet again, especially against a team like Shroud. It is going to be that eliminating of the Adam Warlock and taking away a powerful tool from Vision. The Wolverine ban to finish it off had to slink in somewhere there, Cozy.
Yeah, and we get to play this map. I always think is fascinating because it can go so quick by this first point hold here, and so I'm always excited to see what might get cooked up. You're getting your wish. The talking tree himself is back. And at this point, typically we see a lot of Strange here on these maps because of just again, what we've talked about. Haven't seen these teams play that much. Now, what's interesting is, yeah, there it is. Vision going back home to Namor, and Doom plays Bucky great. So this is going to be a good one.
You thought Vision looked good on Adam Warlock? Imagine him on somebody with a trident that actually does real damage. No, it's going to be really nice to see. I think he was doing real damage in the last one too. Yeah. But it is going to be a little bit of a different setup here. But also, it's away from the domination setup. So we have to look at what the long-term win conditions look like for both these teams. And this first point is usually heavily contested. We'll see what kind of distance or composition Arrows want to go with.
Yeah, very different right now from what we just saw in our last couple of matches on this point. And listen, we have not seen a lot of Rivars, but what I can tell you is they've gotten here for a reason, right? They've gotten to this moment. They know what to do here. They know they have been here probably before, plenty of times as well. And obviously, we're not going to see the Widow. We're going to get that Groot. And I suspect they're going to take that oh-so-popular right side from our advantage here points because it's just so much protection there early.
Yeah, it is. And I love that Shroud are using this secondary point here to be this kind of jumping on point. It's what all the teams are doing now, but still efficient at protecting this side of the map. Now we're getting into things now. It does look like a bit of a commitment to the left side for Arrows coming through here.
Yeah, nice poke damage. They're looking just to get some nice trades early, get that ultimate built up without losing anybody, maybe extend a tad bit. And we've got yet interesting that Lawrence is really far in there as the Namor, typically looking for that flank. He is going to go up top a little bit to get that pressure early. And right now, both teams playing very passive. And look at this angle for Vision is exactly what he wants.
It is so deadly here. Gets one of the KOs too. He's now looking for a little bit of pressure over on Allurance, and now as well, this angle he has can refocus over to the side of the point that Arrows are approaching from. They're starting to go up in this top point. Vision wants the 1v1. They know they're up here. It's the battle of the Monstros here too. We're starting to get the ultimates coming online already. That CU device is popped, and Human is going to go dancing onto the point, dude. Try to save a little bit of time. It's going to be the rebuttal. It's a dance-off, Cozy.
Yeah, and I'm here for his Dance the Revolution, right? As Nuck has a really nice paced out fit both worlds, and he's going to keep his team alive for a while. We do see the whale come down there from Lawrence with the damage boost, unable to connect and get the elimination. They won!
Oh!
Vision with the quad whale!
That's 1,000 pounds of pure muscle right there. You'll love to see it. And that is a massive defensive push from Vision. And what a dunk there on top of all the others, man. I wish we could see a slow-mo replay of that one, but that'll be a quadra elimination to die for.
As we were talking about one whale, it's like, you know what? He brings a full ocean with him on his. Like, fantastic play, Vision, man. I'm telling you, this guy is the difference maker here.
He is indeed. It's been fun to watch his growth throughout this tournament as well. Now, another push from Arus. They are getting a little bit lower on time, sub 2 minutes now on this push, and they haven't gotten a single phase on the first point. Now they need to try to upend this setup, this entrenchment that Shroud has in this upper left corner. They're going to try to use Lurens around the other side, but he drops down to the bottom. Now that between two worlds, at least going to come through here as well from Ed Human. Again, trying to buy space, buy time. Shroud getting pushed off the point, but the Meteor of M going to come down, doesn't get anybody, and Wolfie's back into the fight.
Someone's got to deal with Vision. He's up there just having free reign of dominance there with his turrets. They are getting some nice cap points there. They got one. That's important. But look at Vision. He has been here for the entire fight, and it seems like no one can deal with them. Now, finally, some pressure from Lawrence. Nice to see. He's got the whale unlocked. He gets the Triton in the head, and here comes probably another big whale, potentially. Wow. Vision is just going off.
What did Thanos say? When you come for the king, you better not miss. And unfortunately, there are a couple misses there. And now Vision will just absolutely trounce the entirety of Arus. All of Shroud pushing around the corner and fully eliminating Arus.
It's a tough map to get. They did get 1 point. You know, you can have small victories before the main victory. They're going to have one last push here. And if you look at what's on the table, not a lot. You have a whale. You have, and who will get that Fate of both worlds. But yeah, well, Vision, though, has his locked and loaded. Not a lot of defensive ultimates, so none actually for Shroud X on this fight.
This is going to be the final push. They took enough time that now this is it. If they can swap to a portal, they can do something along those lines, maybe extending the time. But this will be the final push. Kraken impact is there, but Vision waiting with his Horn of Proteus on the angles here. And in these choke points, it's so difficult. You can see some of the hesitance from Arus, but they got to get on the point. There's 3 seconds left. They push up now as well. Vision with this angle. He's just waiting for that horn. It goes in. Gets 1 KO. Is it going to be enough? Ai Agamotto has come in. Wolfie is going down. It's Arus losing people, losing numbers, and it's Vision all along finding the snipe. He's going to try to get the last one, and that's another one. Impunity now going to chase down with a double of his own. We are Groot, says Shroud, and that's an overtime, and that's a 0 points sum for Arus.
Yeah, it's a 2020 nonstop Vision there with the turrets, with the Tritons. Fantastic job. They've got a tick, so maybe that'll be enough. Sometimes it can come down to the small thing. It's a game of inches, but honestly, you're going to have a lot of force to stop what is right now a full steam ahead train that is Shroud X.
Hey, they, like a lot of our teams, have gotten angry to be knocked down to this lower bracket, and they do not want to be here until they make it to the championship at least. And it was just dominant across the board from Shroud, not only from the angles that Vision had, but a lot of the safety they were playing through Dongmen, through Impunity as well, the space provided. It's been really, really nice to see them back in true form.
Yeah, absolutely. Shroud's got to be proud of his team here on just what they've put together. You know, again, the advantage of that winner's bracket, as we said before, is just to recalculate and see what went wrong. They played a great, match against Sentinels. And Sentinels is not just any team. Like, they are one of the most respected teams in the entire NA scene. And if I say so myself, the NA scene is full of elite talent. We're seeing that rise up from a team like the Magnets, and now Shroud X looking to advance here to try to fight for it all. This would be such a massive win for Shroud X, a newly formed org. They'd be able to fight now well into the MRC, but they have to go through a roost first. Right now, they're living up to the job, but they've got to get 2 ticks on this point.
They've got to do something. And again, you also have to remember that Les Amantes are the ones waiting in that next round for whoever wins here. That is not an easy task to take down. They have taken this tournament by storm, and Shroud trying to reestablish themselves as a dominant force in the MRC. This angle here as well going to provide Arus a really nice defensive posture, but they have that bit of a flank angle.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen Lawrence take this angle now a few times, and he kind of forcing everybody to get into this one location. Last time we did have vision on that other flank side, but this time not so much. This is exactly where Lawrence wants to be. It's just really the great high ground that they have. Right now, it's looking like the sides are swapped, but on offense is Shroud X, even though they're taking over that health pack role, which is a great spot to be in, but they've got to get a pick here if they want to make the difference with vision.
Nucket's about to have his SIA device coming out, so a lot of damage. Profile, it's doomed! Be heard, everybody talking about vision. Well, he's going to find a big pick here himself. The shield is not nearly enough, and you have to remember, Shroud, all they need is 1.5 points, and it's going to come quick. I think they might just finish it here. No defense left, and that's an easy 2-0 lead in this best of 5.
Yeah, listen, we've had 2 matches that were neck and neck, and these last 2 between now Magnus on FlyQuest. Honestly, Shroud X on the 2-0 right now, they're playing great. You have got to reevaluate a little bit of what to do. I mean, they banned that triple res. They stopped what they were doing well, but they did not account for the freaking whale getting a team wipe.
A quadra with the whale. That's the kind of stuff that you dream for here. And again, a dominant 2-0 start to this best of. There's still a lot of game left to give. And, you know, we maybe don't know Arus just as much as the Shroud team, but this team has been on a run in their own right. And obviously having just taken down big org name and Nightmare on the other side of this one. So it's a lot of pressure to be put in your final life here in the Marvel Rivals Championship. All those accolades, you can see them kind of slipping away.
Yeah, I mean, the stats here, typically there's more to the story. I mean, Arus, they've got 1 elimination, 1, 2, 3, 3, and 1. On the other side, it's 14, 18, 19. I mean, you're
That's
not
like
going to win many matches.
Scoreline.
Yeah. I mean, you're not going to win many matches if you're not getting any eliminations. That was a tough one, but I believe in them. They can come back, believe, point to the sign. You've got it, and we've got it. Let's go check out the highlights.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where.
Welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Championship Season 1. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Cozy yet again. And man, it is looking like a little bit of a Shroud diff in this series. Shroud are up 2-0 over Arus. And now is a question of what comes next for this underdog team.
Yeah, it feels like so far in the pick ban phase where a lot of the match is determined, right? Because you have things that really favor one team versus the other. It seems like Shroud X has been in the driver's seat a bit there and just comfortable with the picks and the ways that this is working out, right? And forcing hands. It's like, all right, we're going to save Luna and are you going to ban Namor? No, you've got to go against the triple res, which they're also comfortable playing. And so they've got a lot up their belt and a lot of tools in their pocket here. Listen, though, the underdog stories are great, and Ruse can show up. Again, this is not just some team. This right now is a team playing for 5th, 6th, or onward if they get the reverse sweep. And I think they could have what it takes, but they're going to have to play lights out.
Yeah, I mean, to make it to top 6 out of 500-plus teams in these kind of open qualifiers in the beginning, but even in this section where you had over 100 teams in this run, to be in this top conversation still is meaningful. But everybody loves a trophy. Everybody loves those prizes to try to make it that much further. And I think that's where a lot of the pressure was on Shroud's team to kind of handle this situation, especially against a bunch of rising stars it would be. But this is also a run from Shroud where they just got knocked down to lower bracket, and you can feel the hunger in this team.
Yeah, for sure. And Shroud X, like in the Marvel Rival Invitational, they played all day, and then when it was over, guess what? They queued up through the entire night. Like, they lived off they have so much fun playing this game, and they're just a group of friends that really stick together, and you see that, and it comes to light a lot in these team-based hero games, right? Because you're able to just have that almost instant recognition and acknowledgement of what your friends, your teammates are going to do, especially when you play a lot together. You know what to expect.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you pull that out in the Res Comp. I think it was a perfect example of what that togetherness could do with some of the timings there in that one we got in the earlier game in the series. But now we are into the thick of things. Arus backs against the wall, potentially getting swept by Shroud X. We're going to take a look at the bans this time around. Arus get rid of that Hela once again.
Yep. You know, listen, I mean, hey, Namor, Adam, we've seen Vision on a lot, but they still don't want to see the Hela rain down. And Invisible Woman has just been such a good ban against them. It seems like that's definitely a strategist that Arus relies on. There it is. We've got that Luna Protect yet again. We're going with a Rocket Protect this time around, though, from Arus.
Okay. Interestingly enough. All right. The immediate Warlock ban. I like the reservation, at least, in letting that one through yet again, because I still think it's still one of the most ridiculous things that Shroud executed very, very well. Final ban here will be that Wolverine yet again, and we'll see. We're on a convoy map. What we're going to get from both these sides.
Yeah, I think Vision's wanting the return of the whale. Listen, I mean, if I got that 4-piece that he just had, I'm going right back to the instant lock on Namor over there. I mean, that was sick. He's thinking about it. Yeah, okay. I don't think we're going to see... I don't think we'll see Spider-Man, but who knows these days with Vision.
Who knows? But honestly, if he's still on the kind of hit scan style of things, I would be perfectly happy for them. But now we actually have to think about what can be possible for Arus. I think we've seen some differences in kind of the duelist setup here, but trying to now have this full push on a convoy map, I think can play to their advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at Vision's full commitment to the bit.
Getting the mechanics, man.
He goes out and he's like, just get out. I want to go back playing the board. We knew what was happening there. Great play there. But yeah, absolutely. Listen, hey, in the depths, heroes rise, right? We've seen it before in MCU films. We've seen it in esports, and we might see it here with Arus. They're going to have to bring everything they have. And if you're Shroud X, keep doing what you're doing. Don't change a thing. You're playing loose and having fun and doing a great job.
Yeah, lower bracket might be a killer for a lot of people, but it seems like it has empowered Shroud X now. And you also have to remember, like, their run of potentially, you know, up-and-comers, people that are a little bit less known, it doesn't stop here. Even if they take down Arus, Les Amants are right that next round, ready to go. So this is a team that really needs to feed off of this momentum as we get down to this first push. Arus going to get a nice push around the corner.
Yeah, and Doom just getting the instant elimination on Loki. I mean, the teams hadn't even had time to breathe before that just happened. What? Doom with the quick hits, and right away that's going to put just the advantage, you know, on Shroud X here on defense.
I like the angles that Lurens is playing with, though. But yeah, Doomed is just finding these shots in. Looking for a little bit of a pull to fall. Not going to go through just yet, but really nice space provided from both Roots, Impunity, and Munch. Getting a little bit low as Shroud X are going to have to pull back to these runes. They will get a nice heal on their tanky front line, but the push is still coming from Aruz. You're trying to find a little bit of space. Impunity finds the pick on a Munch. That's a massive frontliner gone, and he was getting close to his ultimate as well. Now Vision looking to put in the work here, trying to pick the side. It's Namor v. Namor, but it isn't going to matter as they get one more shot. It's still the push from Shroud X all the way to the spot of Aruz.
Yeah, Nuck copied that ultimate like 15 seconds ago. Like, he's been holding on to that, so now he's using that Fate of Both Worlds, giving them a little bit of refuel there on the health. But now they're down one support ultimate. They do have Fidel with his ready to rock and roll. And if you're Aruz, you have everything you need for the combo. The time is now to set this up.
Got combos on both sides, though. A lot of tools available for Shroud X2. Here comes the Doomed setup as they try to get the resets. They got one, holding it on. Look at this reservation as both Funkies are going ham, but here comes the Whale. The shutdown goes over. Wolfie and Doomed are both down in this fight. The Meteor M, is it going to be enough to dunk? He's waiting, he's wanting, he can't find it now as well. Pushing back onto the point now, though, as Arrows trying to fight for their lives on halfway through this point.
Yeah, they're doing a good job here, getting that pressure of some sort here, and Human now trying to give them that presence they need. Wolfie does have that Kraken impact that will definitely give them what they need to get through this point. Doom, though, trading with Ice. That's going to shut things down and slow them down here with the Vanguards just both going and getting eliminated.
That's so difficult as both Vanguards down leaves so much pressure sink in favor of Shroud X. They get the defense here. You still have plenty of time for Aruz to get back, but this little point is so hard to get back onto the push.
Yeah, without question here. Now, it looks like Impunity is able to build up that ultimate for the next fight, and at this point, you're going to have that Vision Impunity wombo combo that they've been just doing great on every single match, and there's only a minute left. Where did time go? This is an absolute lightning fast round here at Spider Islands, and he's going to go with the high ground advantage for the imprisonment.
Yeah, he's looking for that strangling prison on the edge. They get Ice. That's one of your frontliners down now as well. Shroud X trying to go through. They got a long con from Dogman. He wants to get a pickoff onto Wolfie too. He's got the angle on him. Are they going to be able to get him? He dashes away on the other side, but you have to think this is so much time being bought by Shroud X.
Wow, yeah, incredible amount of time, and they're not having to use much to do it. I mean, this has just been the Vanguard show right now. Dogman and Impunity are playing absolute flawless tank play, and watch this. Look, he could use the Meteor, not even doing it. Just poking up above like a hella.
Why not? Eye of Agamotto now coming in. Here comes Dogman, though. Oh, miss of the Horde of Proteus. And now Vision maybe trying to stack up some shots here for himself. Use those Monstro spawns to get some damage onto Wolfie. A push is coming out from Arrows. Arrows feeling desperate. They got 5 seconds to try to get to the point where they will be holding on with only one taken. And that's on to the point they go back in overtime. We got bodies everywhere, but they are starting to drop. Wolfie gets sniped by Dogman, and that Meteor is felt globally, and Human will be cut to pieces as well.
Dogman is playing perfectly here, man. This is such great play on the triple Vanguard comp from Shroud X. You could not have a better hold. They showed just that they deserve to move on, because Aruz here, not only do they need a reverse sweep, they need a defense of the ages. I mean, at one point, it looks like Shroud X, like, Vision just has free real estate, man, up there. Just able to do whatever he wants.
And there was no real answer to him as well. And I think that's the most difficult part. And this is why this kind of whimper for Aruz feels really bad to come into this one, because they have been dominant in their run as well. And now with against a competition like Shroud X, like this comeback that we've seen from this team, it just feels like they're running out of options. And Shroud X have reached their final form to try to push themselves to that top 4.
Yeah, absolutely here. And like, at this point, if I'm Aruz, like, you know, don't go too crazy, but just like, what do you have left? What is something that you can do that's going to throw them off? Because it's not going to be the competition that we just saw, right? I mean, it's been now a few matches in a row. You've got to do a huge defensive effort. You can go with the triple Vanguard play. Looks like they're sticking with what they know of the traditional 2-2-2. Either way, though, they can look at this whole thing and say, hey, we got 5th and 6th, and that's something to hold your head up high on.
I mean, that's important to think about as well, right? Like, it's not only that, but they're pushing something big. Like, they just eliminated Nightmare of all teams. So I think it's something where it's nice to make it to this point. You can hold your head up high, but you know these players are hungry, Cozy. You know they want to make the distance. And that beautiful Torque emote being put on display by Vision there. I love to see it get into the swap to the Venom just for that one. But this is also a Shroud X team that knows what their next competition looks like. They have tons of tape on Les Amours, and they want to take this momentum into that fight.
I've been waiting to see that emote, I gotta be honest. And when you're up 2-0,
it's so good, man.
You're ready to go. You're ready to have fun. April Fool's just delivering the most peak emote we've seen yet. All right, here we go. This is it, the final stand for Rivars here. Lawrence is gonna get that early pick on Fidel. Great play there from them. And just honestly, early on, they're looking great here, taking out now Impunity, and they're gonna have to reset, Trout.
They are. This is so tough as well, though, as they're trying to get a little bit of push out of there. I think that's going to be an instant swap away from Johnny Storm, I'm not going to lie. And now they go right back to a competition that has worked so well for Shroud X. They don't have much to go, but they've got a good push going behind them. A really good defense so far, and we're starting to get to ultimates.
Yeah, absolutely. Here, Anhuman can immediately get the strategic ultimate that he needs, but unable to get it fast enough. Lawrence going down. At this point, you've got to pop it. Now they do. Fate of both worlds coming, but you've lost Lawrence, which is a clutch piece of the fight. Dogman has not missed today. Can he hit another? Oh my, not 1, 2.
A double! They might even look for more. This is a massive push again. This is everything. Do or die for Arrows, and they have nobody left on the point. The lower bracket dream of this team is on the line, and all they can do is run back to the point.
And Shroud X, look at they're just locked and loaded with the check marks over there. That's the last thing you want to see. And that is just going to be, they're going to bring every single bit here to the semifinals. That is going to be the lower bracket. Lawrence versus Vision. Here we go.
They got the push. They both up on this top point as well, trying to get as much of an angle as they can. They get him. He's back down on the ground, though. This is tricky. You got to get those monstro spawns around. He's got that big 100-ton whale. Is he going to be able to make the difference here? As we got the dance party right on top of the point here. It is a last-ditch effort. They're locked down. They're getting low. They're getting low, but they're not going down just yet. Eru's putting up the defense of a lifetime, but they got to put up more. They have to stick in this fight because it's going to be a long one. They try to get the big. They get one. The defense might just be there. Now Wolfie looking for resets as well. His own gets taken down. He's a massive point to this puzzle, but Ice still has that meteor. Still can make the difference. The push is not going to stop, though. Shroud are going to need to reset.
How low can you go? I mean, that was a great play of Limbo there from Lawrence, getting a good whale there. The two-piece to really sustain them and keep their pressure up. Only a minute 24 seconds there, and there's the Agamotto coming out from Munch, and Munch though getting the one straight, and here comes the whale, and unable to connect now. This is gonna be tough.
It didn't even get anybody. Oh, that's so tough. It just got a double there. The push is nigh. Here comes the meteor of him. A last-ditch send to the heavens by Arus, but I don't think it's gonna be enough. There comes the whale, and the big slamma jamma is on top of Arus. Shroud X eliminate them in this fight. There's a little bit of push left to give, but Impunity will just make the difference. It's Shroud X moving on in the lower bracket and eliminating Arus.
The exclamation point on what was a clean sweep there from Shroud X in his team. That is how you do it. Great job again from Arus getting this far. It's not easy when you have 500 teams giving everything they've got, but Shroud X showing they firmly belong in advancement to go up against the Magnets, which is going to be a matchup for the ages.
Oh, that's going to be such a banger. Also, shout out to Dongmen. I think maybe the NBA is going to be looking for some shooters here.
Yeah.
We might get picked from the scene. I don't know. The guy was dunking on people left and right. It was a redemption performance from Shroud X that was needed if they're going to be able to go toe-to-toe with Les Amours in that next round.
Yeah, it's what I needed to see. Great highlight there. And Dogman, we saw him play great against Sentinels, but that was by far his best match yet. He felt very confident, and at times, I mean, he was up there having fun, poking down at one point, going crazy with it, guys. It doesn't get any better than that. Shroud X firmly handling business, and we have got sick matches to go, guys. We're going to be seeing some electric matchups, playing for it all here, as, again, 5th and 6th were decided, and now we're moving on and going to some big league play.
Yeah, I couldn't be more excited here because we are going to be in our top 4 matchup here, or at least top 4 setup. So it's obviously disheartening to watch FlyQuest fall out early with a big name team, but when you have that kind of Shroud X versus Laser Molt setup with both teams kind of having that forward momentum going for themselves, and then looking at who's in that upper bracket in that next spot in 100 Thieves and Sentinels, our top 4 is looking hype.
Yeah, and I love it. We got a little bit of everything, right? We've got the Magnets, who are the team that nobody expected to be there. And then on the other end, we have some of the teams from that MRI that you've come to know, you come to love. And so early favorite to hit the grand finals. What do you think, Mazel?
Oh, man, it's going to be tough. I would love the redemption story of Shroud X making it to that point and maybe against 100 Thieves having that big upset. But Sentinels has been a very fun story to watch, so I could see them making it for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Can they come back from the greatness they once were? We're going to have to see. They've got a heavy task ahead of them with 100 Thieves on the line. But let's go ahead and check out the sweep, the highlights from the last match.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, the arrivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash.
To all our new guests from across the timelines, I welcome you to the Hellfire Gala. Welcome one and all to Krakoa. This living island may be a sovereign mutant nation, but tonight, our home is yours. Honored guests, I propose a toast to Krakoa. Here, there are no rivals. Man and mutant
Will be exterminated. You all belong to history.
To me, my X-Men! This is a fight for our survival!
Then try to stay alive just long enough to see my way as the Age of Ultron begins.
Your mind is mine. Impervious. Neo peasants.
Blast off! Legendary!
Welcome back, everyone, to the Marvel Rivals Championship here. We are in Season 1. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Cozy, and we are getting down to the nitty-gritty. We are down to 4 teams out of 500 plus that started the open qualifier section of this tournament. And here they are, and here we are, looking at this next matchup, Cozy.
And it's an electric one at that. Listen, we
It
saw
is.
the Magnets versus 100 Thieves. It was neck and neck. Well, we've got the rivalry that you've been waiting for. Again, you've heard the song Rivals Till the End. Well, we've got Sentinels versus 100 Thieves. And this is going to be potentially the matchup of the night. A lot of history between these two teams. Mutants taking them down, but when they were Nightmare 1, Sentinels took down the 100 Thieves team often and early as well. These two teams go neck and neck all the time, but recently in the MRI, it was 100 Thieves that were just completely going crazy on Sentinels, but now that they found their identity, who knows what can happen, to be honest.
Who knows, man? It's the upper bracket final here as well. Still a second life for any team that falls, but that sweet, sweet grand final spot waiting to be grabbed. And I love that we get this culmination here on the day. I know this is going to be our last series that we're at least covering here today, but it's such a perfect one to end out on, especially with the stories coming into this one. Sentinels look dominant against Shroud X in that last round for them. I mean, they completely held. It was a 3-1 scoreline. On the other side of things, 100 Thieves were brought to 6 maps because of the draw that they had and went the distance in their series against Les Amants and were pushed to a fold that I feel like we haven't seen much.
Yeah, and will that carry on into the next matches, right? Like you typically sometimes you see that, but 100 Thieves, they've been here so many times, and at this point, I think they're ready. They know Sentinels through and through. Again, guys, it does not get better for the honestly, some of the hatred that flows through these teams against each other, because somebody's got to lose, right? And you've got two Goliaths. There's no David in this scenario. We're going to see now one of these advance to the grand finals. It's some of the best at it. Sentinels, 100 Thieves right away.
I love it. All the background, behind the scenes stuff as well, but all this foreground stuff of both teams having such holds on the meta, such holds in the community in the area of competition. Now, we are already getting into the thick of things here, though, with 100 Thieves banning away the Loki and protecting the Rocket Raccoon. We get the bans from Sentinel as the Hela, keeping the Namor, and then banning away the Magneto.
Yeah, listen, I knew we were going to expect the Hela out of there, but the Magneto is definitely interesting, but makes sense. You know, Kalush often plays that Strange, likes that role, and we've seen Crimson playing Groot at such a phenomenal level. You can see it even took a second for 100 Thieves to kind of think about what they wanted to ban there, but it is going to be that Adam, Karova. They're not going to allow that to happen. And at this point, we've got TTK, one of the GOATs in the Vanguard department on controller versus Kalush. We've got a Strange v Strange matchup for the ages.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun to see these guys go at it, especially with their Magnetos. God, I know they've been hyping up those here recently. More importantly, though, Wolverine is still on the table. If things start going bad, maybe we see Gomez switch over to that. But right now, it's going to be the Star-Lord for him. If we look back at that last series, he was the Galactic Legend.
Yeah, and there's so much at play here. Sentinels, they want this win. I've talked to the players at an extensive amount, and how many times they have went from the big brother to feeling like the little brother, and it starts there with the duelist of Rymazing, of Super Gomez. There's that big heated rivalry of Delina versus Rymazing. We're going to see it all today, and it starts on Clintar, and this is you're going to see a little bit of everything here. This is a tough defense to hold, though, and it's been proven thus far.
It can be really difficult. I mean, especially with the spacing that the Groots provide here. But I am looking at what angles these two super carries will be. Not only Super Gomez, but really that matchup you said between Delina and Rymazing. These two guys have been so pivotal in the pressure points that they add to the fights for their teams. And now both of them are going to be going at it. And this 1v1 is a highlight feature for me.
And right away, look at Delina and Super Gomez meeting each other in the flank spot to start things out. But it looks like the entire Sentinels team is taking this back path, which is definitely non-traditional, but fun. I like the high ground approach here. They'll have plenty of room to get a potential pick and then fall into the point.
Okay, they actually do end up getting over on the side. They're dropping down into that hallway point. Really safe play right now by 100 Thieves on the back end of the point, though. Crimso trying to go over now. They're moving their Vanguard setup a little bit further forward here for Sentinels. Now maybe potentially looking for the pick over on the side on Thera. I don't think they can get him just yet, though. Getting a little bit lower. This brute wall, this catastrophe that could potentially happen in this mid lane is brewing as we're getting closer and closer to ultimate. They got potentially get a pick here against the wall there. Groot is one with it, and now a big snipe there from Delina 2 for a double.
Yeah, slowing things down. Listen, Vinny, I know he's a tree, but he's known as the GOAT of Groot, and having Crimso rise up to that task is going to be huge for Sentinels if they can pull that off. Now, Delina in this spot, he wants to be exactly here with the turrets, raining down the Tritons in the entire ocean here. Kalush forced to back out a little bit and handle these spawns that are just putting on constant pressure from them. But right away, we've got the Groot ult from Crimso to try to get some eliminations.
Super Gomez going on the side over here and trying to get an angle on the back line. He does! He finds the KO! And that's massive as well. Super Gomez still putting pressure, and they're about to cap the point and push them back again. That's huge from Sentinels.
Super clean from them, and I'm telling you, we did not in official play see them even drop a map, I believe, against Sentinels. Yep. So this is already a great start for the Sentinels, and having that confidence early, because you got to play with that mentality that you are the best, and these teams are trying to prove it each. Who continues to reign the NA, and Delina with a quick hit there on Super Gomez to set things up.
Yeah, you have to remember 100 Thieves just lost their first round to Les Amants in that last round as well, and now getting pushed here early in this first map by Sentinels. See if this push is going to be enough, though. They've got a couple long angles. Armore is trying to get a little bit of push going for this point. They're about halfway there, but now we're going to see the tick off because Ultimate's abound. Here comes that 100-ton beast. Not going to be able to get a kill there, though, but at least trying to reset now. Maybe look for these eliminations by Super Gomez, trying to get this angle with the Galactic Legend. Gets one as well, that KO going over, and immediately 100 Thieves have to signal with the retreat. Super Gomez is going to put the pressure on, and this push might just go to the third quarter.
Yeah, with Delina not being able to have access to Hela, that's really going to slow down his counter to that Super Gomez on Star-Lord there. Crypto gets the perfect imprisonment, getting the beauty group elimination there. Super Gomez wants a piece of the pie as well, handling it firmly as they can get this second point with not much congestion. We have Delina trying to get something done, but this has been near perfect for them.
Crimso is filling those shoes we talked about so much so well. And here comes the redemption portal on the other side from 100 Thieves. But the spin to win combo with that 100-ton whale. I don't know if they can do it. And Super Gomez is going to end up going down. A little bit of trades going back and forth now, but this point is very contested. Just almost at the point, Proc. And it's not going to be enough to hold them on. Sentinels, they are pushing 100 Thieves to the brink in this first one.
0.22 meters. Are you kidding me? 4 minutes, too? I have not seen anything close to this from Sentinels. And again, it feels like they found their identity from just a couple of weeks ago where they could not lock in anything against this team. But they have reset. They even said in their interviews, we will be back. And they are here starting up 2-0 against the 100 Thieves as they're pushing this late point.
I love it. The stories write themselves. The rivalries are about it here in Marvel Rivals, and that's exactly what we want. It just adds fuel to the fire. And now this setup from 100 Thieves, they're playing extremely defensive. They want to use this choke point here as a defensive nature, but it is going to be Sentinels moving forward. They have the Strangling Prison ready to go. They just got to pull the trigger, and there you go, Crimzo, the lead. It's going to pop up now as well. The Ibagamoto joining them as well. Terra is looking for reset. They got the pick over there as well. Terra cannot get more. Is Rymazing going to be enough here to put the pressure on? And this push might just be the final one. They're looking at a 3-cap here for Sentinels.
And you have Legendary going on. So what are you going to do? You have to keep the team alive. So it forced Harvey to put up the boundary. And there's nothing they could do. That was the most flawless cap we've seen yet. It's against two great teams. They have reset it. And it's looking like some of that rust that we saw from the Magnets versus them is rubbing off into this next match. That's going to be a tough time to beat, Mazel.
Oh my God, the fact they have 4+ minutes here. I mean, that is insane. 100 Thieves are going to need a magnificent round to even contest that time limit, but then potentially just needing to get to that overtime anyways. I mean, that kind of push gives me so much confidence in Sentinel's side and getting to see those big pop-ups from the members that we wanted to, right? Like Crimzo actually having massive influence in this one, but more so and more importantly, Super Gomez and Rymazing. I mean, they're living up to the test we set for them.
Yeah, honestly, Crimzo was the missing link right here that this team needed. They needed somebody to play Groot at an efficient level, and he has put down the walls with the ult combos flawlessly. I mean, have you seen how perfect those have been? I want to highlight the ban on Magneto. I think that has been a big difference maker. TGK has been able to dominate with Meteor M, and they have taken that away from him, forcing him to play Strange. He does well at, but I love that change-up that they did in the bans.
And this is the kind of stuff that just gets you giddy about these matchups, right? These teams know each other. They know what they want to go for, and they know how to kind of get under the skin of each other and find those ways into these fights. I mean, this is a best of 5, and it's a very important one to get that grand finals ticket. And now it's all about 100 Thieves on this first map. Can they push it all the way to the point?
When you are the best, you have to play at the best, and all eyes are on you. Everybody likes to watch the winners lose, and 100 Thieves right now in that position. 3 minutes, 42 seconds to get this first cap. They're taking the left side here on the approach, which I like. I think this plays to a lot of their strengths. They're going to look for that early pick to steamroll the 6v5. Harvey getting it on Karova, but Rymazing trading with Delena, and SJP getting in the action.
Yeah, big trades, but the fact that Crimzo is gone for Sentinels is very difficult to deal with because now this push just comes through. They end up fighting Rymazing as well. Karova is trying to run back, but this might just be even a faster take of the point 1 as they do get the denial, but it's only for a millisecond as another knockout comes through. Maybe the portal is enough.
Get the stall for the portal there. That's exactly what they were trying to do, and this is going to be tough. I mean, this is really just trying to sacrifice yourself for a little bit more time on that point 1. Can't give it to 100 Thieves that fast. They got it fast, but you want to try to put up a fight. Honestly, it's working a little bit, but Vinny taking out Kaluz there. That's going to open up the rest of it and give them ult charge. This is going to be rough.
Yeah, I mean, you're about to have Vinny with his Strangling Prison, and that's going to be massive on that next setup. You're also getting very close for Delena, about 3/4 of the way there. TTK going to have his setup now. But this is where Sentinels really took advantage of the momentum the last time around, and I'm looking for 100 Thieves to do so yet again. They've got a ton of time to work with, but you remember, Sentinels had about 4 minutes once they hit the outside gate.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to strike them down while they're weak. And right now, Sentinels, they can taste it. They can taste the W. They're right there. But 100 Thieves all gas right now and playing like the team we know them as. The imprisonment looking to come from the top there. And we've seen great stuff from Crimzo. Vinny, though, one of the best. Are we about to see an imprisonment for the ages?
And he's going to try to do so. This 100 Thieves team is no slouch. There's a reason why they are dominant. There's a reason why they're back-to-back potentially champions here. And we get the setup now from the big Strangling Prison going through from Crimzo, but it wasn't enough to really get anything going. And now that reservation playing to 100 Thieves' favors now. Trying to get Rymazing into this fight is Sentinels. But now you got the double dance party. We're hitting disco, baby. Throw your hands up in the sky as KO's coming left and right. There's even a whale on the dance floor. And that's kind of nautical circle, baby, as we're looking for the fight for Sentinels to push them back from this point. I don't know if they can do so. Armori is looking for her angle here to get some KOs as well. And Super Gomez, he's putting down the rest of 100 Thieves.
Wow, I mean, this is perfect play at work. I mean, both teams are using exact ultimates, exact times, trading whale for whale, blow for blow. And the difference right now is Super Gomez and honestly the threat against him. He's able to have much more free reign to get that poke, to get the damage in. This has been fun, but Crimso now locked and loaded with that ultimate.
They might be able to find that as now they have that. They pop it down. It's only on a couple, but the shielding is not going to be enough. Terra is now gone, and this could be a momentous push here. They're losing so much time for 100 Thieves to keep this push going. Delena maybe in this hit by Rymazing is going to be enough. Harvey is the target now for Rymazing, but he can't find the target there. In the end, the push is going to be delayed, and now Sentinels able to get back here.
Yeah, I mean, those walls are so great because they're putting up the damage and blocking the strategist from healing up their teammates. So you're seeing this over and over from Crimso. Same song, same dance. 2 minutes, 57 seconds. They're already having a better hold than we saw from 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves will have every single ultimate to set up the combos. They're exactly where they want to be, but they have to land it right here, right now, and do what they do best.
Here it comes. Oh, he got pushed back. That's such a massive disturbance as now another whale comes in, and we might be on the warp here. Oh, they got Delena maybe going down over here as well, but that big safety from SJP might just be enough to delay it, but they are starting to run out of time. They're being pushed back all the way to spawn now, and maybe Rymazing makes the difference. A triple elimination.
Rymazing playing with that confidence. I love to see. Rymazing, one of the first players I ever talked to in professional scene here in Rivals, all the way back to Alpha, and it's just been a blast to watch what he's doing right now on Namor. They don't like the Hela. They don't want it. They blocked it, and Namor has come from the seas to make his claim here as there's only 2 minutes left. Plenty, though, for 100 Thieves to get it with the combos. They just have to pull the trigger on these ultimates.
They just got to get them used. I mean, 100 Thieves have a lot going for them. Terra, now one of the most menacing and most punishing of the Winter Soldiers, looking for his own resets, but Super Gomez has that rebuttal, and it's of legendary proportion. Can he get one of the picks? He gets one. He's looking for more as well. Sentinels, they're pushing 100 Thieves off the point.
They've got a committee. It's like, I felt like these ultimates have been like ready to go, and Rymazing has just been able to go crazy instead with just the pure power of the Tritons at bay. And he's got the whale ready. Minute 24 seconds. We haven't seen 100 Thieves in this position often. They're going to have to play a perfect offense if they don't want to go down one match.
Perfect from here on out. That still makes the difference, but they have to be perfect, as you said. Kraken impact there for Terra. Looking for him to be the big saving grace. Get those resets, but they're losing a little bit of give here in this front push. They need to get onto the point. Here goes the Kraken impact. Can Bucky Barnes rise to the occasion? It looks like he might be able to. Looking for a penta. It's Terra.
Beautiful, beautiful play. 50 seconds, though. There's still plenty of time for them to come back. 100 Thieves have the battle down, and they didn't have to use much there. To your point, Terra being terrified per usual, and at this point, they've got the Agamotto set up into the whale. They can go with the damage boost. There's a lot at play.
There's a reason why no matter the matchup, they always just seem to give Terra the Winter Soldier, and he always finds the difference. Even in mirror matchups, this guy has been the step above the rest here. 400 Thieves, but the defense is coming through now from Sentinels. They have a really good angle here. They have every tool available to them, and they're going to be looking to do so. Strangling Prison coming in. 100 Thieves, they're looking a little dicey. Here comes the IVAG mode, potentially that Kalush, but he's just going to save it as the whale comes through as well. 100 Thieves, they're still on the point, but they've got 5 seconds. They've got the overtime coming in, and it's going to be the IVAC Moto to reset the fight here too. It looks like Sentinels might just do it. They get 1 KO. They are traded though. TTK and Super Gomez both down. Both resets coming through as well. Now coming into this fight, the respawns are going to be massive, and you have the pick from Kaluge. This defense, it might just be enough. Wow. They're in overtime. I don't know if they can do it though. They're back on the point. This is still 100 Thieves trying to delay the inevitable, it seems like, and it will be so.
1, 2, 3.
Wow, just like that, Sentinels doing what they didn't do at all a couple weeks ago, and that's get a map on the powerhouse that is 100 Thieves. Perfect play across the board from ultimate to ability and teamwork to call outs. Sentinels, they've been here before. It's their arch rival. 100 Thieves falls down 1-0. this is already going to be a good series because it is not going to be a repeat of what we just saw from them.
God, it's a banger. It's already a banger. And it's a lot of what's worked for Sentinels over this time. This kind of build up into this moment. It feels like it was destined to reach this point. And Crimzo, my man, getting the difference over Vinny. We lauded Vinny's Groot, but it turns out Crimzo, he's a pretty dang good Groot too.
Yeah, honestly, that's the big difference. A lot of people say about 100 Thieves right now, they're so perfect because the meta that they're in, because we've said it before, Vinny has played Groot since Alpha, so he's been comfortable for a long time. Harvey's played Loki. All these heroes are ones they've played, and they're dominant in the meta right now. So to see Crimzo flip the script a little bit on who we've been praising on the Groot status, that was the key difference. Yes, there's been great play from the Duelist, but that's what's the biggest shock here and what is making this a different story than what we saw a couple weeks ago.
That's the craziest thing. And that's why I love these kinds of stories, man. The rivalries build themselves in competitive styles, but it is about what the kind of organizations, the community puts behind that fire. And I know this series means so much to both sides, to all 12 players, but also the coaching staff and things behind the scenes too. It's really nice to see a lot laid to bear in this one. But that is all she wrote for the first map of the series. Don't you go anywhere. There's tons more to come. We'll see highlights of that first one.
Thus I smite thee! Behold the god of thunder!
Too easy when you never miss. Nowhere to hide. Woo! I never miss. Making the cut.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Season 1 Marvel Rivals Championship. I am Mazel. I'm joined by Cozy and Sentinels. They've done the due diligence, they've done the work, and they take down the first game of the series against their rivals, 100 Thieves.
It's just fun to see. Listen, the teams are great. The players, though, out of every single team, by a far margin, I know all these the best. I mean, I've worked and talked to them since Alpha, made videos with them, looked at all their matchups. And fun thing, MRC Season 0, same exact matchup, upper bracket finals to go to the grand finals. It was 100 Thieves that got the best of Sentinels and sent them down. And I can certainly tell you, they were not 1-0'd yet. So having Sentinels having this advantage and that momentum going in, that's exactly what they need. Both players want it so much, 100 Thieves, that hold on to the throne, and Sentinels to say, this is still a rival. This is still, they're trying to make their statement.
I think if they do end up taking this down and maybe even taking the championship, we need to get an edit of the cinematic and just put Sentinels and 100 Thieves' logos on there, just going at it all the time. I think it'd be perfect. But it is a situation where now 100 Thieves are in a position that they don't find themselves in often, especially following that first match. They've gotten close over both of the last rounds that they played in, but they had not dropped that one. And then now, having lost a couple games to Les Amants, now having lost this first match to Sentinels, got to find out what works for them moving forward.
Good teams, they adjust quickly, and typically 100 Thieves can adjust within the match, but I'm telling you, it had a lot to do with not only Crimso's insane group play, but also Star-Lord and Super Gomez. We know he's the legendary Star-Lord, claimed as, I put him there too, as the best at it. But when you have that constant pressure from him and then Crimso on the ground, you've got both air and ground. It's, the surf and turf, the air and turf. There's not a lot you could do against it. So their pick bans might change here to target that Star-Lord specifically.
I would be curious if they do adapt that one, as well as the triple res comp that we know both these teams do like to run, if that still remains a permanent ban, or maybe we get the protect on the Adam Warlock or something along those lines. There can be some big adaptations from both teams, but if we're going things as is, the momentum, that favor, it's in Sentinels' pocket.
Yeah, without question. And they're always going to go with the Hella ban first. They're not going to allow the save to go on Hella at all, because they know that they control the game at least a little better. And at that point, we might see Adam Mantis comp and they ban Star-Lord, like force them to do the double res comp, which 100 Thieves has allowed Sentinels to play that plenty of times, and they're still comfortable on it. Sentinels, though, their favorite map, their best map, has been Midtown, which is where we look to go with this next matchup. So really, I think both teams, they know how to play. They've both been here before. Yeah. But what is the micro adjustments that you think might make the difference here as we go into Midtown?
I mean, I think it has to be a reassuring of what the Vanguard setup is from the side of 100 Thieves. Maybe if that Magneto ends up coming through, we have a little bit more comfortability there for TTK. I think those can be important locks as well, but seeing what the duelists want to kind of go with what's open as well on a full convoy map, you have to make sure you have longevity in your push.
Yeah, listen though, with Midtown, if Star-Lord does get banned, guess who's super good? This is his Wolverine map. He loves Wolverine.
It's been open. We're ready.
He can play in the shadows. He loves to be that animal that stalks its prey. And listen, when he's unleashed, we have seen Super Gomez go off. 100 Thieves is the team to beat. They claim the best right now in NA. Can it be done? 1-0 right now as we head into Midtown with the first ban from 100 Thieves going to Loki and Hella. There is no synergy of gods there.
And you have to remember, again, this is for a spot in the upper, like the grand finals. This is the upper finals. So trying to make sure you book that ticket to the Season 1 MRC finals is what is in the eyes of both these two legendary organizations. But that lower bracket is still there as a fallback for either team. Now we get into those protects. It's the Groot. We get to continue seeing Crimso's Groot, which immediately has come onto my radar here. The Magneto protect as well from 100 Thieves. They need TTK back on that hero.
Never would I expect someone going against 100 Thieves to protect Groot against Vinny. That was one of the three-headed dragons that you had to take down, and now you're saving it. I mean, not just banning it, but you're making sure that Crimso can keep doing what he's doing, and I would too after it. Wow, 100 Thieves not using that last ban. They'd rather just keep all the options on the table. That is definitely something.
Okay, well, hey, maybe it was on purpose, maybe it wasn't. And maybe in that situation, I'll maybe looking back to it and seeing if that's going to be a difference maker. But right now, the Rocket Raccoon did get banned away. So taking away the BRB device from a convoy map is a massive impact here too. But now we get the battle that we wanted to see. It's Kaluj versus TTK on the Magneto picks. And I think that's going to add another wrinkle to this to make it interesting.
Yeah, Super Gomez being able to play his the hero that he wants to in Star-Lord. So you love to see it. Kurova plays great on Invisible Woman, and Harvey, look for him, one of the GOATs at strategist, to try to put the team on the back and let 100 Thieves not go down in a position they certainly have not been in a long time. Could go far back as Alpha in 0-2 right now as we go into Midtown here, and the composition's looking similar to what we had before. Terra, though, has been a menace on that Winter Soldier.
I gotta say, back-to-back MRC champions has a really nice ring to it, I feel like, to some extent. Maybe something they'll be looking to go for. But it is now this setup around these angles. Again, Midtown, that first point is so difficult to push because you are surrounded by the second level, and you immediately get pressured as you come out the gate, and here we go.
Absolutely here. They typically like to set up on the high ground. The first one to have to fall is at stake here. 100 Thieves likes to give a lot of room. Typically being on offense first is going to be interesting to see as Vinny hits it from downtown. Beautiful throw of his 4 there. As we're going to see if 100 Thieves can get the aggression early. Rotation's happening. Looks like they're taking the stairwell here to take the fight to them on the high ground.
I kind of like it. Just give them that extra length of room on this engage style. As they are getting the push on the point, though, moving forward. Now it's Amazing getting picked out on the other side. Really good angle played right now by 100 Thieves. Crimzo looking for his impact now, too. They're up on this second level, and the point is still underneath, getting pushed very heavily. It looks like a lot of room is being ceded by Sentinels.
And no trades at the moment, so right then and there, TTK, they got rid of that Magneto for a reason. Kalu's going down, going to give 100 Thieves plenty of their spacing now to pick Amazing, and they're able now to get that pressure on going into the end of point 1 here. Oh my goodness!
Terra is angry, so is all of 100 Thieves. This rivalry sinks deep in this early Marvel rival scene, but you know it well. And 100 Thieves going to get a massive push on this first point against Sentinels.
Love to see it there from Terra. I mean, that was like Duck Hunt, right? Just able to get that Star-Lord flying by. You've got the invisible boundary from Kurova there to give him a little bit of space to try to hold the point. I like the usage there. Yes, it's a little early, but it does keep your team in the fight here on point 1. But if you're 100 Thieves, you have everything up your sleeve. What combo do you want to use? How do you want to stagger the ultimates? We're about to see it. It starts with the Kraken Impact.
Yeah, might as well go ahead and try to get the resets going here. Unfortunately, it does not look like Terra was able to do so. And a big KO for Amazing on SJP with a big pick, but the invisible boundary is doing work right now. Can they buy enough time on the point, though? I don't know. It's going to be a little tough. Meteor of M coming down. Doesn't get anybody, but Vinny had taken down Crimzo. And Delena had taken a couple more. A double comes through for Delena, and his step up is now no more shall be respected.
Yeah, great job there from Sentinels and doing what they can against what was the Meteor Aim, and honestly, the whole kitchen sink from 100 Thieves. But Delena, just the old-fashioned way, throwing the Tritons that we've seen him do best, and he plays great. Not even doing the flank roll that he typically does, just straight with the team and getting those important picks. Super Gomez going to Wolverine now. Gotta love to see it. Here we go. The animal's on the loose.
We'll see if he's been unleashed or if he's chained up here. Super Gomez, a massive impactor. He's had it open a couple times now, willing to bring this one out against their tried and true nemesis. Super Gomez going to miss that first kidnap, but trying to get some extra damage down now as they do have that last stand available to them. That insta takedown as the Strangling Prison is going to come down. He's going to try to buy time for himself. We're looking at Super Gomez's eyes because maybe that backline access is going to be enough. The push has been stopped. You still have 100 Thieves trying to push this angle on the corner, and now trying to utilize this second level as well. Super Gomez gonna get a big pick on the TTK, and this is why you give this man Wolverine. He is howling to the moon. Super Gomez going wild.
He loves his Wolverine on this map. That's for dang sure. And honestly, with Groot, you're just able to charge up your rage so often on his walls. He's max rage the entire fight. Didn't even have to use his ultimate. And right now, Sentinels have plenty left in the tank to do what they need to here, as you've got the Aramori and the Crimzo. Now looking at the combo setup, that's where you're going to struggle a little bit for 100 Thieves. Vinny pretty far away from that imprisonment here. So they have plenty of ultimates, but will it be enough to get the entire wipe of the team?
Looks like they're going to try to. The last stand is coming through, but the double he's right on the edge. Oh, I couldn't make it to the boundary in time as he limps across. It is Sentinels, so with multi-members up on these angles, and they're going to push down into 100 Thieves and push them off this point.
And Erin Moore is just a tremendous player, Brenta, back there. I mean, just how she plays the game with all strategists. I mean, outside of, I think it's Invisible Woman, that Kurova plays great. She can flex anything, and just that 40% damage boost up for the Magneto, that is scary. 100 Thieves need to do something here in response. There's 2 minutes left.
Been really nice to see the kind of togetherness Sentinels has been able to play through here. Now waiting to see the impact of these next moments. There's the Meteor M coming through as well. A reset coming through now too. TTK is going to look for it. Gets the dunk and the KO comes through. And a nice setup from Terra too on top of it all. They are going to be pushed back now, but this is the angle Terra's been craving. He's been yearning and he's looking for it onto the point too. Time is still in the favor of 100 Thieves and they look for more, but now Rymazing gets his counter play in there.
Yeah, Vinny took that group match personally last time against Crimzone, showing it right there. Beautiful play. Now has that imprisonment ready to go for this last cap. This is typically one you don't contest, but I think they have the space to do so. They are going for Kalush, setting up the portal. Everybody ready to go. Look for Gomez to come shooting out of here like a cannon. And this is what you love to see on the last bit. 2 teams, 2 Goliaths. The rivalry. Can they get the stop on point 2?
All is on to this, at least eyes on to this point here as well. They get the big group wall as well, trying to separate this fight. Terra was trying to get something but couldn't get a reset there. Doesn't matter because they can still push this point too, and they have the just inches away, I guess meters away from getting that differentiation. And now over on the other side, Kalush is looking for a bit of defensive posture over this point now as well. Nice KO coming through. Speak of defense, it's offense, baby, as Rymazing has a nice second level point here. And the Horn of Proteus ready to go. Invisible Boundary is up in favor of Sentinels now, and they're pushing 100 Thieves away.
Yeah, it's crazy the fact that they were even able to portal in here and completely put a stop gate on 100 Thieves. A team that just is elevated by their offense, often with the lid at the helm. Rymazing with the 4-5 pace, though. We saw it before from Vision, and look at the emo flex to get a little spice added on into what is going to be an instant highlight.
Hey, the whales are kicking this time around, and it is another big play, and just momentum shattered there for 100 Thieves.
I mean, there's 10 seconds left, and you're able to get a team wipe. That's insane as the portal comes into the last fight.
Oh, they're going to try to get it. Now, Terra, again, he was a big saving grace to that last fight over on the last map, and now trying to make that difference, trying to get that reset, but he's playing reserve. He's waiting. The Eye of Agamotto came down, though. Terra still in there, trying to get the reset for 100 Thieves. Their last-ditch effort, and it might just be enough to push the point.
That felt like it was for the 3rd point. It was only for the 2nd, and it still, though, was a great job to even go from Desperation Portal from Sentinels to then Desperation Portal from 100 Thieves. That's what you love to see. And now, looking at the clock, only 1:18. If you're Sentinels, you are looking right here, right now to lock things down, and this could be up for grabs to get a 2-0, which would be a massive victory in Midtown, which is often a 3-0 map.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually insane to see that potential leap off of momentum going their way. Now, we're into this corner here. We have this setup for Rymazing to try to get a defense over here on there. There's the Invisible Boundary already popped out. You have Super Gomez trying to get back to safety, about to have that last stand. They're willing to give some space here as long as they're buying time, because they have the KO coming through as well, as Rymazing is doing that pop-off. It's not even with the whales, just with those tridents. And Super Gomez also waiting to try to pull somebody away if they overextend too far forward from 100 Thieves. Now he's just going in there as well. He's going to try to get a little bit of a pick, but comes right back with that extra shield. And now it is still 100 Thieves' ball in the court of theirs, at least pushed it.
Yeah, the Wolverine with the Snowflake is tough to take down. Love to see it. Sentinels has everything they need to have a defensive hold here. Look at the ultimates at play. Vinny, though, at 100%, he's going to be able to look for that combo early. This is going to be it. Ultimate v ultimate. Who's going to be able to stagger, get the eliminations, have the clutch in the veins, ice in the veins. It's been 100 Thieves, but now going to be Sentinels.
All right, we're kicking it off. Meteor Vim coming in. The fate of both worlds. They get the fate of 100 Thieves and Sentinels in this upper bracket final. Terra getting some KOs, getting some picks here. Huge, as Terra is huge on this Winter Soldier. We call them maybe the best in NA or the best in NA. And 100 Thieves will push the point.
one of the Namors, and I think it was Rymazing, on his own meteor and blocked it from that Magneto with the bubble block, as it's going to infamously be called. They have one more shot, though, to push. There's only going to be meteors left here, and there's plenty to take for Sentinels. They have everything they need to get this wipe and push the overtime off, so it's only 2-0.
Oh, that's a massive strangling prison as well. Super Gomez already got one pick on the Terra as well. They still have Super Gomez on his signature of this Wolverine, looking for more too. And they actually don't end up getting that kidnap, but it's still Rymazing getting low on the side. Rymazing is down as well. The defense, it's going to have to hold on by the skin of their teeth here.
There's just nothing left to give. A little bit of an inch of the overtime clock, but this is all momentum for Sentinels coming from the spawn, but they're living up to the task. 100 Thieves able to keep the pressure on. 2.97 meters left on the job. They get the imprisonment. They get the clutch eliminations to get the point through, and they get a 3-0 by the skin of their teeth.
3-0 after all that. I know all 12 players are sweating right now on that setup. I mean, it was so dicey, the overtime coming in, but it still is the 3 cap there, and that's the important part, because now it is Sentinels that have to have that extra long push and try to get that breaking point.
I mean, wonderful recomposure from 100 Thieves, because Rymazing, again, didn't just call the sea, he brought the entire underwater armada, right? Like, I mean, that was all you can do as one player, and they were able to reset and not just go, 1 point more, but the distance. Hey, tip of the cap to what has been the best team in NA, showing why they have that confidence and just bending, not breaking in these times of clutchness. 3-0, we're going to have to see a big offensive push from Sentinels.
We are indeed, and I think that's going to rely a lot on the combination of Super Gomez and Rymazing finding those ins into these fights, and that's why we were so excited about the potential duels between Delena and Rymazing, but also with Super Gomez and Terra, and we saw the gives and takes in those moments mean so much, right? Like, being down and out with a lot of these tempo ultimates is so difficult.
Yeah, and we've seen just great patience with the ultimates too. I mean, at one point, it felt like 100 Thieves had theirs for ever to use, and they just kind of at the perfect moment used the ones that they figured would win that team fight, and that's what really got them through all the way the distance to get the job done. Here we go. We've got now Sentinels on the offense. 100 Thieves going to be set up on that high ground, and they usually give their opponents so much space here. I'm going to see if 100 Thieves tries to crash in a bit more this time around to not give up so much ground.
They try to have that extra push, or at least extra defense on the other side of things, and unfortunately, Monstro minions will pay the price here for collusion. They try to find that left side push onto 100 Thieves' defense.
Yeah, there's that sword coming into play right away, just throwing the Crimson Fury on those 4 squids that just get used and abused to get the job done here. But locking it in, look at this. Nowhere to run and to stagger at that. Rymazing just trying to get out alive. Nice little kick out there from Terra saying, okay, Super Gomez, let me show you how Logan is done, and does the job perfectly.
Logan does sink his teeth in there for sure. It's going to need a reset from Sentinels. They're going to recoup themselves, get Super Gomez impactful in here, and they're about halfway to their ultimates across the table. They've got to find the resets into this fight. Obviously, as much time as 100 Thieves can spend, delaying them from this push is massive in the long run.
Yeah, absolutely here. And again, right now, both teams playing extremely well, patient. Love to see it. And the high ground being kept from 100 Thieves is what's really having just extra pressure on Sentinels. They're not giving that ground up, what we just said. And with SJP having the ult, they have plenty of defensive willpower to hold Sentinels here, as they've done before, we've seen before.
Yeah, we've seen this story time and time again, but it's another new iteration of this rivalry. Oh, I wanted to see the 1v1. Delena gets the pick there. He's still alive. And unfortunately, Super Gomez cannot catch him out in the middle of it all. Here's the Meteor Man going down, not going to get a pick. Last stand coming through.
My.
Super Gomez, he's showing them the teeth, and he's going to get a massive triple goal.
This is just, it's not just battles. It's a highlight after highlight. As I like to say, claws off, brains off, because Wolverine Super Gomez is taking everybody for a ride, and he certainly did there.
Yeah, you easily dissect the competition with his adamantium claws. And I will say it's been really fun to see Terra and Super Gomez go at it on this Wolverine. Look at him flying around there, both at the same time. But the re-push is coming through. TTK on this Strange. The re-take with the portal.
Yeah, wow. I mean, just is as close as you get here. Look at this little trade-off that Delina and Rivars can do. It's not Hella Viella. It's the king of the seas here. And with the big flank of the turrets, he's going to take down Aramori. Clutch pick there as Super Gomez goes straight with TTK. Might be a little bit better. Perfect shields up to keep him up. And that could not have been more orchestrated better from Kurova, as that's going to give him all the momentum they need to get this finish cap. 1.85 left.
Super Gomez giving a lot of love to Kurova there, and now he can keep the pressure on these frontliners that are coming to the fold against them. Here comes the whale. It's going to go completely wide. That is tough for Delina, as now you have Crimso in the thick of things with a double of his own. I am Groot. We are Groot. We're all Groot. As Terra trying to pick him up, but he gets separated from the rest of the team. Crimso still healthy. That invisible barrier boundary will end up falling, and it's Sentinels getting a massive push here.
Yeah, I mean, that was perfection. The strategist play. We saw elite strategist lock in from the two teams. That was then Magnets and 100 Thieves, and it's even almost better. It is better, honestly. Aramori and the craft that Kurova and her can do, it is awesome.
It's been really fun to see that combination come alive. I think Aramori has had a heck of a day so far for Sentinels. A heck of a tournament so far as well, and just about to have that K-pop revolution coming up yet again.
Yeah, absolutely here. As now we've got Sentinels. They've got plenty to go. You're about to have the Aramori combo with the whale, and that's what you're going to look to do here as Vinny, though, is going to be... Oh, my goodness! The kidnap from downtown, midtown, as some might say. What was that from Gomez? He's going crazy.
Dude, he's off the leash. We were talking about it earlier. Terra trying to answer him, but Super Gomez is the GOAT of Wolverine. He's looking for more, too. He's a hungry boy, but Terra's going to pull him right back. Immediate re-kidnap, and Terra goes down. Super Gomez asserting dominance as the Alpha Wolverine.
Yeah, you saw just a quick shine there from Terra, but now it's all Super Gomez. And if you look at the ultimates, this point is so much easier to take for Sentinels. Again, they're in the driver's seat here, as we saw in Clintar as well. And just like this, here it is, Toulouse. Can he land the connection, the double dunk, as we've been calling it? And it slams down, unable to get that connection, unfortunately. Right, Mason, though, with the whale and the bonus damage. And right now, they're just eating up the Thieves.
Yeah, this is so tough. Now Terra, though, is going to go down as well. Big pitch from Sentinels. And this push is coming through. Another Horde of Proteus, but it's not going to be nearly enough from Delina. The last couple whales have gone a little astray. And Rymazing gets himself a triple.
Man, that was a much easier 0.2 for them than it was from the double portal barely clutch that we saw earlier. And look at Gomez. He's hungry. He wants more. Logan coming out in full mutant fashion that he is. He's looking for the tank, but he sees Delina. He's going to go for the kidnap. He gets it. He pulls it in the back. He gets the elimination. That was clutch.
Oh, man, it is a Predator that stalks these jungles, stalks these halls, that stalks this city. And his name is Super Gomez. That's a massive pick as well. Now try to find a little bit of angle now to get this final push going. Halfway to that point, we're looking at potential overtime setup on this map.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so cracking up for how perfect of a play that was. Now, Terra looking to do the same here from the Beast inside. And we've seen Wolverine, especially Terra at that, literally win the MRC on his Wolverine play alone. But there it is. Super Gomez up for the ultimate. Going down, but slamming on the Groot wall. A little awkward there, but able to get the Vinny pick. That was not what he had in mind, but it still worked out somewhat well.
And that was right before Vinny was about to have his ultimate too, so that's a big cooldown. Now TTK and Harvey gonna have, there's a lot of supportal ultimates available for 100 Thieves, and a final push coming in to bring us the distance and get these two teams to that rivalry center. We're in the middle of this fight. Rymazing is the one we have to look at. Where is he gonna use the Horn of Proteus? He's about to go down potentially, but that dancing is just enough. Another KO comes through, and he's looking for pick down to Harvey. Harvey going down. Rymazing, he's making the stand, but the last stand truly comes through from Terra as he separates the rest of the fight from Sentinels. It is a 2-3 matchup right now. It's going to be evened up very quickly.
What did we just see? Because that was all Sentinels, and then Terra, with just 2 clicks of a button, gets the team wipe in the reset. 57 seconds to now make it 1-1. Can 100 Thieves live up to their name and stop Sentinels here, or will Sentinels force the overtime play?
Look at this play from Super Gomez. He knows that this is potentially the last give effort here. He needs to find a perfect angle, but he will be spotted out by the rest of 100 Thieves. This defense, this is 100 Thieves' zone here to kind of control, and they could get this series tied 1-1 between these rivalry orgs that we know and love. Terra going to try to separate this fight. Delena looking for another angle. This has been the at least key clutch from Delena a long time, and he has been able to find multiples here, that invincible boundary. I mean, this is still a push coming through in favor of Sentinels, and Rymazing doing his own work with the picks on the other side. You have Super Gomez waiting to use that last stand, waiting for the shield, gets the big KO, and that's the push into the point. It's getting low, and it's gonna tie it up.
Yeah, wow, just awesome play, especially with Delena getting that pick on Luna early there. You thought that was going to be the difference with Air Moore going down, but everybody else did their job to perfection, starting with really the highlight that has been what I thought it was going to be going in here, and that is Super Gomez on Wolverine. I've seen about a billion matches, if I'm trying to be precise, of him on the loose with the mutant, and just great job all the way around. 3-3, and honestly, this is looking just like the Magnus versus 100 Thieves, where you just have two elite teams with just small plays making the difference.
Small plays. That's all that really matters at this level of things. You have to remember, we're back down to our top 4 teams in this entire bracket, and right close to the end of championing somebody for our MRC Season 1. See if we get any differences here. Terra tried to answer Super Gomez on the Wolverine. I don't know if you can switch off of that, but Super Gomez is definitely getting the better of the two.
Yeah, honestly, too, what I'm seeing is, listen, if this was Hella, it's another story. Delena is in his own league. But what I'm seeing is Rymazing is truly being the king of the sea right now and really making the difference. Delena's doing what he does well with the flanks and whatnot, but Rymazing is locked in fully right now as Namo, and that's exactly what they wanted going into this. So I think they're playing the match that they've wanted to design and play and practice for, and that is where we're kind of seeing the difference here. But Sentinels on defense, the rivalry, can they get another map off 100 Thieves? It would be insane.
Oh god, it would be so insane. Again, this is a team for 100 Thieves that everybody expects to be the champion, to try to get that back-to-back status going for themselves. But it is also a team that has shown such grit and determination between the 6. I mean, this is a team full of friends. I know we say that a lot for a lot of teams, but this team has been together for so long, and now we see them try to make this push in this overtime setup. It's 3-3 right now. How far can they go?
100 Thieves, 5+ years of friendship, of playing, of synergy with the same going for Sentinels with their team and alpha play. They've been tournament after tournament. It comes down to this. Great protection here. There's only 16 seconds for 100 Thieves to get as far as they can push. They know it's not going to be 3 points, but can they make it 4 or 5? That's going to be the difference. It's going to come down to this, and who can get the first elimination. Super Gomez up there on the top, looking for the first blood.
Okay, he's looking for it. He's deciding to go around the corner now as well. The push from 100 Thieves needs to be continuous because we're in overtime now. Rymazing, that king of the seas that you labeled, now in a fight for his life against Delena. Delena's going to pop down and try to get the angle here, but Delena is down, and Rymazing maybe making that difference you talked about. Looking for even more, maybe even a quadra here, but now SJP will save the day and buy some time. The overtime is going to be ticking, but Rymazing, he puts that crown on, sounds the horn of Proteus, and that's going to be the signaling of 100 Thieves with their backs against the wall.
Wow, Sentinels, I see you, and they didn't even need to use all the ultimates they had in store there. You know, you had Rymazing throwing squids through the windows for the flank, not even having to peel away from his team. Perfect play there. The elimination on Terra, not only just through the passive, but eliminating Terra and that Wolverine. The presence of that fight was really the finish exclamation point as Crimso went in, did his job. And Sentinels, they're playing like a team that wants vengeance, revenge against who has just been the Goliath of 100 Thieves.
And I have to say, I love this adaptation from 100 Thieves. I know you want to try to match Super Gomez on the Wolverine. I know that, you know, Terra can be a good Wolverine in his own right, but he is the best, I feel like, when it comes to the Bucky, and I want to see if they're willing to change into that here. Because I think going down 2-0 to Sentinels in this series, it gives so much momentum to a team that thrives off of it.
I would lose my mind if this starts at 2-0, because I'm telling you, Sentinels, I mean, that would just be so big for their confidence after what has been, I kid you not, probably a loss of 20 different matches, or at least maps, right? Like, it has just been an uphill battle as they've continued to find this adjustment in Season 1, 1.5. They don't even need Season 2 for the full remap of what their team and identity is. They can prove it right here. Win this, you're 2-0 to go to the grand finals.
That spot coveted by all contenders here in the Marvel Rivals Championship, and now it is do or die in the upper bracket, at least in this matchup here. Try to get this push going. They've already made good ground here, Cozy. Still about 40 seconds to push. It does look like 100 Thieves are giving them that space that we know 100 Thieves like to give on this one, but that push needs to stop at some point.
This is when the nerves kick in, right? Because there's just so much on the line right here, and there's just a little hold. One mistake can end the entire match here. As Amazing going with the squids from the back there. Gets a beautiful pick. Super Gomez, though, getting the Vinny. That's going to be a huge pick. 1.48.
Oh, no, you've already lost Vinny. You've already lost Tara. I think that might be the push coming through, and that's it. Sentinels, they'll go 2-0 up over 100 Thieves.
Sen City, are you there? Yes, occupation is beautiful. It is what you came here for. 2-0. This is insane. The rivalry that has been one-sided, the dominance that we've seen from what I've called the empire of the Marvel rival scene, the rebellion fighting back, and it's funny to see Sentinels in that role, but here they are, 2-0. My goodness.
And they're doing it off the back of their own style, right? 100 Thieves were forced into that Wolverine when they saw Super Gomez picking that one up. And it's just utilizing the strengths that have been so good for the Sentinels team and turning it into 100 Thieves' nightmare.
Yeah, I mean, Amazing, truly. I mean, I think he had 26 final hits there, over 40 eliminations. The squids were working overtime for him on that match. And again, Midtown is something that they're comfortable with. And 100 Thieves had a great momentum going into that last bit of point. I thought really it was theirs to lose at one point as well, but Sentinels really outside of that one Terra like quad elimination, it was looking like it was all their map.
Well, it does look like it's leaning in the favor of Sentinels. One match, one round win away from booking their grand finals ticket. We're going to take a look back at their match point setup here in the highlights.
Thus I smite thee! Behold the god of thunder!
Too easy when you never miss. Nowhere to hide. Woo! I never miss. Making the cut.
Welcome back, one and all, to the Marvel Rivals Championship Season 1. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Cozy. And I don't know if we even expected to be close to this setup that I'm about to say right now, but Sentinels on match point to book themselves in that grand finals over 100 Thieves.
Yeah, listen, we've been going 7 hours, and the adrenaline is just all the way to the maximum. It's 11 out of 10. I mean, it's impressive to see what I did not think I would see, especially with the stakes this high, because great teams perform in great moments, but 100 Thieves down 2 maps is insane, especially with Sentinels really not able to take much of a map from them, and now a very long history between the last few weeks of these teams going head-to-head, especially in their new orgs at that. Last season, it was 100 Thieves, putting them down in the lower bracket. Now it could be them finding themselves down there.
What a redemption story there. As Tony Stark says, with great power comes great responsibility. And I think there's been a lot of power buildup for 100 Thieves. And I think they're a little bit responsible for what's been going on here for themselves in this kind of fall down to Sentinels. But this is also a team that we know not only the camaraderie is huge for them, but that grit, that toughness, that hunger, honestly, to get back into the series. You know it's there. You know they had a stern talking before coming into this one, and they're going to try to light it up.
Yeah, and there's been so many of these moments that they've had that opportunity to like come back and show that they were once the top team, and it just seemed like it just kept passing them by. And it's so funny because other teams would be so happy just to be here. For them, there's a 2 and there's a 1 on the banner you earn, and the 2 is you're the second best team in Rivals. Guess what that means to them? We're worse. We're not the first. Like, that's all they care about, and that's what makes this match so great. Sentinels 2-0. If they get a clean sweep, I will lose my mind.
I cannot. I don't even want to fathom it because I know we're going more games. I know we're getting more out of this 100 Thieves team. It's been a heck of a run. They literally just lost their first games, at least their first maps today against Les Amants, and now potentially in the back of getting swept as well. That would be a massive time difference fueling at least 400 Thieves, but I have to give more praise to Sentinels. They are playing so well. And again, like I said before going into the break, it is about their confidence, about their comfort, and about Super Gomez just having the tricks on this Wolverine and making a big difference.
Yeah, 100%. And what's even crazier is that, like, Sentinels didn't even get to see the weakness that the blood showed from Magnets 200 Thieves because these matches have been so back-to-back, right? So, like, they've been unable. Their coach is freaking playing right now, right? So it's just been great to see
playing
them
well,
adjust.
too, by the way.
Playing damn well. Yeah, it's been really cool to see them together here as we are heading into round 3. And it's crazy to say, but this could be it. This could be the slot for the Grand Finals. Dude, on this map, too, this has been such a good map today. It's been so much fun to watch.
And it's also interesting because there's multiple different strategies you can have to taking that first point here. We're looking at the protects, though, immediately. That Groot comes to Vide and getting that protect from Sentinels, giving Crimzo something that he's been popping off on today against the side of NA, like you said, is a big story we've been focusing on so far. And there is that TTK Magneto saved yet again.
Yeah, and I think that's the play to go with. Like, even though they lost the last map, like, it was clearly working better than what was going on there the first time. Now, you guys, we might sound like a broken record, but again, this map really comes down to that first point and how well, and you can kind of tell the story on how fast or if even that point is capped. We saw these two teams playing this exact map before in that MRI, and it came down to the last second. 100 Thieves beating Sentinels here. They had the triple res comp at the time, and guess what? History doing a little repeat of itself. They have access to the triple res comp. Karova on his best play.
Yeah, they don't have the Rocket Raccoon, but that don't matter because that triple res is going to be very nice. And I love to see the Adam Warlock presence coming in here. You do wonder if it's going to be much the same on the other side of things. But Sentinels coming out with a very tried and true strategy for themselves. Obviously going to get a little bit of that speed up and then switch around. But on this defense, they have a chance to set the pace of this best of.
Yeah, no, absolutely, man. And if you look at the Sentinels, it's like I mean, you're up 2-0, right? You're getting to play the triple res comp, which you've gotten to play on this map before. You narrowly came away with that victory. But time and time again, we've been seeing this now. The strange not to start the offense. I'd be surprised Kalush, we saw the most epic portal close we've ever seen from him earlier today. Would love to see it again, and we get a little I Spy right now happening from the Sorcerer Supreme.
I spy with my little eye a bunch of people that we want to take down, apparently is what the communication is going to be right now. Trying to see which angle they're going to take. Maybe looking to see if there's anybody sneaking around at all. I love this shot from the observers. And now also just going to be a pain in the booty as he's going to give that block, and Kalush using his mastermind techniques here.
And not just blocking him off, you see he's trying to get somebody separated, which is just peak play. And we did not see this in the MRI, so he's been practicing this, which I love. It's such like an interesting tech within the game. I would hate to be on the other side of it, that's for sure. Super Gomez, though, has that high ground. No Namor right now, just pure legendary status here from the Guardian.
Oh, he sets him down. Thank you, son. Super Gomez. It's not only on the Wolverines. We've seen him pop it off on Star-Lord all day long.
Yeah, and then with the Hella ban immediately, I'm telling you, Delena is just so comfortable on Hella, and so having access down to Super Gomez, it's like, yeah, he's the only DPS truly on the team, but that's all they need because he does so well on this hero.
Super Gomez going for the bouncy ball combo that we were talking about. Now getting right back out with some damage done. Look at this push, though. Try to come through from 100 Thieves. They have to deal with Super Gomez up in this left corner. If he's not, they're going to just get taken down. Delena gets KO'd yet again in the 1v1, and Super Gomez has his number written down, mail package, and sent. Another bouncy ball comes through, and it's the bouncy ball of doom. Sentinels staving off 100 Thieves.
The vibes and the violence is in the mixtape there for Peter Quill. Love to see it. One of the biggest differences I'm noticing right now is I have not seen Aramori play Visible Woman ever. And we're seeing that right now, and I love the flex play because it's the perfect support to have here. Now, the second point is capped, though, from 100 Thieves. Sentinels is going to have to put the gas on full. They have every ultimate to do so.
And Terra, he's back on his ticket. He's back on this Winter Soldier. He's got the Kraken Impact ready to go. We saw him make magic happen earlier, and he's starting to make magic happen now. This is 100 Thieves' hopes. Now try to get this early push. The Eye of Agamotto from Kalush. Look at that multi-man CC. Super Gomez comes back from the grave, and that's a massive team wipe of Sentinels over 100 Thieves.
Did he dip into Venom's powers there? The man was like attached to the wall and they came off and did the most perfect Agamotto that you could ask for. Kalush has just been playing elite play here as Doctor Strange, especially on this map. And Vinny going to the Venom now. Speak of the devil.
He's going to try to find a sneaky angle around here. I have liked some of these adaptations, these quick fire comps. Terra still has his Kraken Impact available here as well to try to get those resets going for himself. This second level push right now from Sentinels is really strong. And here goes the Galactic Legend as well. Trying to buy some time. Delena is going ham there in the middle of everything. But the Meteor of M is actually going to separate a lot here. Vinny looking for some backline access too. And trying to get it in. But this point is so hard to take, Cozy.
Yeah, they're just forcing them in this little wall of protection. And you can break most of the walls to get into it. So there's just nowhere to hide from this team. Kurova's got that Born Again. Look for that to be the difference if he can survive. Harvey with the big boundary to keep things going. There's the Born Again. This is going to set up a fight that could be the last team fight, but hold on, 100 Thieves about to get the point here. Sentinel's just going to have to jump in right away, but this is now trading often and early as Kurova's bringing them both back.
Oh, Kurova getting two massive reses there. The push is still coming alive for 100 Thieves. They're getting the push on the Sentinels back into the next spot, but it's still a body on the point by Sentinels. And Kurova over here trying to stack up a little bit more. Vinny finally going to separate it, and 100 Thieves will take the point.
Yeah, that was crazy. They held him the entire time. It was a perfect hold. But then it just a little bit too much pressure. Great opening there with the invisible boundary, really allowing them to get space. And the board again was good, but honestly, there's just not a lot you could do when you're just kind of falling in like dominoes. You're staggering from that board again. And good swap there from Vinny, by the way. I thought that was a good adjustment to get them the life they needed.
Yeah, and you get a lot of distance of engage there as well from Vinny, who has been a stalwart starting off point for 100 Thieves in a lot of their direction in these fights. But now they've got to round this corner. It looks like another defense is going to come through from Sentinels. We'll see Delena now end up having his Galactic Legend coming through here as well. The Meteor of M for TTK. It has been a massive point for them to win off of. His dunks have been nuts. But now you have the rebuttal from Super Gomez. The dunk comes alive yet again. Posterized with a double. Goes Aramori and Kurova. Kurova's going to get that res reset. Crimzo looking at Dunktastic on the other other side of it. Harvey goes down. Super Gomez in the back line now, though, finds a big pick on a TTK. And Super Gomez is making quick work of the entirety of the Thieves.
Another perfect, by the way, did you see him stick that landing without even trying? That was like a superhero moment. Come on, Super Gomez. You know the camera's on you. I got to say, Kalush has hit yet another perfect Agamotto that set up that entire ace from the team there. Great job. I mean, TTK, after getting the double hit there from the charge up of Legendary, you thought that was going to be their favor, but no. It's Sentinels looking dominant with a minute left on the clock. That's it.
That is it, and they got to try to get this push going for 100 Thieves. You have to remember how much devastation can come with these ultimates all lined up, and you have to look at Sentinels. They have a ton in the tank here as they're going to let it loose. Everything out of the bag, like you say, Cozy. Isn't going to be enough. SJP was looking in the thick of things now. TTK getting a little bit closer to his ultimate. You have Vinny going for the feast there. I don't think it's going to be enough to separate him, but he does get a big KO there with the help of TTK, and Vinny might just be making the difference with the switch to Venom.
Yeah, and a crucial mistake there for Sentinels. They doubled up on the support ult, so we had Airmore and Amazing users together. You never want to do that, right? You want to stagger these out to the best of your ability. TTK going for that swing again with the Legendary. Pumped it up so much. Triple ball going down. Slam dunk. Amazing's dead, but then we do have to come back there, but we got Terra doing Terra things. The again on repeat. Put it in the mixtape because it looks like they're going to get point 2.
Yeah, honestly, we'll give the Guardians Galaxy a Volume 3 mixtape there coming through, and it's going to include Terra just going to town on the entirety of a really, really soft push, but it ended up being so beneficial to 100 Thieves, who gain a ton of distance here and potentially get to this next choke point with the pressure that Terra and Co are putting on this front line.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, this has been as perfect play as you would want here from Sentinels outside of that strategist stagger there. But look at, they're back up. They're ready to go. Only a minute here, but they've been able to make use of that minute now on both points. Here's the charge up from the Meteor. Can the protection happen? The shield blocks it, which is going to give them plenty of life. Crimzo now unable to get that connection, but Kalush has hit every Agamotto. Can he make it 3? He's hit 2. Will this be the 3rd?
It could be. This doorway sets him up for success. Look at Vinny's access to the back line, though. He has everything available to him, but he's going to have to pop that shield and get right out. The Eye of Agamotto on the 3 members. And now SJP, Terra, they're gone. Harvey is going to be able to pop the invisible barrier. He cannot. The boundary is broken. And Sentinels, they're pushing 100 Thieves to the brink.
Yo, Kalush is just, he is feeling, this is, honestly, this is the Doctor Strange Kalush map at this point on. Like, just fantastic. I mean, he's getting the wipes by himself, hasn't missed a beat. And if you're 100 Thieves, it's like, man, you just keep falling for it. But honestly, there's nothing they can do to block it because Vinny's on Venom instead of another shield that, you know, get them into space.
Time's running out now, though. You have the Galactic Legends popped on both sides. Delena gets the better of it this time. TTK got a double dunk. Now Delena going for a double himself. We got double doubles. Maybe Living looking for a triple double here as well for the side of 100 Thieves. This push might still be alive, and they fully wipe Sentinels off. This is going to be massive time, but the overtime is still there, Cozy.
Yeah, TTK putting the team on his back there with the double Meteor M hit. That was massive there. Great play from Delena as well, following up there. But hey, plenty of time to stop this. If they prevent the 3-0, that alone will be the victory that Sentinels needs and the momentum they need to get the job done. They know it will be beatable if they can do it. Super Gomez starting off the show great, getting that Thieves hit. And here we go. This is it.
Spin to win, disco dancing all over him. Super Gomez, he has been the it factor right now for Sentinels and trying to do so yet again. Here comes Kalush with another massive one. Only gets TTK in the end there though, but they still find a pick and the overtime clock is ticking. If they can do this, this is a massive hold over 100 Thieves. Last ditch efforts are coming through. SJP, Delena, they're still on the point as well. Terra has swapped to the Doctor Strange. Is it going to be enough? They push everybody off and Sentinels, they don't have any bodies left to give here, Cozy.
And look at the, I mean, getting that elimination on the Atom was everything because that's going to slow them down here. Just a sliver left. 4, 3, 2. Yeah, hold on now. 1, and it is the 3-0. Wow, 100 Thieves with the clutch in the vase. We just saw this on Midtown. They did it again.
Oh my goodness, that felt like everything, and we still have another side to play. We still have potentially overtime to go to as well. 100 Thieves, they find a composition that works for them. Delena, yes, he had trouble in that first point, but ends up having a major factor over the side of Super Gomez in those later fights.
Really, it came down to they were able to eliminate Kurova there when they swapped to the Strange, and that stopped the Born Again and honestly stopped all momentum. If you can find the Atom, you win the game, and they found it in the most important time to do so. Now Sentinels would have to get a 3 cap on the hardest map to respond and go up to that grand finals. We'll have to see if they can get it done.
A lot of pressure on the side of 100 Thieves to make sure from here on out everything is perfect for this championship caliber team. And it has been a little bit iffy here or there. Sentinels definitely getting under their skin. But I love this adaptation from Vinny. I think it's been the biggest change in this map state here is the Venom and what it provides for that backline access.
Yeah, there's a reason, too, that they gave a little bit of a nerf to the barrage of Star-Lord. It does so much damage. They've now added a damage fall-off going into Season 2 because you're seeing just the insane amount of just heat that it can pump out. Sentinels, you're up. We got a Strange Portal this time around opposed to what we had from 100 Thieves, and we know where they're going to go. They're going to go in the back where they like it best. Actually, they went on the point last time for the wall. They're doing the same thing.
All right, they're going to go to the other side. Again, you give yourself that defensive side with the portal going through. Cameras get a little glitched up, but it doesn't matter. They still know where they landed, and they are right on the point here to try to push the tempo into 100 Thieves. Oh, they're in there. They're in the house. The call is coming from inside, Cozy. I don't know what they can do. This reposition from Sentinels has fully pushed 100 Thieves off their own point.
Yeah, listen, Super Gomez is playing insane, but I'm telling you right now, my MVP is Kalush. This man is going off. Lights out. Kurova coming back from the dead. Kalush getting that pop on Terra as well. Super Gomez saying, wait, what about me with that MVP? And then Kurova finishing the job. Wow, that looks like an easy cap from Sentinels.
Oh my goodness, 5 minutes and 40 seconds. They have all the time they could ever ask for to get this push. But again, it does not get easier here. We saw the difficulty 100 Thieves had to push the point on this map. And I know that at least Sentinel's going to try to give their best effort to get as much distance covered early as they can.
Listen, it's the same in sports. When you're the best, everybody wants to see you fall, right? So 100 Thieves, they're trying their best to prevent that. They have every opportunity in the world. As Kurova goes down swiftly from TTK in the 1-2. Delena now going with Legendary. Not a lot to be able to put up with it. Air Boys right there on the defense. Same as amazing. They both almost have their ultimates, but not enough. And they're going to have to reset.
Delena, the time that is bought here as well by 100 Thieves is so huge. You push Sentinels back so far back to their respawn, and Delena is not going to have that Galactic Legend just yet for a while as well. Then I have to look at Sentinels, who have a ton of ultimates available, and they're waiting for all 6.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be that coin, the Michael Bay special. You're going to see a little bit of everything coming from this fight. It starts with the Meteor Aim. It lands out. TTK does probably get help on that connection with Terra taking out Super Gomez at that, but the passive comes up and Terra lands down. There's about to be a lot of huge picks, elimination, clutch moments. That's what you're looking for to get your ticket to the grand finals.
You didn't get the reset for Terra, but it doesn't matter. You still have pressure on the point. Aramori is going to pop that invisible boundary as well. Harvey still having his Kalush. Another one! A double stun on the TTK and Terra. And now Kalush with the rest of his team can push up this far. And the push is still going. Super Gomez is still ticking. And we have the 1v1 going the way of Delena. A massive save, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to stop this push. You still have the Born Again from Kurova to reset the fight for Sentinels.
Yeah, and right now, really all you have in the arsenal is a Legendary to pop out, which can get a lot of a stop happening, but man, Crimso getting close on that Meteor Aim as well. If you're Delena, you want to pop it right away here, going into point 2, going to the last push here. There it is, the Legendary himself, the Legend himself in a Soulbound. Perfect time to everybody share the load, but Airmore goes down outright amazing.
Double going the way of Delena as well. And he can even gets taken down by Kurova. Unfortunately, it'll be a trade right back for Kurova. That'll feel good from the strategist side. And Sentinels will be pushed off this point and a little moment to breathe for 100 Thieves.
Bro, there's 3 minutes left. Like, that is insane how fast that first cap was, because it's like 100 Thieves has played a great defense. Oh, look at this top cap of the rooftop. Usually you only see Loki up there. Not today. Dr. Strange and Kalush, the man of Strange himself. himself is putting the team up there on the high ground. You love the spot for them, and Delina's going to have to find himself trying to get a little pressure on there because they're sitting cozy up there.
Vinny was looking for a little angle here as well to get that redeploy onto the backline. Kurova has a massive angle up here. Gets a pick onto Delina, and this will signal the push out from Sentinels. We're going to get multi-ultimates coming through. Get the Michael Bay special. The nice healing coming in from Brian Mazing and the KO for him as well. Those headshots from Mantis, they do the trick. And all these heals, all this stratagem are being utilized. The double circles coming through here, but now the Meteor Ram is going to get a big dunk. The shield, it's not enough, and he gets down amazing. TTK, we've been wanting this, but Kalush with another massive Eye of Agamotto, setting up Super Gomez for a double.
Wow, where do you put your snipers? You put them on the rooftop, and Kurova was the sniper. My days, they dropped everything, and they got it done. They got point 2, and it's going to come down to how much time left could they potentially have into a 3-3. If they get a 3-3, it's come down to the wire every time, but 3 minutes is plenty on the clock.
It is a lot of time to work with here, especially on this point where they're going to be delayed in getting the defense off on this second push from 100 Thieves. Terra getting really low, finally gets some healing around the corner here, but they need to stack up these ults quick. Delena is going to have his, Vinny going to have his, but trying to find a place to pop it in this open space once they make it to this choke point is huge. And here we go, Delena trying to pop some shots into Sentinels as they try to push. Really good defense coming out from 100 Thieves. Kurova will still have the board again, so if things start going badly for Sentinels, they will have a way out and back into the fight. The push is still coming in 100 Thieves. They're feeling the pressure. Look at Vinny. He's going to find backline access now, though. And Terra gets a snipe onto Crimzo. That's your big Vanguard down. And Terra now has the Kraken impact going onto the board again. He doesn't get the resets, though, and that's a massive ult from Amazing to buy more time, buy more healing. And it looks like Venom's Feast will be left wanting here, Cozy.
Yeah, great ultimate from Amazing, keeping the team alive from Terra. And I love the switch to Crimzo here from Magneto. You're able to do exactly this right here and try to get the full eliminations as 100 Thieves did, but unable to connect. Super Gomez going in with his legendary status that has been in this MRC so far. Delina, though, another exchange with Crimzo, and that 3 minutes has vanished away. It's gone to 2. It's going to 1. If you're Sentinels, you've got to lock in if you want the chance for the overtime.
You've got 2 good pushes left if you can get that over there. Kalush also probably going to have the portal here coming up very soon too, but it is more so about these ultimate charges coming through from Sentinels. You're going to be very close to a reset setup for 100 Thieves moving forward.
Yeah, and listen, what do you see right now? Kalush with the Eye of Agamotto. He's been perfect today. Can he land one that could land them in the grand finals? Terra going for the claw, getting up yet again. The group Crimzo in an uncomfortable status. He goes up yet again for the swap. It's been tough. And Terra going off with the Kraken impact. That's exactly what you want to see if you're a 100 Thieves fan. Now, we said 3-2. Now we're at 1 minute left.
Yeah, hey, I said you had 2 more good pushes left. Well, that was one of them from Sentinels. They're going to need this one to be the end-all, be-all. Terra will not have his Kraken impact. He has been the big crux that 100 Thieves have been winning a lot of these fights off of. He's going to have to do it without his resets. And now Super Gomez is looking for his entrance, the bounce ball of death. And he's able to get some massive impact into the push line of 100 Thieves' defense. And now comes the Meteor M. Super Gomez trying to get away from it, trying to go for a flank on the other side of things too. He's about to have the Galactic Legend up. He's looking for the bounce castle here as he wants a pick before he even has the ult. And spin to win, baby! They want to push this point. They want to get their rivals to this overtime. And it looks like that's going to be the case.
His pistol slapping him in the spawn. What's going on around here? This is 100 Thieves we're talking about. They've got everything left in the arsenal, too. They still have the Magneto ult. They have Super Gomez Amazing in the clean. Pick on Vinny, that Phantom who's supposed to stay alive. This is it for Sentinels to push 2-1. We find ourselves with a 6-second advantage to take it 3-3. Bro, this is insane.
Oh my goodness, man. It is absolute insanity delivering on this upper bracket finals. 1 ticket in the grand finals on the other side of this one. And the rivalry that runs the longevity of Marvel Rivals Esports at this point. It has been so fun to see. You know, it means so much to these players.
Yeah, man, from Alpha to Beta to MRI to MRC Season 0 to the MRI Season 1, and now we're here in the MRC to swan song this thing. Winner going to the grand finals. It could be right here, right now. Sentinels, they're on defense first, so they get to set the precedence of what they need to beat to go on offense. Always love that, right? It's nice to know what you need to do to get the victory. So it's going to be 100 Thieves up first, and Vinny this time starting as that Venom, and honestly could spell dangerous if Kalush keeps doing the luge thing and getting those Agamottos that they're not going to be able to block.
Kalush, a little known thing in that last fight, he blocked off the entrances, or at least the exits, for 100 Thieves as well, and being able to buy a lot of time with those portals used uniquely, at least to stop that re-entrance into the fence. So now it is all things, all eyes on 100 Thieves' first push. What can they do? They've got Comfort here, Cozy, and Terra has been working it on the Winter Soldier, but is it enough?
Yeah, I mean, it has been as perfect play as you'd like to see here. And again, funny enough, we actually saw this map go to overtime before between the two, and that's when 100 Thieves got the best of them, even with the triple res lineup. We're seeing Kalush. Here he goes again. You know, last time, oh, look at, they're not going that way. They know what he wants to do. So he's resetting. Look at him reset. Go to the bridge.
Go find the other entrance.
The man's
Let's
quick
go.
on the portals. Let's go.
Dude, get this man a Doctor Strange skin after this one. I don't know. He needs something. He's a mastermind of the Supreme Sorcerer, and now they actually have this second-tier angle to have a great defense against 100 Thieves. They have succumbed to the pressure, and 100 Thieves will match them up on this side, but back to the point they go. Kurova will be engaged on there by Vinny, but SJP is finding very good promise with damage in the backline too. SJP getting one, Terra getting low. Here comes that bounce castle. They try to get one, but Super Gomez can't get the pick off. Kurova is still in there trying to get Vinny too. A lot of chaos going down, but Super Gomez on the backline gets the Lena.
Yeah, that pick's going to be massive here. It's overtime. This is it. Raimezi taking out Vinny Kalush, now TTK. At this point, they're going to have to do the straight swap, but there's no time left. This is it. And just like that, Sentinels now knows all they need to advance to the grand finals is one simple tick in overtime. This will be their story. Can they get the sweep on what was their biggest enemy?
Their biggest enemy, their biggest rival, but also a team that had not known losses right here in this MRC, and that now today feel that sting so heavily. I could never even imagine coming into today saying that 100 Thieves would get swept, but now Sentinels on the verge of righting all those wrongs. All that rivalry could finally be in their favor.
Absolutely here. And again, this has just been the match that Sentinels has wanted to play. I mean, getting the triple res, it's funny because we did see some Mantis play from 100 Thieves, but they didn't have the Atom, and that's because it's not an easy role. As you guys played rank might know, Kurova, though, makes it look easy with the precision, the accuracy. We saw it from Vision earlier. We've seen it today, right now here, as we get our last stand, the last approach, and we're going to start with what is going to be probably a very aggressive Kalush portal. They've used it now to success 2 times, make it 3 potentially. Yeah. Putting it on the point and acting as that kind of wall barrier between the teams.
I go back to what you're saying. I think Kalush is potentially the MVP of this series. These Eyes of Agamotto, but also the portal uses, the utility he's bringing to the table. I mean, it's a full team effort from Sentinels, but Kalush is having himself a day. And now all that pressure, all that tension, the lower bracket potentially being that final place for 100 Thieves. Is this the breaking of the back of the championship roster as he's getting some scouting going, looking for the backline portal and Kalush? They'll start off the fight on this western side of the point.
Yeah, Delena was ready for that other side. You saw him ready to try to get some eliminations on the early strategies, but they don't go right on the point. Instead, they go, guys, they're halfway there. They only need 1-6 to get to the finals, and Vinny's getting an early pick down from Kalush, the man, the myth, the legend himself. Super Gomez now, legendary, trying to get his piece of the pie. Delena going down as well.
He might indeed. This might be the final push. They need one more pick. They're on the point, but they get another KO. And that's it. 100 Thieves. They're 3-0'd. And Sentinels will be in the grand finals of MRC Season 1.
Call it plot armor, call it destiny. They flipped the script on 100 Thieves, and they got the sweep that they've been looking for to ignite the team. They're going wild. You just know it. Super Gomez getting the MVP. But as we have stated, it's been a team of 2 here. Honestly, team of 6, they've all done well. But Kalush, the newest member to this roster, together, now you're seeing that time payoff of synergy.
Yeah, and it's the swap over as well when we were seeing kind of the Groots and things along those lines. But then to have that massive impact on these final 2 games of the series, and for Sentinels, again, to make right all those wrongs, all those almosts, all those misgivings, they are the ones that are first place into the grand final setup and now waiting their opponent in that lower bracket.
I can't believe what we just saw. Like, not only
crazy,
obviously
man.
Sentinels beating 100 Thieves, but the 3-0 in that fashion we haven't seen it, right? And so now we have the potential of 100 Thieves. The fact of them not being included in the grand finals would be a thing of chaos, but now we have seen that even gods can die, right? And we saw 100 Thieves go down now, and at this point, Sentinels, they've got a while now to reset, reload, and they've truly found the core of what that team is.
Yeah, and I'm just going to shout out, I know Tara was very close. We're not looking at the stats right now, but it was 40,000 there for Super Gomez on the Star-Lord combo. But you also have to remember, this also started with the Wolverine combo. And kind of, honestly, the drafts in this one meant a lot in the pressure that Sentinels was able to put onto 100 Thieves to find their own strategy.
Yeah, 100%. And obviously, I mean, it was like 16, 17 final hits from the Doctor Strange. Typically, don't know about you. I'm not getting that out of my Vanguards and rank play here.
Nope.
And listen, it came down to a lot of just the core strength of the strategy. We saw Sentinels, again, these two teams did not have time to study each other on their last games they just played. We saw Sentinels use that same portal tech, and it took 100 Thieves up until that last point to adjust to it. And by then, it's too late, and it just gave all the momentum. 5 minutes. They stopped 4 of those 5, but Sentinels was able to end up getting the point.
Yeah, that's the craziest point about this, but this also fuels the fire of this rivalry, right? Like, this has not happened in seeing this domination against 100 Thieves, but now it's also 100 Thieves with a bit of chip on their shoulder, a little bit of humbling today after losing their first games of this MRC and now being dropped down to that lower bracket as well.
Yeah, one thing I'll say that I feel bad for is the team in the lower bracket that has to play 100 Thieves, because
this stuff.
They're angry too. Like, you know what? We haven't seen them. We've seen them reset, reload. I've interviewed the players. They're like, man, we really, stunk on that matchup or whatever. Now you're facing them with the full rage of going and getting swept, right? And so they're definitely going to make it tough for whoever that is in the lower bracket to move on. We've got 8 hours today. We've seen a little bit of everything, man, but that delivered on every level, even in a clean sweep of a game.
Yeah, I know we'll be taking a look at the bracket hopefully here soon, but we've seen some crazy stories develop over this time today. Not only some big organizations kind of bowing out of the tournament itself, but also seeing some of these up-and-coming teams really make a big difference, and especially 100 Thieves getting pushed by Les Amonts and then losing to Sentinels. The upper bracket, yes, you have a second life, but pride means a lot to these two teams, and I know Sentinels is going to be riding high off of that one.
Yeah, and listen, as much as I love that the team over there at 100 Thieves, I've talked to a lot of them, I can't help but just feel happy and excited for Sentinels finally getting over that hump. That it's just been constant. And I talked to Super Gomez so much after each of these, honestly, losses, and he's like, hey, we know who we are. We're going to reset. We know, and his last words from the MRI was, watch out for us in the MRC. And man, he just spoke into existence because they're there. They're at the grand finals. They're ready to go.
Yeah, we got eyes peeled. I promise you that one. This team has been incredible to watch the growth we've seen from them from event to event, but also now as well, it is doing it their own way and finding those picks that really make a difference and put the pressure onto the enemy team with those drafts. Now, we take a look at today's results. This was the earlier setup as well, as we saw 100 Thieves falling to Les Amonts. We saw Sentinels take a win over Shroud, FlyQuest take a win over Boom Crew, which we didn't get to see, and Arrows taking a 3-1 over Nightmare to lead us into that next round.
That's even crazier that FlyQuest came off the fresh 3-0 on Boom Crew and it ends up being eliminated after that. I mean, my goodness, Magnets really showing what they're made out of. That 2-300 Thieves matchup earlier was something out of a fairy tale. And there we go. We're seeing the results. And if you guys are seeing it there on the bottom, that's the one game we did not get to see. The Magnets, who were incredible against FlyQuest, amazing against 100 Thieves. Oh my goodness, Shroud X is going to be playing 100 Thieves.
What is this run from Shroud X, man? It has been insane. And they take down Les Amonts. I mean, that is absolutely why we were seeing Les Amonts as a potential rematch in the finals against 100 Thieves, and just what a couple rounds of the bracket can do to completely upset that here.
I'm shocked. I mean, the Cinderella story comes to an end because they were not even underdogs in my book anymore. I mean, they firmly deserve to be here, and I guarantee orgs are looking at them after the play they had.
Absolutely.
And Shroud X, their night was closed shut early in MRI, and now they're playing for third, fourth. I mean, they're playing for it all right here, actually. And dude, that's insane that they can make it to the grand finals against 100 Thieves to do so.
Yeah, I mean, we still got some big matches to go. The fact that it's 100 Thieves versus Shroud X, all the history between the two as well, with some of that going back to those first matchups that we were seeing in Marvel Rivals, but now also all this time to go and Sentinels waiting there in that grand finals. It's going to be at least some hot and heavy best of sevens.
Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you, if 100 Thieves advances, which, again, you know, I would expect that to happen just from history, man, that rematch, because now, guess what? The teams have had time to adjust and look at how they've played, and I can tell you what, 100 Thieves, they're going to stay up late, do some homework. I can assure you that, because tomorrow, that's when all this crashes down, and we get to see who our new champion is. Will it be 100 Thieves clawing back from the depths to get their two-peat, or will Sentinels get that victory that was stolen from them in the last MRC from 100 Thieves? Man, this stuff just writes itself.
There were thousands of possibilities in Doctor Strange's eyes, but there can only be one here in MRC Season 1. And to get that championship, to get that potential double there for 100 Thieves, I know it means a lot to them, but the stories on the last three teams that we have here are incredible. And to get to see them try to make that last second run tomorrow is going to be a ton of fun there for sure.
This has been top level play. This is what you come for, and this is what the MRC delivers. I love the MRI, but something about the MRC, seeing teams like Magnets and seeing just honestly groups of friends come together and say, we can win. We can be picked up by an org. Literally, that's what happened with Mutants. They said, 100 Thieves, come and get us. We just won this thing. They got picked up. Anyone can do it, and that's what makes this thing special.
Exactly that. Now we're going to take a look at some skins that are available to all you wonderful people, as we do before we head out as well. Make sure you decide your fate now. Brace the present and grow stronger with Thor's Lord of Asgard and Hawkeye's Ronin costume. Special shout out, one of my favorite parts in the lore of Hawkeye's journey. Take your chances and make your move towards glory on the battlefield. Available now. Let your presence ignite the battle.
And I swear they don't miss with these costumes. I mean, the Lord of Asgard, you kidding me, man? That puts the fear of God in your opponent, quite literally. Fist of Vengeance from Moon Knight here. You get a little bit of everybody's personality with the new buff in Season 2. It's coming at the perfect time. Black Panther Kings, rise up, because you can put the fear of God as well in your opponent. Love all the skins that have been coming off the heat lately. And have you seen the Hellfire Gala too?
Yeah, dude, I'm so stoked for the next round of things that are coming out. We got some really cool stuff coming down the pipeline, but I love to see a highlight on some of the best skins that we've seen here recently as well. I know Black Panther mains are eating there, so make sure you go get that thrice cursed king set up for yourself. But man, I gotta ask you, Cozy, I know this is our final day here. We're gonna have Shib and Dogman coming in to round things out tomorrow. What has been your biggest growth moment, I feel like, for a lot of these teams? What has been your biggest star story?
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's a lot of things to pick from here. Obviously, we've highlighted Magnets a lot. I think that they were the ones that first showed, okay, 100 Thieves, they can go down. But honestly, it is Shroud X, because listen here, Shroud X was a team that did okay in the MRI. They go to the lower bracket. They lose to a team that was 0-6, right? Like, that was the end of that story. And it's like, what do you do from there? Well, you relock, you reload, and you get all the way up now to the lower bracket finals. And to see them beat Magnets, even though we didn't watch that, that right there might have been the highlight moment, because we know what they had going into that. Dude, this is it. This is the swan song of Season 1 of Marvel Rivals. And in fact, the client is outdated after this, I think, because the replays are gone. So Season 2, this is officially closing this chapter on what has been a great start.
It has been a truly great start. It's been a pleasure to be alongside you here, Cozy, to cover these games over the last couple weekends. But that is going to do it here for us today. Make sure you're locked and loaded for the rest of the action, because we got champions to crown for Marvel Rivals Championship Season 1 tomorrow. Same times, same place. Make sure you're tuning in, and we'll see you there.
And it's been a blast.